Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip, the kind they had all done 100 times before. A weekend getaway, just a group of friends looking for a break from the chaos of everyday life. The plan was to hike through the dense woods of the Hollow, an area known for its deep silence and eerie reputation. It wasn't a place you went unless you had a reason, and none of them were entirely sure why they'd chosen it. The legends were enough to keep most people away. But for them, it seemed like the perfect place to escape. As they set up camp on the edge of the hollow, the sun began to sink low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dense trees. The air had the kind of crisp chill that made it feel like autumn even though it was still spring. The sound of their voices, bright and carefree, was swallowed up by the heavy, oppressive silence of the forest. Even the birds seemed to have abandoned this part of the world, leaving behind only the occasional rustle of wind in the branches above. James, the most adventurous of the group, had suggested they hike deeper into the woods the next morning. "We'll head to the heart of it," he had said, grinning, his eyes glinting with excitement. "Come on, where's your sense of adventure?" Rachel, ever the cautious one, had hesitated. "I don't know, James. The Hollow isn't like the other places we've been. It has a history. People go missing out there." But James was persistent, and the others, not wanting to ruin the mood, had agreed. The forest was quiet, almost too quiet, and that was what made it so unsettling. The shadows between the trees stretched impossibly long, as if something were lurking just beyond the edge of their vision. As the fire crackled and the scent of pine filled the air, they settled around it, wrapping themselves in blankets against the growing cold. There was no sound of animals, no rustling of leaves, just the steady rhythm of the wind in the canopy above. Rachel's unease lingered, but she pushed it aside, convincing herself that it was just her imagination. Night fell quickly, the sky above a blanket of ink. The firelight flickered, casting strange shadows on their faces as they talked. Laughter rang out in the small clearing, the sound too loud for the otherwise quiet world around them. But it was then, just as the laughter died down, that a new sound filled the air. At first, it was so faint they weren't sure if they had heard it at all. A whisper. The kind that seemed to drift just beyond the edge of hearing, barely perceptible but undeniably present. It wasn't wind, nor the rustling of branches, it was something else. Something far more deliberate. "Did you hear that?" Rachel asked, her voice barely more than a whisper itself, as if she were afraid of what she might say. The group fell silent. Even the fire seemed to pause, the crackling of the wood growing quieter. Then it came again, a whisper. It was soft at first, just a faint murmur, but it grew louder. James leaned in, squinting into the darkness beyond their camp. "It's probably just an animal or the wind," he said, though his voice didn't carry the usual confidence. But Rachel wasn't convinced. Her heart was hammering in her chest. She glanced nervously at the others, but none of them seemed to have heard what she had. "Didn't it sound like a voice?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. The group exchanged uncertain glances, and James let out a nervous laugh. "Probably just the trees. The Hollow's known for that kind of stuff. Wind messing with your mind." But Rachel wasn't so sure. The whisper had been too distinct. Too human. The fire crackled once more, and the whisper faded, but the chill in the air deepened, crawling beneath their skin like a touch they couldn't shake. The group sat in uneasy silence for a moment longer before they decided it was time to sleep. As the last of their voices faded into the night, and the fire began to die, Rachel lay awake in her sleeping bag, staring up at the stars through the gaps in the branches above. Her eyes darted between the shadows of the trees, the edges of their outlines dancing with the dying light of the fire. That's when she heard it again. The whisper. This time, it was clearer, and though she couldn't make out the words, it was unmistakably a voice, one that seemed to come from somewhere far within the forest itself. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she turned to the others, but none of them seemed to be awake. The sound was growing louder, and yet, it didn't seem to come from any direction in particular. It was as if the forest itself was speaking, its voice carried on the wind, swirling through the trees. Suddenly, a twig snapped just beyond the firelight. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. It wasn't the wind. This was something else, something alive. The whisper came again, but this time it was unmistakable, "Get out." Rachel's heart skipped a beat. She froze, her mind racing. That was no animal, no wind. That was something in the woods, something, watching them. Her hand trembled as she reached for her flashlight, casting a beam of light into the trees, but the beam only revealed shadows. The deeper darkness beyond the circle of light seemed to swallow it whole. Rachel's pulse quickened, but she didn't dare move. The voice in the trees had stopped, but the silence that followed was even more terrifying. She lay there in the darkness, staring into the shadows, wondering if they were really alone out there. Morning broke with an oppressive stillness, the sun only a pale shadow behind thick clouds. The fire from the night before had long since died, leaving only cold, gray ashes. Rachel didn't sleep a wink, her eyes wide and searching the shadows, the whispering voice echoing in her head, but the others were still sound asleep. James, ever the optimist, was the first to wake, stretching his arms and groggily rubbing his eyes. He didn't notice Rachel's tense posture or the way her eyes darted toward the tree line every few seconds. "Come on, guys," James said, his voice cheerful, as if nothing had happened the night before. "We've got a full day ahead of us. Let's hit the trail before it rains." Rachel opened her mouth to speak, to tell him about the whispering, but the words caught in her throat. She glanced at the others, still fast asleep, their faces peaceful in contrast to the turmoil in her mind. The forest was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that felt like the world was holding its breath. "Maybe we should head back to the car," Rachel suggested softly, her voice trembling slightly. I don't think we should stay here." James shot her a confused look. "What are you talking about? We just got here. We're in the hollow now, Rachel. This is what we came for, remember?" The rest of the group stirred, groggily waking up, oblivious to the fear that Rachel couldn't shake. They packed up their things in silence, the tension in the air almost palpable, until James, looking at the map, pointed to a small, winding trail that seemed to lead deeper into the woods. "Let's follow this path," he said, his finger tracing a line on the map. "It's not too far, and it'll lead us to the old watchtower. It's supposed to have a great view of the whole forest. We can get some good pictures." Rachel hesitated, but before she could protest, James was already pulling his pack over his shoulder, eager to start the hike. The others followed, their voices light and carefree, but Rachel couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air felt thick, heavy, as if the forest itself was watching them, waiting. They set off down the path, the trees closing in around them, the trail narrow and overgrown. The morning mist hadn't fully lifted, and the air was damp, clinging to their skin with every step. Despite the growing unease in her chest, Rachel tried to keep up with the group, her eyes scanning the woods for any sign of movement, any glimpse of something out of place. But there was nothing. The deeper they went, the quieter the forest became. The chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, everything had stopped. It was as if the world had gone still, frozen in time. "This place is weird," Sarah, one of the group members, said, breaking the silence. She was a little ahead of the others, her eyes flicking nervously between the trees. "I swear, I keep hearing things." "I heard it too," Rachel murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Last night, the whispering. Did you hear it?" James shot her a glance. "You mean the wind?" "Come on, Rachel, you're letting it get to your head. We're in the middle of a forest. Weird stuff happens all the time." But Rachel couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air felt colder now, even though the sun was starting to break through the mist. The trees, once so still, seemed to move, their branches creaking and groaning as if they were alive. Then, without warning, the path ahead of them seemed to shift. The trees grew thicker, their trunks wider, blocking the light. The undergrowth tangled into a dense maze of vines and brambles. They had been following the path for what seemed like hours, yet it now felt as if they were walking in circles. "This isn't right," Rachel said, her voice rising with panic. "We should have reached the watchtower by now." James stopped, frowning at the map. "That doesn't make sense. The trail's supposed to be right here. We're just off track a little." He started walking again, but this time, something felt different. The air had a strange heaviness to it, as if the forest was pressing in on them. "I think we're lost," Sarah said, her voice trembling. I don't like this. Let's go back." But it was too late. The path they had been following no longer existed. The trees had closed in around them, forming a nearly impenetrable wall. There was no way back. They were trapped. Rachel's heart pounded in her chest. "We need to turn around. Now." But before anyone could respond, the whispering returned. This time, it was louder, clearer, and unmistakably close. It was as if it was coming from within the trees themselves, a voice that was both distant and intimate, echoing through the forest. Leave now." The word sent a chill down Rachel's spine, and she stumbled backward, her eyes wide with fear. "Did you hear that?" she gasped. It's here. It's watching us." James turned to face her, his expression suddenly serious. "Rachel, calm down. There's nothing out there. It's just your nerves." But Rachel knew. She knew that it wasn't just the wind or her imagination. The forest was alive, and it was angry. The whispering grew louder, more insistent. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the trees, and then, a figure emerged from the dense foliage, a tall, dark figure, moving with unnatural speed. It was humanoid, but its shape was distorted, as if it didn't belong in the world. Its eyes glowed faintly, like dying embers in the dark, and its mouth twisted into a shape that resembled a smile, but it was all wrong. The figure didn't speak, but Rachel could feel its presence, its hunger. Without thinking, she turned and ran. The others followed, but they were slower, more disorienting. The forest seemed to shift around them, the trees moving in strange, unnatural patterns as if the path itself was changing. Rachel's breath came in ragged gasps as she pushed forward, her mind racing. They needed to get out of the forest, but the deeper they ran, the more the woods closed in on them. The figure in the trees was following them, its glowing eyes flickering between the shadows, always just behind them. With every step, the whispers grew louder. "Leave, now, or be lost forever." Rachel's breath came in sharp gasps as her feet pounded the earth beneath her, her heart hammering against her ribcage. The figure, no, it wasn't human, was still following them, weaving between the trees with unnatural speed. She could feel its gaze on her back, the weight of its presence pressing down on her like a vice. Her mind raced, each thought frantic, each breath shallow and ragged. They had to get out. They had to leave, but the forest was a maze, a twisting labyrinth with no way out. The path had disappeared behind them, swallowed by the dense undergrowth. The trees loomed tall and foreboding, their gnarled roots creeping across the forest floor like twisted fingers, grasping at their ankles. Rachel dared a glance over her shoulder, her eyes widening in terror. The figure was closer now, its form clearer in the dim light. It was humanoid, but its proportions were wrong, its limbs too long, its body too thin, its head too large. Its eyes glowed faintly, an eerie red hue that seemed to flicker like dying embers in the dark. The smile that twisted across its face was a grotesque mockery, too wide, too sharp, as if it were grinning at something only it could see. "Run," she screamed, her voice raw with panic. "Don't stop. Keep going." James was already ahead, his own face twisted in fear, but his legs weren't moving fast enough. Sarah stumbled behind, tripping over the uneven ground, her breathing erratic. They were losing precious time, and Rachel could feel the cold, unnatural presence closing in on them. The whispering grew louder, echoing in her mind, gnawing at her sanity. Leave now. Leave before it's too late. The voice was everywhere now, a chorus of whispers that surrounded them. It was coming from the trees, from the very earth beneath their feet, and even from the air itself. The woods were alive, and it was as if they were being suffocated by the weight of its presence. Keep running. Rachel screamed again, urging the others forward. But the deeper they ran, the darker the forest became. The trees pressed in tighter, their branches twisting and contorting, reaching down like skeletal hands trying to drag them into the earth. The sky above had faded to an unnatural gray, and the air was thick, humid, almost suffocating. Rachel's legs were beginning to tire, but she refused to stop. She couldn't stop. Not while the figure was still following them. Not while those glowing red eyes were still hunting them. Suddenly, the ground beneath Rachel's feet gave way, and she tumbled forward, her body crashing to the earth. Her flashlight flew from her grip, spinning into the darkness. She scrambled to get up, her hands digging into the wet soil, but a voice, soft and insistent, whispered in her ear. You shouldn't have come. Rachel's body froze, the words sinking into her mind like a cold dagger. She could feel it then, a presence, not just in front of her, but all around her. The forest had closed in. The trees had become walls, the path nothing more than a narrow corridor that twisted endlessly in all directions. She was trapped. Behind her, she heard Sarah's voice, trembling. What was that? Did you hear that? Rachel turned, her eyes darting wildly in every direction. She could see nothing in the darkness, but she felt it, something was out there. The whispering had stopped, but the silence was even worse. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Then, from the corner of her eye, she saw it. A flicker of movement. The figure. It was standing just beyond the reach of the flashlight's beam, its body half hidden in the shadows of the trees. Its red eyes glowed faintly, the light reflecting off the twisted bark of the ancient trees, creating an eerie, distorted reflection. The smile had stretched wider, impossibly wide, as if it were savoring their fear. Rachel's heart skipped a beat. The figure didn't move, it only watched them. It knew they were afraid, and it was enjoying every second of it. It's not real. It's not real, Rachel whispered to herself, the words trembling in her throat. But the more she said them, the less she believed it. The figure wasn't just a figment of her imagination, it was there, right in front of them, its presence too solid, too undeniable. We have to move, James said, his voice low and strained. He was shaking, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. Now. It's not too late to get out of here. But as he turned to push forward, the ground beneath them seemed to shift. The forest groaned, and the trees seemed to bend and sway, as if the forest itself was trying to keep them trapped within it. The path they had been following had disappeared completely, replaced by a thick, dense wall of brambles and twisted roots. No matter which direction they tried to go, the forest seemed to twist, leading them back into the heart of its darkness. It was as if the woods were alive, as if it had a mind of its own, and it didn't want them to leave. We're going in circles, Sarah said, her voice cracking with fear. We're not getting anywhere. Rachel swallowed hard, her throat dry. She could feel the figure's eyes on her, even though she couldn't see it now. It was there, watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw something else, a movement in the trees, something flickering between the shadows. A second figure. And then another. And another. They were surrounded. The figures were everywhere now, emerging from the darkness, their eyes glowing, their twisted, grinning faces just beyond the edges of the trees. They were closing in, their movements slow, deliberate, as if savoring the moment before the hunt began. Rachel's pulse raced. She had to think, had to do something. But she couldn't. Her mind was frozen with terror, her body unwilling to move. The figures in the shadows were getting closer, their eyes glowing brighter, their grins widening. She could hear their whispers now, all around her, in her ears, in her mind. Leave, leave before it's too late. But it was too late. They had come too far, and there was no way out. The figures stepped forward, and Rachel could see them now, fully. Their bodies were tall and thin, their limbs unnaturally long. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, and their faces were grotesque, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Their smiles, those smiles, were too wide, too sharp, filled with a hunger that sent a chill deep into her bones. Rachel tried to back away, but her feet wouldn't move. She was paralyzed by fear, her body locked in place as the figures closed in on her. The first one reached out, its long, spindly fingers brushing against her cheek. Too late, it whispered. And then, all at once, the forest seemed to explode with sound. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, as if the entire forest was screaming. The trees shook, their branches creaking and groaning, as if they were alive. The figures closed in faster now, their hands outstretched, reaching for her. The world around Rachel dissolved into a blur of movement and sound. She could hear her own heart, thudding in her chest like a drum, as the figures closed in. The whispering had grown to a deafening crescendo, the voices from the trees, the earth, the very air around her, all calling out in a language she couldn't understand, but that she knew with every fiber of her being was not meant for human ears. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she stumbled backward, her legs buckling beneath her, her feet dragging through the thick, tangled underbrush. She wanted to scream, but the sound was trapped in her throat, too terrified to escape. The figure in front of her stepped forward, its face twisting into a grotesque mockery of a smile, its eyes glowing brighter, the red light reflecting off the gnarled branches of the trees. Too late. The word slithered into her mind, colder than ice, and Rachel's legs gave way beneath her. She fell to the ground with a thud, her palms slamming into the dirt as the figures circled her, their pale faces leering down at her. She could feel their eyes on her, burning through her skin, cold and unyielding. Help, she tried to scream, but her voice was drowned out by the overwhelming noise of the forest. The whispers were everywhere, growing louder, drowning out everything else. The figures were inches from her now, their twisted, long hands reaching toward her, and all she could do was lie there, paralyzed with terror, too afraid to move. And then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, the figures froze. The forest, which had been alive with whispers and movement, fell silent. The air grew heavy, as though time itself had slowed. The glowing eyes of the figures dimmed, their gnarled fingers withdrawing, leaving Rachel lying there, wide-eyed and breathless, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Why?" she whispered, her voice barely a sound, lost beneath the weight of the forest's gaze. "What do you want from us?" The figure nearest to her, the one with the widest grin, its teeth sharp and glistening, took a step back. The others followed, retreating into the shadows, their eyes still fixed on her. They moved with the slow, deliberate grace of predators, as if savoring every moment of the hunt. Rachel's mind spun, disoriented and terrified, but before she could make sense of what was happening, a new sound filled the air. A low, guttural rumble, as though the earth itself was groaning in pain. It grew louder and louder, until it reverberated in her chest. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet gave way once more, but this time, it wasn't the forest floor that crumbled. It was something far more ancient, far more terrifying. The ground split open with a deafening crack, and from the depths of the earth, a dark, swirling fog poured out. It wasn't mist. It wasn't smoke. It was something far darker, an oily, black mass that seemed to writhe and shift as if it had a life of its own. The figures backed away, their glowing eyes wide with fear, but the fog continued to rise, climbing higher, enveloping the trees, the ground, everything in its path. Rachel gasped in horror as the fog surged toward her, engulfing her in a suffocating cloud of darkness. The air turned frigid, as though the very warmth of life had been drained from the world. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't see. The fog consumed everything, a living, breathing thing that wanted to swallow her whole. Then, from within the darkness, came a voice. Deep, ancient, and impossibly cold, it reverberated through her very bones. You should not have come here. The words were a whisper and a command, both at once. The voice was so vast, so infinite, that it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was as though the forest itself was speaking, its roots, its branches, its very essence communicating directly into her mind. Rachel's skin crawled, the voice digging into her soul like a cold, iron claw. She couldn't move, couldn't speak. All she could do was listen to the dark, rumbling tone of the voice. You have trespassed. You have awakened something that was not meant to be disturbed. Now, you will pay the price. The fog pressed closer, the darkness closing in tighter, suffocating her with its cold embrace. Her chest ached as though it were being crushed under the weight of the world, and she could feel her pulse quicken, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Through the fog, she saw something. A shape. A towering figure, its form outlined by the darkness. It was massive, towering over her, its presence so overwhelming that she could barely comprehend it. It was not human. It was not anything that belonged to this world. Its eyes glowed a brilliant red, as bright as fire, and its mouth, a jagged, gaping maw, was filled with teeth like shards of glass. The figure took a step forward, its massive, twisted form casting a shadow over her. It was an ancient being, something that had been here long before the forest had even been a forest. It had been here before time itself had begun. And now, it was awake. Rachel's heart pounded as the figure's eyes locked onto hers, the weight of its gaze pressing down on her, suffocating her. She tried to scream, to move, but the fog had already taken hold of her body frozen in place, unable to respond. You have been marked, the voice continued, its tone filled with dark satisfaction. Now, you will be part of the hollow. With that, the ground beneath Rachel's feet shifted again. The very earth seemed to churn, and she felt herself being pulled downward, sinking into the blackness. Her body trembled, her hands reaching out in desperation, but there was nothing to grasp, nothing to hold on to. The fog closed around her like a tightening noose, and as it consumed her, she saw the figures again, standing at the edges of her vision, their glowing eyes watching, waiting. They were not here to help. They were here to feed. And just before the darkness swallowed her whole, a single thought flashed through her mind: this was only the beginning. The world around Rachel went black, as though the very fabric of reality had unraveled, leaving her suspended in an endless void. She felt herself falling, yet there was no ground beneath her, no sky above. She was weightless, drifting in a sea of inky darkness, her body pulled by some unseen force. There was no sound, no wind, no whispering voices, just an oppressive silence that seemed to drown everything out. She couldn't move, couldn't think. Her mind was clouded, her body unresponsive, trapped in a place that felt like a nightmare without end. The cold of the fog still clung to her skin, her fingers numb as if frozen by an eternal winter. But it wasn't just the cold that terrified her, it was the emptiness, the sense that she was lost in a place where time didn't exist, where the very laws of nature had been twisted beyond recognition. For what felt like hours, maybe even days, she drifted through the void, until suddenly, something shifted. A ripple, like the surface of water disturbed by an unseen hand, swept through the darkness. And then, slowly, impossibly, the blackness began to dissolve, replaced by shapes, outlines, and flickering shadows. Rachel's vision cleared, though her body remained frozen in place. Her surroundings slowly came into focus. She was no longer floating through the void, she was standing on solid ground. But it wasn't the ground she knew. This was something otherworldly. It was as though she had stepped into a place that existed between worlds, a place that was both real and unreal, ancient and forgotten. The air here was thick with an unnatural fog, just like the one that had enveloped her before. The trees were unlike anything she had ever seen, twisted, gnarled, their trunks twisting and writhing like the bodies of serpents. Their roots seemed to pulse with life, crawling across the earth, their tendrils reaching toward her as though they were hungry for something, someone. The forest stretched on endlessly, the shadows deepening as if the darkness itself were alive, growing thicker with each passing second. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. She wasn't alone. There were others here. Figures moved in the distance, their forms shadowy and indistinct, yet she could feel their presence, watching, waiting. Her heart pounded in her chest, the rhythm a frantic echo in her ears. The whispers returned, faint at first, but soon they surrounded her again. The words were distant, as if coming from the very earth beneath her feet, as if the forest itself was speaking to her. You should have never come. The voice was familiar now, its cold, hollow tone resonating deep within her bones. She couldn't tell if it was the forest speaking, or the darkness itself, but it was clear, this place was not meant for mortals. It was a place of ancient things, things that had been here long before humanity ever stepped foot on this earth. You have awoken us, and now you will belong to us. The figure she had seen in the fog, the towering, monstrous entity, appeared again, its massive form emerging from the shadows, its glowing red eyes burning through the mist. It was so much larger up close, its body a mass of shifting, inky darkness, its shape impossible to comprehend. Its limbs were long and twisted, its face, a nightmare made flesh. Its mouth opened, impossibly wide, as it let out a guttural, bone-shaking growl that reverberated through the very ground beneath Rachel's feet. She stepped backward instinctively, but her feet wouldn't move. She was paralyzed, as though the very air around her had thickened, binding her in place. Then, through the fog, came another shape. A smaller figure, but just as terrifying. It was humanoid, yet its body was thin and contorted, its eyes large and bulging with unnatural intensity. Its grin was wide and sharp, a grin that stretched across its face like a predator, hungry and cruel. It moved slowly, deliberately, its gaze fixed on Rachel as it advanced through the mist. You are not meant to be here, the voice whispered again, the tone now filled with malice. You should not have awakened the hollow. You should not have disturbed the Ancient One. Rachel's heart raced as the figure drew closer. Her body screamed at her to run, but her legs refused to obey. She could feel the figure's presence pressing in on her, its gaze like a vice around her chest. The whispers grew louder now, speaking directly to her, drowning out her thoughts, filling her mind with a storm of darkness. And then, as if sensing her terror, the smaller figure reached out, its long, twisted hand stretching toward her. Come closer, it whispered, its voice dripping with hunger. Join us, become part of the hollow. Rachel fought against the paralysis, her mind desperate to break free from the hold the forest had on her. She closed her eyes tightly, focusing every ounce of her will on one thought, escape. When she opened her eyes again, the world had changed. The mist was thinner now, and the trees had stopped moving. The ground beneath her was firm, and the oppressive darkness that had surrounded her seemed to recede. For a moment, she thought she had broken free, but the relief was short-lived. The shadows deepened, and in the distance, she saw something, a shape that she couldn't quite make out, but it was growing larger, coming toward her. It was the real threat. The ancient thing that had been awakened by their presence in the hollow. The towering figure that had watched them from the darkness. It moved slowly, deliberately, its red eyes piercing through the fog, glowing brighter with each step. Rachel felt her breath catch in her throat. It was impossible to run now. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. She was trapped, caught in the heart of the hollow, and the only way out was through it. Suddenly, the air shifted again. A low, rumbling growl echoed through the forest, a sound that vibrated through her very bones. The earth seemed to tremble beneath her feet as the figure stopped, towering over her, its massive form casting a shadow so wide it seemed to engulf the entire forest. You are a trespasser, mortal. The voice was a thunderous roar, a sound so deep it seemed to shake the very ground. And you will pay for your insolence. Rachel's pulse thundered in her ears. Her vision blurred as the figure took another step forward, its shape shifting and warping as it neared. It was coming for her, and it wasn't alone. Behind it, the other figures began to emerge from the shadows, their twisted forms creeping toward her with unnatural speed. They were the Hollow's servants, its guardians, and they had been waiting for her. For them. With one last, desperate surge of energy, Rachel turned and ran, her legs finally responding, her body moving with frantic speed. The forest closed in around her once more, the trees twisting and contorting, blocking her path at every turn. But this time, she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. Not when the hollow was closing in. The whispers had become a roar now, deafening, surrounding her, drowning out her thoughts. But amid the chaos, one thing was clear, she had awakened something that would never let her leave. The forest swallowed Rachel whole. There was no path now, no familiar trail or guiding light. The trees stretched upward like dark giants, their branches twisting together in a thick canopy, blocking out the sky. The ground beneath her feet was uneven and treacherous, roots and rocks rising from the earth to trip her at every step. She ran, her breath ragged and shallow, each footfall carrying her deeper into the heart of the hollow, where the forest itself seemed alive, moving with intent, as if the very land was conspiring to keep her trapped. Behind her, the growl of the ancient figure rumbled through the air, deep and guttural, vibrating through the very ground. The noise echoed through the woods like a thunderclap, so powerful it seemed to shake the trees themselves. The hollow was alive, and it was hunting her. Rachel's mind raced as she pushed herself harder, the pain in her chest growing with every breath, but she couldn't stop. She could still hear the whispers, distant at first but growing louder, more insistent, as if the very forest were speaking directly to her mind. You cannot escape. You cannot hide. The voice was like a cold, oppressive weight, settling over her thoughts, pushing her further into a panic. Her legs burned with exhaustion, but she didn't dare slow down. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to get away from the eyes that were always watching, the dark shapes that slithered through the trees just beyond her vision. You have awakened us, and now you belong to us. Rachel's heart pounded in her ears as she dashed through the underbrush, her feet slipping and stumbling, her hands brushing against the rough bark of trees as she tried to steady herself. The deeper she ran, the thicker the fog became, wrapping around her like a suffocating blanket, blurring her vision and dulling her senses. And then, ahead, something caught her eye. A flicker of movement, just a shadow, but enough to freeze her in her tracks. She stopped, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her eyes wide with terror. She could feel the presence of the figures now, moving in the mist around her, their glowing eyes piercing the fog, watching, waiting. They were closing in, their twisted bodies lurking just beyond the edges of her sight, too fast, too silent to escape. Run, a voice whispered in her ear, so close it felt as though it was right behind her. Or you will be ours. Rachel's body seized with panic, but her legs refused to move. She was paralyzed, caught between the instinct to flee and the overwhelming terror that seemed to consume her. The figures moved closer, their long, skeletal hands reaching toward her, their faces twisted in cruel, mocking smiles. And then, the growl returned. The massive figure, the one with the glowing red eyes, emerged from the fog. Its towering form loomed above her, casting a long, grotesque shadow across the forest floor. The ground trembled with each step it took, its footsteps heavy and deliberate, like the approach of something ancient and unstoppable. Rachel's breath caught in her throat as it stepped closer, its eyes locking onto hers. She could feel its gaze, cold and suffocating, as though it was not just looking at her, but into her, seeing everything she was and everything she feared. You should not have come here, the voice thundered, the words so loud they reverberated through her very soul. Now you will stay. Rachel's pulse thundered in her ears as she backed away, her legs trembling beneath her. She was trapped. There was nowhere to go. The forest had swallowed her whole, and now the ancient figure, the one that had been awakened by their trespassing, was standing right in front of her, its red eyes burning into her like a brand. The other figures, smaller, twisted, hungry, emerged from the mist, surrounding her, circling her like wolves closing in on prey. They moved slowly, deliberately, savoring the moment before the hunt began. Their eyes glowed with that same eerie red light, their twisted faces stretching into malicious smiles. Rachel felt a cold shiver run down her spine as the figure before her raised one long, clawed hand, its fingers reaching toward her. The smile on its face twisted wider, impossibly so, as if it found her fear amusing. The ground beneath her feet shifted, and she stumbled backward, her heart racing. The hollow was alive, and it was closing in on her. She could feel the weight of its presence, the oppressive atmosphere pressing down on her from all sides. She couldn't escape. There was no escape. "You have disturbed the balance," the voice continued, its tone both sadistic and pitiful. "Now you will become part of the hollow. Forever." A scream built in Rachel's throat, but it died before it could escape. Her vision began to blur as the figures closed in, their long, twisted hands reaching out, fingers brushing against her skin. They were cold, impossibly cold, like death itself. Suddenly, the ground shifted again. But this time, it wasn't the forest's twisted trickery. A sound broke through the fog, a loud crack, followed by a rumble, like the earth itself was splitting open. Rachel gasped, her eyes wide, as the forest around her seemed to shake. The trees groaned and creaked, their massive trunks twisting and bending. The air was thick with the sound of something, awakening. From beneath the ground, something stirred. The hollow was not just a forest. It was a living thing, an ancient being that had slumbered for centuries, waiting. Waiting for something to wake it. Waiting for the trespassers who had come too close, too deep into its heart. And now it was angry. The mist thickened, swirling around Rachel like a storm. The figures retreated, their glowing eyes still fixed on her, but they no longer moved. They waited. The ground cracked open, and from beneath the earth, something began to rise, a massive, writhing shape, dark and monstrous, its outline indistinct and shifting like smoke. It was the true heart of the hollow. Rachel couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The presence of the ancient creature was so overwhelming, so all-consuming, that it felt as though the very air was being sucked out of her lungs. The trees around her bent toward the center, their twisted branches reaching out like claws, as if they, too, were drawn to whatever was rising from the earth. And then, the shape took form. It was a thing of nightmare, an entity so vast and ancient that it seemed to stretch beyond the boundaries of reality. Its form was made of shadows and smoke, an endless mass of writhing darkness that pulsed with a malevolent energy. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, were vast and glowing, like the embers of a dying fire. It was a being that existed outside of time, outside of the world Rachel knew. The ground trembled as it rose higher, its presence so overpowering that it seemed to distort the very space around it. The trees around it bent and cracked, their roots snapping like dry twigs. "You should not have come," the voice said again, its tone now deep and rumbling, like thunder rolling across the sky. "But now that you have." Rachel could barely hear the words over the deafening roar of the hollow, but she understood. It had been waiting. And now, it had found its prey. The air around Rachel felt thick, suffocating, as if the very weight of the world had fallen upon her. Her body was frozen, caught in the grasp of something ancient, something beyond her comprehension. The vast creature, the heart of the hollow, towered before her, its presence overwhelming every sense, distorting the very fabric of reality. It was as though the forest itself had come to life, a dark, malevolent force that had slumbered for centuries, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The ground beneath her feet trembled once more, the earth groaning in protest as the monstrous shape continued to rise from the depths. Its shadow stretched far and wide, casting an eerie pall over the forest, the trees bending and creaking under its weight. The whispers that had plagued Rachel's mind from the moment they first entered the hollow grew louder, rising into a deafening chorus of voices. "You should not have disturbed us. You are part of the hollow now. Forever." The whispers wrapped around her, their cold fingers reaching into her thoughts, pulling at the deepest parts of her soul. They echoed through her mind, and Rachel could feel her sanity slipping, the pressure of the voices pushing her to the brink of madness. The hollow was alive, and it was claiming her. She forced herself to move, to break free from the paralysis that had taken hold of her. Her feet felt heavy, as if she were wading through thick, invisible mud. Each step was a struggle, but she pushed forward, her body shaking with fear and exhaustion. There was no way out. No escape. The hollow had her, and it wasn't going to let go. Behind her, she could hear the figures moving again, their footsteps soft and deliberate, the sound of their approach sending waves of dread through her chest. The twisted, distorted shapes, these guardians of the hollow, were closing in, their glowing eyes fixed on her, unblinking, unyielding. They were shadows in the fog, moving with the quiet grace of hunters, and they were circling, watching her every move. Rachel's mind raced. There had to be a way out, a way to escape this nightmare. But the hollow was not just a place. It was a living, breathing thing. A force older than time itself, and it had claimed her the moment she stepped into its domain. The ancient figure, the one with the red eyes, stood at the center of it all, its enormous form towering above the others. Its presence was overwhelming, like an immovable mountain, casting a shadow that seemed to blot out everything else. Its eyes, those burning, glowing eyes, stared down at her, unblinking, as if it could see every thought in her mind, every fear in her heart. "You cannot run," the voice thundered once more, the sound shaking her to her core. "There is nowhere left for you to hide. The hollow is all around you." Rachel's pulse raced. She couldn't fight it. She couldn't fight them. The forest was closing in around her, the trees bending toward her like the fingers of some vast, monstrous hand, ready to crush her. The fog, thick and suffocating, seemed to move with purpose, shifting and swirling around her, cutting off any hope of escape. But then, just as her strength was beginning to falter, something inside her snapped. A spark of defiance, a flicker of something deeper, rose from the pit of her stomach, and with it came a surge of adrenaline. She couldn't give up. She couldn't let this place take her. Not like this. Rachel spun around, her eyes scanning the surrounding trees, searching for any sign of weakness, any opening, any way out. The figures were closing in, but the ancient entity, the dark heart of the hollow, still stood at the center, watching her with those burning eyes. She could feel the pulse of the hollow beneath her feet now, like a heartbeat, deep and rhythmic, echoing through the earth. It wasn't just a forest, it was a living organism, an ancient consciousness, and she had become its prey. But Rachel wasn't going to let herself be consumed. With a surge of determination, she sprinted forward, pushing through the dense underbrush, her feet slipping against the wet ground. The fog seemed to part before her, the trees shifting and warping, as if the hollow itself were trying to stop her, to keep her from moving forward. She could hear the growls of the figures behind her, their footsteps quickening, but she didn't dare look back. If she stopped now, she knew she wouldn't have the strength to continue. Then, through the fog, she saw it. A clearing. A small break in the trees, a faint sliver of moonlight cutting through the thick, oppressive air. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Enough to give her a fleeting hope that she could escape this nightmare. She pushed herself harder, her breath ragged, her muscles screaming in protest. The figures were almost upon her now, their twisted hands reaching out for her, their glowing eyes inches from her skin. She could feel their cold, ghostly touch on her arm, but she wrenched herself free, her heart pounding as she stumbled forward. As she reached the clearing, something incredible happened. The ground in front of her began to shift, the earth cracking open with a deafening roar. From the depths of the forest, a massive stone structure began to emerge, rising up from the ground like a monument to the forgotten gods of old. It was an ancient ruin, long buried beneath the forest floor, its weathered stones covered in thick moss and vines. The air around it was different, cooler, clearer, as if the very air itself had shifted. Rachel stood frozen for a moment, her heart in her throat, as she realized what she had found. It was the heart of the hollow. The creature, the ancient entity that had been watching her, seemed to sense it as well. Its eyes narrowed, and for the briefest moment, there was a flicker of something else in the air, an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, like the forest itself was recoiling. The figures behind Rachel slowed, their movements hesitant, as if they, too, felt the power emanating from the ruins. But Rachel knew she couldn't stay here. She couldn't stay in the hollow, not when it was awake, not when it was so close to claiming her. She took a deep breath, her eyes never leaving the ancient structure, and then, without hesitation, she ran toward it. The ground trembled beneath her feet, but she didn't stop. She pushed forward, her arms outstretched as she barreled toward the stone ruins. And as she crossed the threshold into the heart of the hollow, everything went silent. The whispers stopped. The figures paused. Even the ancient entity seemed to hold its breath. For a brief, fleeting moment, Rachel felt an eerie calm wash over her. The oppressive weight of the forest's presence seemed to lift, if only for a second, as though the ruins had repelled the hollow, keeping it at bay. But she knew this wasn't over. It was far from over. The hollow had her now, and it would never let her go. Rachel's breath came in shallow, jagged bursts, her heart still racing from the sheer terror of the chase. But as she crossed the threshold into the stone ruins, an unexpected silence fell. The hollow murmurs of the forest, the eerie whispers that had taunted her for what felt like hours, suddenly ceased. For a moment, Rachel felt a strange calm sweep over her, a sense of peace that felt unnatural in the heart of such darkness. It was as though the very air around her had shifted, transformed into something older, something that did not belong to the hollow. The stone ruins loomed tall and ancient, their surface worn smooth by the passage of time, yet something about them seemed to hum with power. The air here was thick with an ancient energy, an oppressive weight that seemed to press down on Rachel's chest. The ground was uneven, covered in moss and vines, and the stones themselves seemed to pulse with an unnatural warmth, like a heartbeat coming from deep within the earth. The ruins looked like they had been here for centuries, long before the forest had even begun to grow. Rachel hesitated for a moment, her eyes darting nervously behind her. She expected the figures to appear at any moment, their glowing eyes emerging from the fog, their twisted hands reaching for her, but the silence remained. The forest outside seemed to hold its breath, waiting. She turned back to the ruins. At the center of the clearing, there stood a massive stone archway, its intricate carvings barely visible under layers of moss and age. It felt as if this archway was the key to the hollow itself, its very heart. The stone was carved with strange symbols, markings Rachel couldn't begin to understand. They seemed to shift when she looked directly at them, twisting in patterns that made her stomach churn. They weren't just ancient, they were alive, changing with her gaze. The sense of unease that had been gnawing at her for so long returned, heavier than before. The feeling that she was being watched, that she was not alone, had never truly left her. She could still feel the eyes of the hollow upon her, their gaze lurking just beyond the edges of her vision. And then, the whispers returned, quieter now, but still insistent, like the rustling of leaves in the wind. You should not be here. You cannot escape. We are the hollow. The hollow is you. Rachel recoiled as the whispers turned into something darker, deeper, something that vibrated through her bones, sending waves of dread crashing over her. It was as if the very ground beneath her was speaking, the ancient stones resonating with a presence far beyond human understanding. Her eyes snapped back to the center of the ruins. Beneath the archway, nestled in the heart of the stone, was a small, blackened stone pedestal. It was perfectly round, its surface smooth and worn by time, its edges etched with more of the same shifting symbols. There was something about it, something compelling about it, that drew Rachel closer, as if it were pulling at her very soul. Without thinking, she reached out toward it, her fingers trembling as they hovered over the stone. The moment her fingers brushed against the surface, the air around her seemed to grow colder. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the distant rumbling she had heard earlier, like the growl of some unseen beast, began again, louder now, vibrating through her chest. A flash of light erupted from the stone, blinding Rachel momentarily. She staggered back, her heart racing, her mind reeling. The symbols on the stone pedestal began to glow faintly, their shapes shifting faster now, swirling in patterns that seemed to move with purpose. And then, the whispers grew louder. "You have awoken it. It will consume you. The hollow cannot be undone." Rachel's pulse quickened. She knew, deep in her gut, that she had made a grave mistake. The stone was not just some relic, it was a key, one that opened a door to something far more ancient, far more powerful, than anything she had imagined. The hollow was not just a place. It was a living, breathing entity. A creature of immense power that had been slumbering for centuries, feeding on the souls of those who ventured too far, too deep into its heart. The pedestal pulsed again, a dark, violent energy surging from the stone and crashing into Rachel's chest like a wave of pure terror. The force of it knocked her back, and she fell hard against the cold stone ground, her vision spinning. Her ears rang with the sound of the hollow, the beating pulse of its ancient heart, growing louder, more insistent. And then, as if to confirm her worst fears, the ground began to shift. The stone beneath her feet cracked open, the earth splitting like a yawning chasm. From the cracks emerged a mass of shadow, writhing and twisting like an infernal beast, its form shifting with no discernible shape. The fog around the ruins thickened, swirling like a vortex, and the air became oppressive, thick with the stench of decay. The ancient entity, the one she had sensed, the one she had felt in every crack and crevice of the hollow, was awakening. It was here. It was real. "Come, join us." The voice was deep and resonant, like the rumbling of thunder across a storm-ridden sky. It echoed in Rachel's mind, filling every corner of her thoughts with darkness, with an insatiable hunger. She tried to stand, her limbs shaking, but her body refused to obey. The fear that had been growing inside her, the panic she had been fighting to suppress, exploded outward. The darkness, the fog, the creatures that had followed her into this nightmare, all of it was closing in, moving in on her, converging on the ruins like a swarm of locusts. And just when Rachel thought she couldn't take any more, when the weight of the hollow's power was too much to bear, she felt a sudden surge of energy, unexpected, raw, and fierce. Her hands shot out, pushing against the ground, and her body twisted as she fought to push herself up. Her mind screamed, "I can't let it take me. I won't let it win." Her hands found purchase on the stone pedestal again. The blackened stone was cold to the touch, but the power in it was undeniable. It surged through her like wildfire, setting her blood alight with a fiery determination. The glowing symbols on the stone began to pulse faster, their light growing brighter, and for the first time since entering the hollow, Rachel felt something other than fear. She felt a connection, a bond that stretched back through the ages, to the very heart of the forest itself. The darkness around her recoiled. The creature, the ancient entity that had been stirring in the depths of the hollow, seemed to hesitate, its shadowy form flickering as though it were uncertain. The figures, the twisted guardians of the hollow, paused as well, their glowing eyes dimming just slightly. It was as if the very presence of the pedestal, of the ancient stone, was fighting the hollow's power, holding it at bay, if only for a moment. Rachel's mind raced. She didn't know what this pedestal was, or what it could do, but in that instant, she realized that this might be her only chance. Her only hope. She had to use it, whatever it was, to stop the hollow from claiming her. With a surge of determination, she pressed both hands onto the pedestal. The symbols glowed brighter, pulsing with an energy that rattled the air around her. The ground trembled again, the earth beneath her feet cracking and shifting, but this time it wasn't the hollow's hunger she felt. It was a force that seemed to push back against the very darkness that had been closing in on her. For the first time, Rachel felt a glimmer of hope. The surge of energy from the stone pedestal was overwhelming. Rachel's entire body felt as though it was being pulled in 1,000 different directions at once. The light from the glowing symbols illuminated her hands, her skin burning where she made contact with the stone, yet she couldn't pull away. It was as though the pedestal had claimed her, binding her to it with invisible chains. The world around her felt like it was warping, as if the boundaries between the hollow and reality were starting to bleed together, and she was caught in the center of it all. The air thickened, growing heavier with each passing second, the very atmosphere pressing down on her chest, threatening to suffocate her. The whispers that had once been distant murmurs were now deafening, filling her ears with voices too numerous to count, speaking in tongues she couldn't understand. They twisted and turned, shifting in meaning, until they became a single unified scream, echoing in her mind. You cannot escape. You are the hollow. The ground beneath her feet cracked open further, and the stone ruins groaned with an ancient sound, as though the very structure itself was coming alive. The fog thickened, swirling around her like a cyclone, and the air smelled of rot and decay. The power from the pedestal was not just holding the hollow at bay, it was amplifying the presence of something else, something far more ancient, something that had long been forgotten by the world above. Rachel could feel it now. Deep in her bones. The forest was alive, not just in the way that trees are alive, but in a way that made the hairs on her neck stand on end. The hollow itself was a vast, living being, an entity that had existed long before the human race had walked this earth. And she had unwittingly awakened it. She could hear the distant rumblings of the ancient entity, the one that had first risen from the earth. It was still out there, hidden behind the fog and shadows, but its presence was undeniable. Its power was immense, overwhelming. It was the very heart of the hollow, the dark pulse that gave it life. And the pedestal was a key. A key to unlocking something more, something deeper. You cannot stop what has already begun. The voice echoed in her mind, colder than ice, filling every corner of her thoughts. Rachel closed her eyes, trying to block it out, but the words kept coming. The hollow had claimed her, and now it was demanding its due. Her fingers tightened around the stone pedestal, her nails digging into the smooth surface. She could feel the energy flowing through her, coursing through her veins like fire. It was as if the power from the pedestal was speaking to her, calling her to understand. She was the key, the one who had disturbed the hollow's slumber, and now she was being drawn into something far darker than she had ever imagined. Suddenly, the figures, the twisted, skeletal beings that had haunted her every step, emerged from the mist, their glowing eyes locked onto her. Their shapes seemed to blur, flickering like shadows in the fog. They were no longer just guardians of the hollow. They were its servants, and now they were here to claim her. The tallest of them, the one with the burning red eyes, stepped forward, its twisted hands reaching out toward her. Rachel could feel the weight of its gaze pressing into her, its malevolent presence so overwhelming that it made her want to scream. She could hear its breath, slow, steady, like the rumbling of distant thunder, filling the air around her. You will join the hollow. The figure's voice was a low, guttural growl, like a predator toying with its prey. Its hands hovered just above Rachel's shoulders, and for a moment, everything went still. The energy in the air seemed to condense, the very fabric of reality warping and twisting around them. But just as the figure's hands were about to make contact, Rachel did something she hadn't expected. She pulled away from the pedestal, her body shaking with the force of it. The energy that had been flowing through her surged outward, an explosion of light and dark, swirling around her like a storm. The fog around her thickened, and the ground trembled once more. The pedestal's glow intensified, the symbols on it spinning faster now, faster than they had ever spun before. Rachel's body felt as though it was being torn apart from the inside out, but she held on, gripping the stone tightly, refusing to let it go. The towering figure that had advanced on her faltered, its movements jerky, as if the power of the pedestal was now pushing against it. It roared, a deafening, soul-ripping sound, but Rachel couldn't hear it over the deafening rush of energy surging through her. The air around her vibrated with a force so powerful, so destructive, that it felt like the world itself was about to break apart. You cannot stop this, the figure growled again, but its voice seemed smaller now, more distant. It was as if the pedestal had begun to push back against the hollow itself, forcing the creatures to retreat. The hollow is eternal. Rachel's mind was a whirl of thoughts, of terror, of anger, of confusion. She didn't understand what was happening, didn't understand how the pedestal could be doing this. But one thing was clear, the hollow was fighting back. And it wasn't going to let her leave. Not without a price. The shadows around her began to twist again, coalescing into the shape of the ancient entity, the true heart of the hollow. It was massive, its form so large that it seemed to consume the entire clearing. Its eyes burned brighter than ever before, and the ground shook violently beneath Rachel's feet as it began to move, its massive limbs unfolding from the black fog. The whispers were deafening now, a cacophony of voices all speaking at once, filling her mind with darkness. You are the hollow now. You are ours. Rachel could feel the pull of it, the weight of the hollow's power, trying to draw her back into its depths. She wanted to fight, wanted to scream, but her body was weak, her muscles sore from the effort of holding onto the pedestal. She could feel the dark tendrils of the hollow reaching for her, creeping over her skin like cold, clammy fingers, pulling her toward the abyss. But then, the pedestal shifted. The stone under her hands quivered, and the glow intensified, turning a deep, fiery red. The symbols on the surface began to change, shifting into new forms, new patterns, ones Rachel didn't recognize. And with a sudden surge of energy, the pedestal cracked, splintering down the center. A beam of light shot out from the crack, blinding Rachel. The light was so bright, so intense, that it felt like the sun itself had pierced the fog. It burned through the hollow, slicing through the fog and darkness, cutting through the very heart of it. The ancient entity roared in fury as the light pierced its form, its massive shape writhing in agony. The figures screamed, their twisted bodies curling in on themselves, retreating into the shadows. The hollow was fighting back, but it was losing. And for the first time since Rachel had entered this cursed place, she felt a flicker of hope. But it wasn't over yet. The blinding light from the pedestal surged forward, sweeping across the hollow like a tidal wave of pure energy. The very earth trembled beneath Rachel's feet as the light sliced through the dense fog, carving a path of clarity in the heart of the darkness. The whispers that had filled her mind for so long were now drowned out by the force of the light, as if the hollow itself had been stunned, silenced by the purity of the power radiating from the stone. Rachel's hands burned where they gripped the pedestal. It was as though the stone had become an extension of her body, its ancient energy now pulsing through her veins, wrapping around her heart, binding her to it. The pedestal cracked again, deeper this time, and a strange, otherworldly hum filled the air, a sound that reverberated through her very soul, as though the world itself were vibrating to the rhythm of an ancient, forgotten psalm. The hollow's presence faltered, its dark, oppressive grip loosening for the first time since Rachel had stepped into its grasp. She could feel it, feel the hollow's fear, its fury, its desperation. It was a primal, raw energy that pulsed from the ground itself, from the trees, from the very heart of the ancient forest. The hollow, this vast, sentient being, was struggling against the power of the pedestal. And yet, the longer Rachel held on, the stronger the light became. The symbols etched into the stone pedestal shifted again, their glow now a fierce, radiant gold. You are the hollow now, the ancient voice whispered, its tone now tinged with something unfamiliar, something like fear. You belong to us. Rachel's grip on the stone tightened. The power surged, pulling her closer to the pedestal, and for a brief moment, she thought she might be consumed by the light. But she refused to let go. She couldn't. Not when she was this close. Not when the hollow had already taken so much. The ancient entity, the towering, shadowy figure that had once stood at the center of the forest, roared in rage. Its massive form writhed and coiled, twisting in ways that no living creature should be able to move. It was as though the very laws of reality were bending under its influence. The ground cracked, splitting open beneath its feet, and a dark, viscous liquid began to seep from the fissures, pooling around its monstrous shape. The hollow's power surged again, a wave of darkness so intense that it seemed to swallow the light whole. The fog thickened once more, curling around Rachel's legs, pulling at her body, trying to drag her down into the earth. Her muscles screamed with exertion as the energy from the pedestal fought against the tide of darkness. "You are not strong enough," the voice said, its tone now cold, mocking. "The hollow is eternal. You cannot stop it. You will never leave." Rachel's pulse thundered in her ears. The hollow's words clawed at her mind, trying to break her, trying to make her doubt herself. But Rachel knew one thing: she couldn't let this ancient, malevolent force win. Not after everything it had taken from her, her friends, her sanity, her hope. She had come too far. She had to finish this. Her fingers clenched tighter around the pedestal, the stone now burning with an unbearable heat. She could feel her skin begin to blister, but the pain didn't matter. Nothing mattered but the hollow's defeat. "We are the hollow," the voice repeated, its tone now taunting, as though it were savoring her struggle. "We are eternal." In that moment, Rachel understood. The hollow was not just a place. It was not just a forest, or a being, or an entity. It was a concept, a force that fed on fear, on darkness, on the souls of those who ventured too far into its depths. The hollow was a manifestation of the primal fears that lived within all of them. It was a living nightmare, a being sustained by the terror of those who were trapped within it. But Rachel wasn't like the others. She had seen its power, understood its nature, and now, she was going to break it. The pedestal surged with an intense, blinding light, and suddenly, Rachel felt her body lurch forward, the force of the energy pushing her against the stone. The symbols carved into the pedestal flared brighter, glowing gold, then shifting to a blinding white. The air around her crackled with power, the very atmosphere vibrating as the light seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. The ground beneath her feet shattered. The stone pedestal cracked wide open, the light pouring out in a final burst, washing over the ruins, over the hollow, over everything. The ancient entity screamed, its massive form thrashing, twisting violently as the light overwhelmed it. The very shadows around it seemed to burn away, dissolving in the intensity of the force that Rachel had unleashed. The hollow fought, it roared, it struggled against the overwhelming power, but it could not stop it. The earth itself began to shift and warp, the ground splitting apart as if some unseen hand were pulling it apart, erasing the hollow from existence. The trees, the fog, the creatures, all of it began to fade, unraveling like threads being pulled from a tapestry. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the forest fell silent. The light from the pedestal dissipated, leaving Rachel standing alone in the clearing, her body trembling with exhaustion. The fog that had once surrounded her was gone, replaced by the cool, fresh air of a world that had been freed from the hollow's grip. She collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath, her body shaking from the exertion. Her hands were raw, burnt from where they had clutched the pedestal, but she didn't care. She had done it. The hollow was gone. But in the silence that followed, Rachel could still feel it. A faint echo, a shadow, a reminder that the hollow had not truly been destroyed. It had been locked away, buried deep beneath the earth, its power sealed away by the light of the pedestal. But the force that had created it, the force that had made the hollow what it was, had not been destroyed. It still lingered, somewhere out there, waiting. "You are not free." Rachel's heart skipped a beat as the whisper filled her mind once again. But this time, it was different. It wasn't a warning. It wasn't a threat. It was a promise. The hollow never truly leaves. Rachel's mind was still reeling from what had just transpired. She could feel the weight of the hollow's final breath, the last, desperate grasp of the forest as it fought against the light. But it was gone. The fog had lifted, and the oppressive presence that had once consumed her every thought was now nothing more than a faint echo, fading in the distance. Yet, something lingered. Her eyes darted around the clearing, searching for any sign of movement, any hint that the hollow still clung to the remnants of the earth. The ruins were silent now, the once twisting symbols on the stone pedestal now dull and lifeless. The trees no longer bent in unnatural shapes, their once thick branches now standing tall and still in the moonlight. The forest around her was eerily quiet. For a moment, Rachel allowed herself to breathe. She felt the cool night air against her skin, the weight on her chest lifting as the final remnants of fear dissipated. The hollow, that ancient and insatiable force, had been banished. For the first time in what felt like forever, she was free. Or so she thought. As she rose to her feet, her body aching from the toll of the past hours, Rachel felt a sudden chill sweep through the clearing. It was sharp, like a cold wind that had no origin, and it carried with it a whisper, a faint, barely perceptible murmur. "You can never escape." Rachel froze, her breath catching in her throat. She recognized the voice instantly. It was the voice of the hollow, the same deep, resonant sound that had spoken to her from the very beginning, the one that had twisted her thoughts and led her deeper into the nightmare. But this time, it was different. The voice wasn't booming or all-encompassing. It was a whisper, quiet and insidious, slipping into the corners of her mind like a shadow. The words were clear, though. "You can never escape." She spun around, her heart racing. The clearing was empty. The stone pedestal had crumbled, its once glaring light now extinguished. The fog, the twisted creatures, the ancient entity, all of them were gone. But the voice had followed her. "We are always with you." Rachel's breath came in short, frantic gasps as she scanned the darkness around her. The moonlight cut through the trees, casting long, distorted shadows, but she saw nothing. The forest was empty, silent, still. But the whispers, oh, the whispers, they were growing louder now. "We never leave. You are part of us now. The hollow is in you." Rachel's mind reeled. She could feel the truth in the words, the horrible, undeniable truth. The hollow hadn't been destroyed. Not truly. She hadn't erased it, she had only bound it, locked it away deep within the earth, buried beneath layers of stone and shadow. The hollow had not been a place, a forest, or an entity. It was a force, a part of something much older, something that couldn't be eradicated so easily. The power that had nearly consumed her still lingered in the air, like a fading memory of something that had once been all-consuming. And that power, that force, had entered her. Her pulse quickened as she placed a hand over her chest, feeling the rapid beat beneath her palm. It was there, she realized. The hollow's power. It had seeped into her, entwined itself with her very being. She could feel it, deep in her bones, in her blood, in her heart. It was a coldness, a hunger, like something scratching at the back of her mind, begging for release. "You are one of us now." The voice spoke again, louder this time, more insistent. Rachel's legs wobbled beneath her as she staggered backward, her thoughts racing. She couldn't, she wouldn't, become like them. She wouldn't let herself be consumed. But the hollow was inside her, whispering to her, calling her. Its presence was like a constant pressure on her mind, gnawing at the edges of her thoughts. It was like a parasite, burrowing deeper into her, feeding on her fear and doubt, waiting for the moment when she would break. "You can never escape." Rachel's hands trembled as she pressed them against her temples, trying to block out the voice. It was so overwhelming, so consuming, that it was starting to drown out everything else. The once silent forest had come alive again, not with the sounds of wind or creatures, but with the whispers. The hollow's whispers, murmuring in every corner of her mind. She clenched her jaw, fighting back the rising tide of panic. She had to stay strong. She had to keep fighting. The hollow wanted her to surrender, to become a part of it, but she couldn't. She wouldn't. "We are the shadows in your heart. We are the darkness in your soul. You will never escape." The voices, so many voices, each one speaking at once, each one pulling at her, clawing at her mind, were growing louder. The air was thick with their presence, suffocating her. And then, from the very ground beneath her feet, she felt it, a pulse, deep and resonant, like the heartbeat of the hollow itself. She stumbled back, her breath shallow, as the earth beneath her trembled. The ground cracked open once more, the stone ruins shifting, reassembling themselves as if they had never been destroyed. The fog returned, swirling around her, darkening the clearing until the trees were nothing but silhouettes against the moonlight. And then, from the cracks in the earth, a figure emerged. It was the same tall, dark figure she had seen before, the one with the burning red eyes. But this time, it wasn't a guardian of the hollow. It was something else, something darker, more insidious. The figure was no longer just a shape in the fog. It was a reflection of Rachel herself, twisted and contorted, a dark mirror of who she had been when she first entered the hollow. "You are one of us," the figure whispered, its voice a perfect echo of her own. "You cannot escape what you have become." Rachel's pulse thudded in her ears as the figure stepped forward, its shadow stretching toward her like a hand reaching for her soul. The hollow had claimed her. It had changed her. And now it was inside her, pulling her into its grasp once more. Her legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to her knees, her hands pressed against her head as the voices continued to scream in her mind. "You belong to us. The hollow is in you." She closed her eyes, the weight of the darkness pressing down on her chest, suffocating her. She couldn't run. She couldn't fight. The hollow was part of her now, just as it had always been. And the worst part was, she knew it was true. The world around Rachel blurred into darkness, the fog wrapping around her like a shroud, suffocating every breath she took. Her mind was a whirl of thoughts, fragmented and distorted, trying to hold on to the last remnants of who she had been before the hollow had taken root inside her. But it was getting harder. The whispers, the voices, were louder now, deafening, crawling beneath her skin, into her bones. She could feel them pulling at her, trying to consume her from the inside out. "You cannot fight us. You are ours." The figure that had emerged from the ground loomed over her, its shadow twisting like a serpent, stretching across the clearing. Its burning red eyes locked onto hers, and for a moment, Rachel thought she saw herself reflected in them, a dark, twisted version of herself, one that had surrendered to the hollow long ago. "You are what you have always been," the figure said, its voice a low, guttural growl, an echo of the hollow itself. "We are the darkness in you, the fear that you carry. You cannot escape what you are." Rachel's breath hitched in her throat as the weight of its words settled over her like a crushing stone. She could feel the truth in them, deep in her gut. The hollow wasn't just an external force, it had always been a part of her. From the moment she had entered its domain, it had been waiting for the moment when she would let it in. The fear, the doubt, the despair that had plagued her life, it had always been a part of her, a seed that had been nurtured by the hollow, watered by the darkness. She had never truly escaped. She had never truly left the hollow. It had been inside her the whole time. The figure moved closer, its shape shifting in the mist, a wraith-like presence that seemed to bend and twist with the very air. Its form was no longer just an entity, it was a manifestation of everything Rachel had feared, every dark thought she had ever had. The hollow had made itself known in her mind, in her soul, and now it was showing her exactly what she had become. Rachel's heart raced in her chest, but she could feel the strength draining from her with each passing second. Her limbs felt heavy, her body weak, as if the hollow was slowly siphoning away her will, feeding on her resistance, drawing her closer to the darkness she had fought so hard to escape. "You cannot deny us," the figure whispered, its voice now a twisted version of her own. "You are our creation. You are the hollow's child, born of darkness and fear. You belong to us." Rachel's hands trembled as she pressed them against the cold ground beneath her. She could feel the hollow's power coursing through the earth, through the very air around her. It was everywhere. It was inside her. Her chest constricted with a sharp pain, and for the first time in what felt like forever, she wondered if the hollow had already won. But then, something changed. A flicker, a spark. It was faint, barely noticeable, but it was there. A glimmer of resistance. A piece of the person Rachel had been before the hollow's grip had tightened around her. "No." The word came from deep inside her, a quiet defiance that echoed in her mind like a distant voice, a reminder of who she was before she was consumed. Rachel clenched her fists, digging her nails into the earth, grounding herself. She wasn't just going to let the hollow swallow her whole. She wasn't going to become a part of this ancient nightmare. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, but Rachel fought back. She could feel the hollow trying to overwhelm her, but she wasn't going to give in. Not this time. The darkness in her, that fear, was the key. She had been running from it, hiding from it, but now she realized something crucial. The hollow thrived on fear, on doubt, on the very things she had spent her life trying to suppress. If she wanted to break free, she had to face it. She had to stop running. With a deep breath, Rachel pushed herself up, forcing her body to move, to stand. The ground seemed to tremble beneath her feet, but she stood tall, facing the figure that had once terrified her. It was a reflection of the darkness inside her, but it was also a reflection of the hollow, something that could not exist without the fear it fed on. "I am not you," Rachel said, her voice shaking at first but growing stronger with each word. "I am not part of you." The figure recoiled slightly, its eyes narrowing as if it had not expected her resistance. The fog around her began to stir, swirling with a new energy. The whispers faltered, then grew chaotic, their once steady rhythm now fractured as if the hollow itself were struggling against her will. "You cannot escape," the figure hissed, its voice twisting in rage. "You are nothing without us." "I am everything without you," Rachel retorted, her chest tightening with every breath, but now with a sense of purpose. Her hands trembled, but she held them out in front of her, palms open, as though she were reaching for something just beyond her grasp. She could feel the hollow's power thrumming inside her, but now she was no longer afraid of it. She was controlling it. She was taking it and using it as her strength. The figure snarled, its form flickering and warping, as if the very essence of the hollow was unraveling in her presence. The ground shook violently, the once immovable stone ruins beginning to crumble, the trees bending unnaturally, as though they too were struggling against the power Rachel was now unleashing. "No." The voice faltered, a deep rumble of fear slipping through the figure's mask of dominance. "You cannot destroy the hollow." "I'm not trying to destroy it," Rachel whispered, her voice steady and calm now, as though she had found a new resolve. "I'm setting it free." With that final declaration, she thrust her hands forward, summoning every last ounce of strength she could muster. A pulse of energy exploded from her, radiating out from her body, rippling through the ground, through the very fabric of the forest. The hollow recoiled, the shadowy figure writhing as the force of Rachel's power tore through it. The whispering voices turned into screams, and the once solid ground beneath her feet cracked and shattered, crumbling into dust. The ruins began to dissolve, the fog scattering as if the hollow's very form was being broken apart. "You cannot." The figure's words were cut off by the surge of energy that Rachel released. The forest, the hollow, the very darkness that had taken root in her heart, everything trembled under the weight of her defiance. For a moment, everything went still. And then, slowly, the hollow began to retreat. The whispers faded, and the darkness receded, pulling back into the earth. The figure crumbled, its red eyes dimming, its form dissolving into the wind, vanishing into nothing. Rachel stood, breathing heavily, her chest rising and falling as she watched the hollow dissipate. It was no longer the all-consuming force it had once been. It was no longer the monster that had fed on her fears. The darkness had been shattered, its grip weakened, and Rachel felt a strange sense of calm wash over her. But she knew, deep down, that it wasn't over. The hollow would always be a part of her. It had been born from her darkest fears, and it would never fully let go. But now, it was no longer a master. It was a piece of her past. And that, Rachel realized, was the most powerful thing of all. She wasn't running anymore. The air was still and quiet, the oppressive weight that had once hung over Rachel now gone. The forest, which had been so alive with the hollow's malevolent presence, was now eerily peaceful. The fog had dissipated, the trees no longer twisted into grotesque shapes, and the ground beneath her feet, though cracked and scarred, felt solid once more. For a brief moment, Rachel thought she had truly won, that she had finally broken free from the hollow's grip. But as she stood there, her body aching, her mind still reeling from the chaos, a dark realization settled in her chest like a stone. The hollow had not been destroyed. No, it had been changed, locked away, perhaps, but still very much a part of her, and that was something she could not escape. She could feel its lingering presence, like a faint hum just beneath the surface of her thoughts. The whispers had quieted, but the energy, the power, that had coursed through her during the battle, it hadn't gone away. It still pulsed within her, a reminder of the darkness she had once allowed to consume her. "You are still ours." The voice that spoke was not the deep, resounding growl of the hollow, but something more insidious. A whisper, soft and subtle, that slithered into the back of her mind like a secret. Rachel closed her eyes, trying to block it out, but the words refused to fade. It wasn't the hollow she had just fought. It wasn't the twisted figure she had seen in the ruins. No, this voice was her own, a reflection of the darkness she had harbored all her life, the fears she had never fully confronted. Rachel had always carried fear within her. The fear of failure. The fear of loss. The fear of not being enough. The hollow had been born from that, feeding off the darkness in her heart. It had taken root in her, nurtured by her doubts and insecurities, until it had grown into the monstrous force that nearly consumed her. She could feel it now, a faint stir within her chest, as if the hollow's essence had merged with her own. It wasn't the hollow that had nearly destroyed her, it was the part of herself she had always tried to ignore, the darkness within that had become one with the forest, the stone, the fog. It had never really been an external force. The hollow had always been her. Rachel stumbled backward, her knees buckling beneath her as she fell to the ground. She pressed her hands against her temples, trying to push the voice away, to rid herself of the feeling that was rising within her. She wasn't sure how long she sat there, her head spinning, her breath shallow, but slowly, as if it were a slow tide receding from the shore, the presence in her mind began to fade. But even as the voice quieted, Rachel knew it hadn't gone. She could still feel the echo of the hollow's power, pulsing faintly within her, a dark seed planted in the deepest recesses of her soul. A sudden sound broke her thoughts, a cracking noise from deep within the forest. Her head snapped up, and she stood quickly, heart racing once more. The quiet that had filled the clearing was shattered, replaced by a distant rumble, a low, deep sound that echoed through the earth. It was like the forest itself was waking up, as though it was alive, stirring once again. Rachel's pulse quickened. The hollow, though it had been subdued, was not finished. She knew now that it would never be fully gone, not while she still carried it inside her. The forest wasn't merely a backdrop to the hollow, it was a part of it, and if the hollow had been subdued, then the forest would feel its absence, its unfulfilled hunger. She took a step forward, her eyes scanning the now silent trees, the remnants of the ruins. The fog was gone, but the sense of dread, the oppressive feeling that she had been carrying, seemed to return in a subtle, insidious way. The ground beneath her feet trembled again, the trees groaning as though they, too, had been disturbed. Something was wrong. Something was stirring. Rachel could feel it. Her breath caught in her throat as the ground shook violently, a tremor that felt like the earth itself was splitting open beneath her. A deep crack appeared in the earth, the ground splitting apart as if it were being torn by invisible hands. The crack widened, and the air around her grew thick with an unnatural chill. "No," Rachel whispered, stepping back, her heart racing. She couldn't let this happen again. She had already faced the hollow. She had already stopped it once. She couldn't let it return, couldn't let it consume her again. But the earth continued to tremble, and from the crack in the ground, a figure began to emerge. It was the same towering figure she had seen before, the one with the glowing red eyes, but this time it wasn't just a shadow, it was a form, solid and real, like an ancient titan rising from the depths of the earth. The ground cracked open further as the figure slowly pulled itself from the chasm, its massive form casting a shadow over the clearing. Rachel stood frozen, her breath shallow as the figure loomed over her, its eyes glowing with the same malevolent intensity as before. It wasn't the hollow, but it was still a reflection of it, a manifestation of everything the hollow had become. The figure stepped forward, the ground beneath it cracking as it moved, and the whispering began again. "You cannot escape. You are the hollow." Rachel's eyes widened as she realized what was happening. The hollow wasn't coming back. It wasn't just a monster that could be defeated. It was a part of the very fabric of the forest itself, a force that could never truly be erased. The figure was a part of the hollow, an embodiment of its eternal nature, and it had returned because the hollow could not die. It could only reform. It had been locked away, but it was still alive, still waiting for the moment when Rachel would let her guard down, when she would forget its presence. But she wouldn't forget. Not now. Not anymore. Rachel stood tall, forcing herself to breathe evenly, her mind sharp. She knew what she had to do. The hollow was not a force that could be vanquished with light or power alone. It was not something that could be defeated in a single moment. The hollow was a part of the world, a force that had always been there, waiting, feeding on fear and doubt. But it wasn't just a part of the forest. It was a part of her, too. She took a deep breath, her hands clenched at her sides, her heart steady in her chest. The figure loomed in front of her, its burning red eyes staring down at her, but Rachel no longer felt the same terror. The fear was still there, yes, but it was her fear now. The hollow had no power over her anymore. She had faced it, and she had seen it for what it truly was, not an external force, but a reflection of the darkest parts of herself. With that realization, Rachel stepped forward. She could feel the hollow's power surging inside her, but she didn't fight it. She embraced it. The darkness wasn't something to be feared. It was something to be understood. The figure in front of her hesitated, its red eyes flickering. It wasn't sure what to make of her calm, her steady resolve. The hollow had always thrived on fear, on uncertainty, but Rachel was no longer afraid. "You are part of us," the figure whispered, but its voice was quieter now, weaker. "No," Rachel whispered back, her voice firm, resolute. "I am not you." With that, she reached out toward the figure, her hands trembling but steady. The hollow's shadow flickered, the red eyes dimming. The earth trembled again, but this time it wasn't a tremor of power. It was a tremor of weakness. Rachel could feel the hollow receding, its power faltering as it tried to hold on, but it could no longer sustain itself. The hollow had always relied on fear to survive. But Rachel had no fear left. And for the first time since she had entered the forest, she felt a surge of peace. Not because the hollow was gone, but because she had finally understood it. The forest fell silent once again. For a long moment, Rachel stood there in the clearing, the weight of everything that had just transpired pressing down on her like a heavy cloak. The forest, though still dark, felt different now. The oppressive air that had once seemed to close in on her had lifted, replaced by a strange, unfamiliar calm. The figure, the shadowy manifestation of the hollow's essence, was no longer looming over her. Its red eyes, once burning with a fury that had threatened to consume everything, were now dim and lifeless, as though the very core of the hollow had begun to disintegrate. Rachel's body trembled, not from fear but from the sheer intensity of the experience. The hollow had tried to break her, had tried to make her its own, but she had resisted. She had faced it, had seen through its lies, and now it seemed to be fading, losing its grip on her. But there was still a lingering presence, a faint pulse beneath the earth, as if the hollow's heart was still beating. And then, she heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible sound, like the beating of wings. She turned her head sharply, instinctively stepping back. The wind had picked up again, swirling around her, but it was no longer cold. It felt warm, almost as if it were alive. The trees rustled in a strange harmony, and the ground beneath her feet trembled again, but this time the vibrations weren't threatening, they were soothing, almost like the heartbeat of the forest itself. The hollow's whispers had quieted, but there was something else. Something far deeper, something older, more primal. The sound of something that had been waiting beneath the surface for eons. You are not free. The voice was soft, almost mournful, but it carried with it a weight that settled heavily in the air around Rachel. It was not the figure she had faced moments before, nor the hollow that had tormented her. This voice was different, it was something much older. The presence of something that had always been here, long before the hollow's twisted power had risen from the depths. Rachel's heart raced as the realization struck her like a thunderclap. The hollow had never truly been the source of this forest's power. The hollow was but a manifestation of something much older, a corruption born from something that predated the very land it had inhabited. The hollow had been a parasite, feeding off the natural force of the earth, twisting it into something dark and destructive. But the true heart of the forest, the true force that had made it alive, was something Rachel could barely comprehend. As the voice echoed in her mind, Rachel looked down at the ground, her gaze fixed on the crack that had split open beneath her feet. The earth around it shimmered, the air vibrating with a strange energy that felt both ancient and primal. It was the heartbeat of the forest itself, the pulse of the earth, a living, breathing entity that had existed long before the hollow had come into being. The realization hit her with a cold wave of shock. This forest had never been just a forest. It had been the home of something far older, something that had once been alive in its own right, a force that had shaped the land itself. And the hollow, this twisted corruption, had tried to feed on it, to drain it, to turn its essence into something that would feed its eternal hunger. But in doing so, it had awakened something far more dangerous. The hollow cannot be destroyed. The voice continued, the ancient presence now resonating through the air around Rachel, seeping into her mind. But it can be undone. The heart of the forest is bound to you now, just as it is bound to the hollow. The two are connected, one cannot exist without the other. Rachel's breath caught in her throat as she stepped back, her eyes widening. The earth beneath her feet trembled once more, but this time the movement was not violent. It was slow, deliberate, as if the land itself was waking up, stretching, ready to reveal its true nature. You are the bridge, the voice whispered, the words reverberating through the clearing. The heart of the hollow is now in you. The forest's soul is intertwined with your own. You must choose what comes next. Rachel's chest tightened as the weight of the voice's words sank in. The hollow had changed her. It had woven itself into the very fabric of her being, just as the forest's heartbeat had been bound to her from the moment she had stepped into the clearing. She could feel the pulse beneath her feet, the warmth of the earth rising up through her legs, filling her body with a strange, calming energy. It was the heart of the forest. And now, it was hers to control. But the hollow had been a part of her as well. It had shaped her fears, twisted her desires, and fed off her doubts. Even now, as the darkness began to recede, she could still feel the faint stirrings of the hollow within her, its cold hunger, its insatiable desire to consume everything in its path. You cannot fight both sides, the voice whispered again, and Rachel felt a cold shiver run down her spine. You are the keeper of both the light and the dark. You are the key to the forest's balance. The trees around her seemed to shift in response to the words. The air grew heavy, and the once quiet whispers of the wind grew louder, as if they were speaking directly to her, urging her to choose. The hollow had been defeated, but its legacy lived on inside her, entwined with the ancient force that had always been the true heart of the forest. Rachel closed her eyes, trying to calm the swirling storm of thoughts that raged within her. She had faced the hollow. She had resisted its call, had embraced the darkness within, and had emerged stronger because of it. But now, the true power of the forest was within her reach. The question was no longer about destroying the hollow, it was about learning to balance it, to understand it, and to control the power it had unleashed. Her fingers tingled as she reached out toward the cracked earth. She could feel the pulse of the forest beneath her fingertips, could feel the hollow's dark presence shifting within her, but it was no longer something to fear. It was part of the earth now. Part of her. The world around her seemed to hold its breath as she stood there, her hands pressed against the ground, drawing in the power of the earth, of the hollow, of the ancient heartbeat that had lived for millennia. She could feel the balance within her, the delicate equilibrium between the light and the dark, the peace and the fear, the hope and the despair. She had no answers yet. No way to know what the future would bring. But one thing was certain. The hollow was never gone. It was not an enemy to be vanquished. It was a part of the world. And now, Rachel was the keeper of that truth. She was the bridge between the dark heart of the hollow and the ancient spirit of the forest. She was both the beginning and the end. And the future of the hollow, and the forest itself, rested in her hands. The whispers grew silent. And Rachel, with newfound strength and resolve, stood tall. The wind howled through the trees as Rachel stood at the center of the clearing, her hands still pressed firmly against the earth. The pulse of the forest beneath her fingertips had faded into a rhythmic, soothing beat, but it was more than that now. It was a bond, an unbreakable connection between herself and the very heart of the land. The hollow's essence, though weakened, still clung to her like a shadow, but now it felt like something she could control, something that was a part of her rather than an external force trying to consume her. For the first time in what felt like ages, Rachel took a deep breath, her lungs filling with the cool, night air. The oppressive weight that had once pressed down on her chest was gone, replaced by a strange, serene calm. She wasn't free of the hollow, not by a long shot. But she had learned something invaluable. The hollow was not a force to be feared or eradicated. It was part of the world, part of her. And with that understanding came a strange sense of empowerment. Yet, as she stood there, surrounded by the now quiet trees, she couldn't ignore the lingering sense of unease that twisted at the edge of her consciousness. The whispers, though no longer audible, still resonated within her mind like a faint echo, a reminder of what had been, and what still could be. The hollow had become something much more complex in her understanding, something that could not be dismissed or destroyed, but something that had to be respected. Her eyes scanned the clearing, now bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. The fog that had once consumed the forest had vanished, leaving behind an eerie stillness. The trees, once bent in unnatural shapes, now stood tall and unmoving, their branches heavy with the weight of the past. The forest seemed to breathe with her, its pulse matching the one that echoed in her chest. But there was something else, a subtle shift in the air, a ripple of energy that made her skin prickle. The balance of the forest had changed, but she wasn't sure what that meant yet. Rachel's thoughts were interrupted by the sudden creak of wood, a low, almost imperceptible sound that came from behind her. She turned sharply, her heart pounding in her chest. But the clearing was empty. The figure she had seen, the shadowy manifestation of the hollow, was gone, its red eyes now dimmed. The only movement in the clearing came from the wind, rustling the leaves in the trees. Yet, something was different. The ground beneath her feet trembled, just slightly, as if responding to her presence. The earth was alive with energy, and it was waiting for her. She could feel it in the air, the pulse of the forest's heartbeat, urging her to understand, to listen. The hollow had always fed on fear, on darkness, but now she felt something different, a new presence, an ancient one, that had been there all along. It was the force that had shaped the forest, that had given the land its life, its power. The hollow had corrupted it, twisted it into something dark and malevolent, but now, it was up to Rachel to restore the balance. Her mind raced as she tried to understand what she was feeling, what the forest was asking of her. She knew the hollow had been defeated, at least in the physical sense, but its essence was still inside her, embedded deep within the earth. It had been bound to her, to the heart of the forest, and it was through that connection that the true power of the land flowed. But there was something more, something Rachel had missed before. As the keeper of the forest's heartbeat, she was not just the one who could keep the hollow's dark influence at bay. She was also the one who could choose what to do with it. The hollow was a reflection of human fear, of suffering, of the darkness that lived within every soul. If she could learn to balance that darkness, to understand its nature, perhaps she could use it to heal the forest. To restore what the hollow had taken. You must be the guardian of both the light and the dark, the voice whispered, its tone now softer, gentler, as though it had accepted Rachel's role. The hollow's power is in you, but it is not a curse. It is a gift. You must wield it wisely. Rachel closed her eyes, letting the voice wash over her. The weight of the responsibility she now carried settled in her chest, but it was not an unbearable burden. It was a challenge, yes, but one that she could rise to meet. She had been through the worst of it, the fear, the darkness, the loss, but she had emerged stronger, more resilient than ever. The hollow had tried to consume her, but she had resisted. Now, she could use the hollow's power to restore balance. She could use the darkness to bring light. The wind shifted again, and a low hum resonated through the trees, like the sound of something awakening deep within the earth. The ground shook again, but this time, it wasn't the violent tremor that had marked the hollow's return. It was a gentle vibration, like the first stirrings of life, the heartbeat of the forest calling to her. Rachel's eyes fluttered open, her gaze fixed on the center of the clearing, where the remnants of the stone pedestal still stood. It had cracked and crumbled, but its ancient symbols were still faintly visible, etched deep into the stone. She stepped toward it, her feet light on the ground, as if she were walking on air. She could feel the energy of the forest swirling around her, pulling her forward, guiding her. As she reached the pedestal, she placed her hands on the cracked surface. The symbols flared, glowing faintly, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to respond, the very earth shuddering as if it were alive. The pulse of the forest's heart quickened, and Rachel could feel the hollow's presence stirring within her. It was still there, its hunger, its desire, but it was no longer a force of destruction. It was a force of transformation. The symbols on the pedestal shifted, glowing brighter as if recognizing her touch. She closed her eyes, letting the energy flow through her, feeling the hollow's essence merge with the forest's power. The balance was delicate, but Rachel could feel the power settling, aligning, as if the two forces, light and dark, were becoming one. You must find the heart of the hollow, the voice whispered once again. It is buried deep within you. You must embrace it, for only then will the forest be healed. Rachel's heart raced, but this time, it was not out of fear. It was out of purpose. She had faced the hollow, had fought it, and now she understood. The darkness was not something to be destroyed. It was something to be understood, to be harnessed. The hollow's heart was within her, but it was not a curse. It was a part of the forest, a part of her. And it was up to her to decide how to use it. She stepped back from the pedestal, her hands still trembling slightly, but now with a sense of calm. The clearing was no longer just a place. It was a living, breathing entity, and Rachel was now its keeper. The hollow had been bound to the earth, to the forest, and to her. But it was no longer an enemy. It was part of the balance, a force of nature, and it was her responsibility to ensure that balance was maintained. The forest hummed around her, the pulse of the earth beating in time with her own heart. She was not just the survivor of the hollow's darkness. She was its guardian, its keeper. And it was through her that the forest would live again. Rachel stood in the heart of the clearing, surrounded by the vast expanse of the forest, which seemed to breathe with her. The air, once heavy with the hollow echoes of fear, now felt different, alive, full of potential, as though the earth itself had exhaled, releasing the tension that had gripped it for so long. The ancient pulse that had once driven the hollow's power now seemed to beat with a different rhythm. It was still powerful, still primordial, but it was no longer a force of destruction. It was something else. Something more. The hollow's legacy still lingered in her, deep within her chest, but now it felt like a dormant flame, a power that could either warm or consume, depending on how she chose to wield it. The darkness had always been a part of her fears, her doubts, her struggles. But she had learned to face it, to embrace it, not as an enemy, but as a piece of her own soul. And now, with that acceptance came a new kind of power. The hollow, and all it represented was no longer an overwhelming presence. It was an integral part of the forest, and she, its keeper, stood at the crossroads of light and dark. As Rachel walked deeper into the clearing, she felt the weight of her role settle around her like an ancient cloak. The trees seemed to whisper in the wind, their branches swaying with a rhythm that matched her heart. The ground beneath her feet was soft but firm, as though it too was aligning itself with her purpose. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, of life that had begun to reclaim what had once been overtaken by the hollow's dark influence. "You are the bridge now," the voice, ancient and deep, whispered again, its words clear, though it was not spoken aloud. It resonated in her mind, a gentle reminder of the power she now held. "You hold the balance. The hollow's heart beats within you, but it is only through your will that it will choose its path." Rachel closed her eyes for a moment, letting the voice wash over her. She could feel the forest's pulse beneath her feet, its ancient rhythms interwoven with the energy of the hollow. It was not a destructive force anymore, it had become something else, something that could create, something that could heal. And the power was hers to command. The weight of it, the potential, was dizzying. But with that power came a responsibility, one she had not fully understood until now. The hollow was not merely an ancient force to be contained. It was a reflection of the earth's own duality, its balance between life and death, light and dark, creation and destruction. For too long, the hollow had existed as a force of decay, of fear, of consumption. But Rachel, as its keeper, could help it evolve, could guide it toward a new purpose. The forest shifted around her, the trees bending as if reaching toward her, their leaves rustling in time with the rhythm of her breath. It was as if the entire land had become aware of her presence, as though it were waiting for her to take the next step, to make the next choice. The bond between herself and the land, the hollow and the earth, was undeniable now. It had been forged in the fire of struggle and fear, but it was here, this connection, and it was hers to shape. She could feel the hollow's heartbeat inside her chest, pulsing faintly, echoing the rhythm of the forest itself. It was no longer just a monster lurking within the shadows of her mind. It was a power she could wield, a force she could control, not with fear, but with understanding. She was its keeper, but she was also its guardian, its guide. Rachel moved deeper into the forest, her steps deliberate, slow. As she walked, the trees seemed to lean toward her, their branches arching over her head as though forming a canopy, a protective shroud. The air felt thick with magic, with life, with power. She could hear the distant calls of creatures, birds, insects, and even the rustle of small animals beneath the underbrush. The forest, though once silent in its desolation, now hummed with life again. It was healing, and Rachel was its steward. But as she ventured further into the woods, something stirred within the depths. A disturbance, faint at first, but undeniable. The ground beneath her feet trembled again, but this time it was not the earth's pulse. It was something else, something that did not belong, something that still sought to corrupt. The hollow's influence, though subdued, had left cracks in the fabric of the land, and some of its malevolent energy still lingered in the corners, in the shadows. Rachel stopped in her tracks, her hand instinctively rising to her chest, where she could still feel the faint pulse of the hollow's essence. She could feel the darkness stir again, but this time, it was different. It was not the hollow's will to consume. No, this was something older. Something more ancient. The true source of the hollow's power. The forest had lived here for millennia, but it had never been without its dark counterpart. The hollow, while a powerful force, was only a reflection of the chaos that lurked beneath the surface, a deeper, more insidious presence that was tied to the land itself. The ground beneath her feet began to shift, the earth cracking open in small, jagged lines. From the cracks, a strange, dark mist began to rise, curling upward like tendrils of smoke, clinging to the trees, the air. It was not the same fog she had encountered before, the thick, oppressive presence that had swallowed the forest. No, this mist was colder, more insidious. It was not born of the hollow, but of something much older, a power that had slumbered beneath the earth for centuries. Rachel felt her heartbeat quicken as the mist began to spread, curling and swirling around her legs, then rising higher, as if reaching for her. The air grew cold, the warmth that had surrounded her fading into an unsettling chill. The trees around her creaked, their branches twitching as if they too were sensing the disturbance. The forest was waking, yes, but it was also reacting to this new threat. She could feel the darkness beginning to creep into her mind, trying to claw its way back into her thoughts. The hollow's essence stirred within her, thrumming in response to this new force. But she would not be consumed again. Not by the hollow, and not by whatever this was. Her fists clenched, and she planted her feet firmly on the ground, grounding herself in the forest's pulse, the heartbeat that resonated through her very being. The hollow was part of her now, but so was the forest's power, the ancient force that had nurtured life for centuries, long before the hollow had come into existence. She was the keeper of both, and it was time to embrace that duality fully. The mist swirled around her, dark and suffocating, but Rachel did not falter. She closed her eyes and focused on the pulse within her chest, feeling the energy of the earth, the hollow's heartbeat, and the ancient spirit of the land all converging within her. She reached out with her senses, letting the forest guide her, letting its ancient wisdom flow through her. With a deep breath, she exhaled slowly, and in that exhalation, she released her fear, her doubts, the darkness that had clung to her. The mist, as though it had sensed her resistance, hissed and recoiled, its tendrils retreating, swirling in tighter, darker spirals. "I am the bridge," Rachel whispered aloud, her voice steady, her resolve unshakable. "And I will keep the balance." The ground trembled once more, but this time, it was the heartbeat of the earth responding to her command. The trees groaned, their branches shifting as though they were stretching, waking up from a long slumber. The mist, though still swirling around her, began to dissipate, retreating back into the cracks in the earth from which it had emerged. The forest, for all its dark power, was still alive. And Rachel had just reminded it that she was its guardian, its keeper. She had no fear left. The hollow was a part of her. But so was the forest. And together, they would shape the future. The mist continued to retreat into the earth, its dark presence slowly dissipating as the forest seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. The air, once thick with a palpable chill, now carried a warmth, a strange radiance that seemed to come from the heart of the forest itself. Rachel stood at the epicenter of it all, her body humming with energy, her heart aligned with the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. Her hands, still trembling from the overwhelming sense of power and responsibility, pressed lightly against the bark of the nearest tree. The rough texture of the wood grounded her, reminding her of her place within the greater whole, the forest, the hollow, the land, and the eternal struggle between light and dark. The hollow's influence was still there, a soft, steady thrum within her, but it was no longer the destructive force it once had been. Instead, it had become a reflection of her own fears and doubts, a shadow, but not an overpowering one. But even as the mist began to retreat, Rachel knew the forest was not entirely healed. No. There was still something hidden beneath the surface, something ancient that had awakened in response to her presence, to her bond with the land. She could feel it, a distant rumble deep within the earth, a stirring of power that had lain dormant for far longer than the hollow itself. For a moment, Rachel considered turning back, but the thought felt like a betrayal of everything she had fought for. She had come too far, learned too much, to walk away from this. The hollow was inside her, but so was the forest's spirit. She was its keeper. And the forest was not just a place, it was a living, breathing entity that had its own desires, its own will. To understand it, to truly protect it, she had to be willing to listen to everything it had to offer, both the light and the dark. She closed her eyes and focused, listening with every fiber of her being. The heartbeat of the earth was steady beneath her, but now it pulsed in a way that felt different, as though something was shifting, waking up from a long, forgotten slumber. The trees whispered to her again, but the tone had changed. It was no longer just a soft murmur of the wind. No, it was more like a voice, distant, but urgent, calling her toward something. "Follow the path," the voice seemed to say. The hollow's heart is still bound to the earth, but its legacy remains hidden. You must see the truth, for only then can you restore the balance completely. Rachel's mind raced as the words settled in. The hollow was not the only thing that had been bound to the earth, it was only one piece of something far more intricate, something that had been lost to time. The forest, this ancient land, had a history that stretched far beyond the hollow's influence. It was a history of creation and destruction, of cycles that repeated and evolved. The hollow was part of that cycle, but it was not the whole. Without fully knowing why, Rachel began to walk. Her feet seemed to move on their own, guided by the unseen forces of the forest, drawn toward the center of the land. The trees parted as she walked, their branches arching over her, the air growing heavier as the energy around her shifted. The pulse of the earth beneath her feet grew louder, more insistent, as though it were calling her deeper into its depths. The path ahead was not clearly defined, but Rachel could sense it. There was a clearing not far from here, hidden deep within the heart of the forest. She could feel it, as though the land itself was guiding her toward it. The trees thinned as she moved forward, and the once dark shadows of the forest began to lift. The air was filled with the scent of fresh pine and damp earth, the soil beneath her feet soft and fertile. And as she walked, Rachel could hear the distant rustling of animals and insects, as though the entire forest was coming back to life. But there was something else beneath it all. A sense of ancient power, a force much older than the hollow, older even than the forest itself. It had always been here, buried deep beneath the surface, waiting for someone to awaken it. The clearing was up ahead, the last stretch of forest falling away to reveal an open space bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Rachel stepped into the clearing, and her breath caught in her throat. At the center of the clearing stood an altar, ancient, weathered stone, covered in moss and vines. The stones were etched with symbols Rachel didn't recognize, symbols that seemed to pulse with energy, as though they had been waiting for this moment, for her. The air around the altar shimmered with an ethereal glow, a soft, otherworldly light that seemed to come from deep within the earth itself. The ground beneath the altar was cracked, and from the cracks, a faint dark mist still rose, though it was weaker now. Rachel stepped closer, her heart pounding in her chest. The sense of power here was overwhelming, almost suffocating. She could feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, and the hollow's heartbeat still thrummed faintly in her chest, but it was almost as though the altar had its own rhythm, its own life. "This is the source," the voice whispered again, softer now, almost reverent. "The heart of the hollow's true power. The energy that fuels the cycle. You must understand it, for only then will you know how to restore balance completely." Rachel approached the altar, her hands outstretched. The symbols on the stone seemed to shift as she got closer, their ancient markings glowing faintly, as if they were coming alive in her presence. The mist around the altar rose higher, swirling in the air like a living thing, but Rachel was not afraid. She could feel the power of the earth and the hollow both, resonating within her, and she knew that she was the key. She was the bridge between them. With a deep breath, Rachel placed her hands on the stone, feeling the cool surface beneath her fingers. The symbols flared brightly, and for a moment, everything seemed to stop. Time, the pulse of the earth, the flow of energy, it all seemed to converge in a single instant. And in that instant, Rachel understood. The hollow was not a force to be destroyed. It was a force to be understood. The true power of the land had always been tied to it, a balance of creation and destruction, life and death. The forest had always contained both, the light and the dark, and it was only by accepting both that balance could be restored. As Rachel's hands pressed deeper into the stone, the mist began to recede, and the symbols on the altar shifted, revealing a single, glowing stone at the center. It pulsed with the heartbeat of the forest, a rhythm that seemed to sync with Rachel's own. The light from the stone grew brighter, filling the clearing with an otherworldly glow, and Rachel could feel the energy flowing into her, through her, connecting her to the forest, to the hollow, to everything. The forest was no longer just a place. It was a living, breathing entity, and Rachel had become a part of it. The balance had been restored. But even as the clearing was filled with light, Rachel knew the journey was far from over. This was only the beginning. The forest, the hollow, and she herself were all bound together now. And it was up to her to ensure that the balance was maintained, by understanding both the light and the dark. As the mist cleared, and the heartbeat of the earth began to steady, Rachel finally understood her true role. She was the keeper. And the forest, its power, its darkness, its light, everything, was hers to guide. The forest held its breath as the light from the stone pulsed, brighter with each passing second, until the entire clearing was bathed in a glow so intense that it seemed to reach into the deepest corners of Rachel's soul. Her heart beat in rhythm with the stone, the pulse of the earth beneath her feet aligning with the very core of her being. She was no longer just a traveler in this land, she had become part of it, woven into its fabric, its lifeblood now flowing through her veins. As the light from the altar settled into a soft glow, the mist continued to retreat into the cracks of the earth, drawn back into the stone like an obedient servant. The air grew still, heavy with the ancient power that had always lived here, the energy that had given birth to both life and destruction. The forest, the hollow, the land, Rachel understood now that they were not enemies. They were two sides of the same coin. She could feel the shift within her. The hollow's heartbeat still pulsed within her chest, but it no longer felt like a threat. It was a part of the landscape, a shadow cast upon the earth, and though it had once been a force of corruption, Rachel now understood that it was necessary. The hollow was a reflection of the land's darker aspects, its cycles of death, decay, and rebirth. Without darkness, there could be no life. Without decay, there could be no renewal. The hollow had always been a part of the cycle, but it had been broken, twisted into something unnatural. Now, Rachel could help it return to its rightful place, to become a force of balance once again. But with this newfound understanding came the realization that her role as keeper was not one of absolute control. She could not force the forest or the hollow to bend to her will. She could guide them, yes, but she was not their master. She was their steward, a guardian who would ensure that both light and dark had their place in the world. As the light from the stone dimmed, Rachel stepped back from the altar, her mind still reeling from the flood of revelations that had just washed over her. The mist was gone now, replaced by a deep stillness that seemed to permeate the very air. The forest, for the first time in ages, felt truly alive again, as though it were waking from a long slumber. The trees swayed gently in the wind, their branches creaking in time with the deep, steady pulse of the earth. The birds had returned, their songs echoing through the branches, and the rustling of leaves sounded like a soft whisper, as though the very forest itself was speaking to her, welcoming her as its new keeper. Rachel closed her eyes, letting the cool breeze wash over her face. She could feel the earth beneath her, the power of the land that stretched far beyond this clearing, far beyond the forest. It was the power of the hollow and the light, the balance between life and death, creation and destruction. The forest had always been both, and now, it was her job to ensure that the balance was maintained. But the path ahead was not clear. The power of the hollow was still inside her, still entwined with the essence of the land, and there would be challenges ahead, both from within herself and from the forces that sought to disrupt the delicate balance she had just helped restore. The hollow's shadow was not gone. It was simply dormant, waiting for its moment to rise again. And while Rachel had gained a deeper understanding of its role in the forest cycle, she knew that darkness, when left unchecked, could grow once more. With that thought, a cold chill spread across her spine, and she opened her eyes, scanning the clearing. The light had faded, leaving only the soft glow of moonlight, and the clearing now felt still, too still. It was as though something unseen, was watching her, waiting for her to make her next move. "I am the keeper," she reminded herself, her voice a whisper in the stillness. "I protect the balance." Her feet shifted restlessly beneath her, her mind racing. The forest was healing, but it was not fully restored. She could sense the disturbance still beneath the surface, deep within the earth. The ancient power of the land had been corrupted for so long that it would take time to heal. And Rachel, as its keeper, would be the one to guide it. But what of the hollow? The darkness that had once twisted this land into a grotesque reflection of itself? Was it truly content to remain dormant, to be absorbed into the very soil of the earth? Or would it rise again, as it had so many times before, to claim dominion over the forest? Rachel's thoughts were interrupted by a soft sound, almost a rustling, but not like the usual sounds of the forest. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A whisper. She turned toward it, her body tense, her senses heightened. The trees around her seemed to lean in closer, the branches swaying with a purpose. The air grew thick, charged with energy, and Rachel felt her pulse quicken. She could feel it now, the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Something was coming, and it wasn't just the natural ebb and flow of the forest's energy. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a shadow move, just beyond the line of trees. It was too quick, too fluid to be one of the animals that had returned to the land. And it wasn't just a shadow, it was something else, something familiar. The hollow. Or, at least, a manifestation of it. A presence in the darkness. Rachel's breath hitched in her throat as she took a step forward. The force, the presence, was unmistakable. It was no longer the massive, monstrous shadow she had once battled, but something else, something that had merged with the land, just as she had. The hollow, no longer a distinct entity, but a part of the forest itself. And yet, she could feel the pull of its hunger, faint but undeniable, tugging at the corners of her mind. The wind shifted, the whispering of the trees growing louder. It was not just the trees now, it was the land itself, responding to the hollow's presence. It wasn't the destructive force it had been before, but something more insidious, a creeping shadow that could grow in the quiet, in the spaces between light and dark. Rachel's feet moved instinctively, carrying her toward the source of the disturbance. She could sense it, the faint stirrings of power beneath the surface, waiting, like a seed in the dark, ready to take root and grow again. And with it, she could feel the land responding to her. The hollow had been subdued, yes, but its power was not gone. I must be ready, she thought, the weight of her role settling heavily on her shoulders. The balance is fragile. The shadow moved again, closer this time, and Rachel could feel the heartbeat of the earth reverberating in her chest, responding to the tension in the air. The hollow was there, but it was not what it had once been. It was something deeper, something that thrived in the spaces where light and dark met, in the cracks between the cycles of life and death. Rachel reached out her hand, her heart steadying, drawing on the power of the land and the hollow within her. She would not allow the darkness to consume the forest again. She was the keeper now, the guardian of both light and dark. And it was time to confront the truth of what the hollow had become. The shadow lingered just beyond the trees, a presence so familiar, so ancient, that it felt like a reflection of something deep within Rachel herself. She could feel it in the air, like the silent pull of gravity, tugging her toward it. The hollow, no longer a single monstrous entity, had become something far more elusive, a part of the forest, a force bound to the earth and its cycles. And yet, it was not wholly at peace. Not yet. Rachel's steps were slow, deliberate as she moved toward the shadow, her heart sinking with the ancient pulse of the land. The wind had picked up again, carrying with it a soft whisper, the leaves rustling like secrets shared among old friends. But this time, the air felt different. It was heavy, as though the very atmosphere was charged with a waiting energy. The hollow, while no longer an enemy to be defeated, had not been fully reconciled. It still resided within her, its heartbeat echoing in time with her own. As Rachel moved further into the forest, she felt the ground shift beneath her feet. The earth seemed to open up, welcoming her as it had before, but this time, the cracks felt more deliberate, as though they were guiding her forward. The mist was returning, but it was not as dense as before. It was thinner, more ethereal, and it curled around her like a lover's embrace, both soothing and unsettling. She stopped at the edge of a small ravine, where the mist gathered thickest. The shadow she had sensed earlier was more distinct now, moving along the edge of the forest, fluid and silent, as if it had always been there, watching her. The trees bent in unnatural ways, their gnarled branches twisting as they reached out toward the space where the shadow moved, as if they, too, were aware of the delicate balance hanging in the air. The hollow had always been tied to the earth's cycles, but it was clear now that it had changed, that it had taken on a form that was part of the land, part of the ancient power that had shaped it. The voice of the forest had shifted, too, no longer just a whisper in the trees but an urgent pull, a beckoning from the earth itself. "You cannot hide from this balance," the voice whispered again, softer now, but filled with the same resonance it had carried before. "The hollow is as much a part of you as the forest. Its shadow will follow, and it will rise again, not to consume, but to renew." Rachel's heart quickened as the shadow grew clearer, its shape becoming more defined. It was no longer a twisting wraith or the embodiment of a nightmare. It was a presence, quiet, subtle, but there nonetheless. It moved in silence, but there was no mistaking the depth of its power. The hollow was a part of the earth's eternal rhythm, and though it had been subdued, it was not gone. It had found its place within the land, entwined with the trees, the soil, the mist. And as Rachel approached the ravine, she realized something deep, almost primal, that the hollow was not just a force that had been corrupted. It was a part of the land's true nature, a force that had always existed, waiting to be understood. Its essence had become a part of the earth, and now, it was calling her, not as an enemy, but as a counterpart she had to accept fully. The shadow drew closer, and Rachel took another step forward. She could feel the power of the hollow within her, the dark pulse of it resonating with the heartbeat of the forest. It was as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for Rachel to make her choice, to decide what this new path would be. Would she embrace the hollow, not as a curse, but as a force of renewal? Or would she resist it, keeping the darkness at bay forever? The mist swirled around her feet, and she reached out with her senses, feeling the weight of the forest's power, feeling the connection between herself and the earth beneath her. It was more than just the hollow. It was the land itself, its ancient power, its dark and light, its death and rebirth. The hollow was not something to destroy. It was something to understand, to wield, to renew. "We are bound together," the voice whispered again, this time with a sense of finality. "The hollow is as much a part of you as the forest, as the earth. You cannot separate the two. They will always find their way back to each other." Rachel took a deep breath, steadying herself. She had fought the hollow once before, trying to break free of its grasp, trying to destroy it, but that was never the answer. It wasn't just a force of destruction, it was a force of creation, of transformation. Just as the trees had to fall in order to make room for new growth, the hollow had to exist as part of the cycle of life and death. She closed her eyes, feeling the earth beneath her, the steady pulse of the forest that flowed through her veins. And then, she felt the presence, the shadow, reach out, like a whispered call. It wasn't the hollow as she had known it. It wasn't the same twisted entity that had threatened to consume everything. This was something older, something deeper, a force that existed within the land's cycles, part of the forest's heart. The hollow was simply its reflection in the darkness. And Rachel understood. She was not here to destroy the hollow. She was here to understand it, to allow it to return to its rightful place within the balance of the land. The darkness had never been the enemy. It had simply been misunderstood. Now, it was her task to bring it back into alignment with the rest of the forest's power. With a steady breath, Rachel stepped forward, into the darkness of the ravine. The shadow shifted, swirling around her, but she was not afraid. She was no longer the frightened traveler who had stumbled into the forest. She was the keeper now, the guardian of both light and dark, of creation and destruction, of the forest's heartbeat. She reached out, letting her hand hover just above the ground, feeling the connection between herself and the land. The hollow's presence pulsed beneath her, its power thrumming with a strange intensity, but now, it was a part of the land, a part of her. She was its guide, and she would restore it to its rightful place. As her hand made contact with the soil, the shadow that had clung to the forest began to dissipate. It was not banished, it simply shifted. It became a part of the land's energy, an integral force within the cycles of life and death, just as it had always been. The darkness was not a thing to be feared, but a thing to be embraced. The mist began to clear as the earth seemed to sigh beneath her. The trees groaned, their branches stretching toward the sky as if waking from a deep slumber. The forest was not just alive, it was awakening in a new way, in balance, with the hollow at its heart. Rachel stepped back, her hands still resting on the earth. She felt the deep connection between herself and the land, between light and dark, between life and death. She had found her place within the forest's pulse. And as she looked out over the clearing, she knew that the journey was not over. The hollow would rise again, but it would not rise in darkness. It would rise in balance, in harmony with the forest. And she, as its keeper, would guide it. Not as a master, but as a partner. Together, they would shape the future of the forest. The mist had fully receded, leaving only the faintest trace of its presence, like the memory of a dream fading with the first light of dawn. Rachel stood at the edge of the ravine, the pulse of the forest beneath her feet growing stronger, the heartbeat of the earth now in perfect sync with her own. The hollow, no longer the monster it once was, had been woven back into the fabric of the land, not as a force of corruption, but as a living, breathing element that was both a shadow and a source of power. It had found its place, its true place, and so had she. The trees, their twisted trunks now straight and proud, whispered in the wind. The soil beneath Rachel's feet felt warm, alive, as if the land itself were waking from a long, restless sleep. And with that awakening, Rachel felt the weight of the responsibility that had been placed upon her, one that could never be undone, only embraced. The Keeper. The title still felt strange in her mind, but it was hers, and it was her duty to protect the balance that now defined this place. The hollow's heartbeat, a subtle, almost imperceptible rhythm, throbbed in her chest, in her blood, and with it, the ancient power of the forest. The two had become intertwined, bound in a way that Rachel had never imagined. The hollow had never been a force to be eradicated. It had always been a part of the cycle, just as the trees, the soil, the wind, and the rain were. It was a reflection of life itself, the inevitable decay that made way for new growth, the darkness that gave birth to light. But there were still challenges ahead. The forest was still healing, still working to restore itself to the vibrant, thriving place it had once been. The hollow had been quieted, but not forgotten, and there were forces in the world that would seek to disrupt the delicate balance Rachel had worked so hard to restore. The hollow was not gone, it had merely been transformed. It was now a part of her, part of the earth, part of the eternal cycle of life and death. But the world outside the forest had not yet learned that lesson. They would come, eventually, seeking to conquer or control the very force Rachel had come to understand. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of movement from behind her, a soft rustle in the underbrush. Rachel turned quickly, but it was only the wind, playing tricks with the branches, sending leaves swirling into the air. Her senses were heightened now, more attuned to the world around her than ever before. She could feel the pulse of the forest, could hear the faintest whisper of the trees, could even sense the movement of the animals in the distance. The forest was alive, vibrant, and she was its steward. She took a deep breath and began walking, her steps light but purposeful. Her destination was clear now. There was more to be done. The balance had been restored here, but the land had a deeper power, one that she had yet to fully tap into. The hollow had never been an isolated force. It was a reflection of something larger, something buried deep beneath the earth, beneath the roots of the trees, something that tied everything together. The forest stretched before her, vast and ancient, its trees reaching high into the sky. The land was vast, and Rachel was only one part of it. But she was the keeper now, and she could feel the weight of that responsibility with each step. Her journey had not ended at the ravine. It was only just beginning. As she moved deeper into the woods, the air grew denser, the trees older, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their roots curling like ancient veins beneath the surface. She could feel the pulse of the earth growing stronger the further she walked, as if the very ground was calling her, guiding her toward something. She was drawn to it, as if her very soul recognized the pull. Eventually, she came to a clearing, but this one was different. It was not the same as the one she had first encountered. This was a place of power, a place where the earth itself seemed to hum with energy. At the center of the clearing stood a massive tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its roots spreading out in all directions like the tendrils of some great creature. The air around the tree shimmered with an ethereal light, and the ground beneath it pulsed with a rhythmic, almost musical beat. It was as though the tree itself was alive with a force far older than any other in the forest. Rachel stepped closer, feeling the energy radiating from the tree. The heartbeat of the forest, the pulse of the hollow, was stronger here, deeper. It was the source, the wellspring from which all life in the forest flowed. The tree stood as a guardian, its roots burrowing deep into the earth, feeding the land, keeping the balance of life intact. She could sense the presence of something within the tree, something older, something primal. This was the heart of the forest, the source of its ancient power. It was here that the balance of light and dark was maintained, the place where the hollow's shadow had been born and where it would always return to find renewal. Rachel could feel it, the deep connection between herself and the tree, between the hollow and the land, all pulsing together in a harmony she had only begun to understand. This is where it all began, the voice of the forest whispered once more, its tone reverent and heavy with the weight of history. The hollow's roots run deep here. It is both creation and destruction, life and death. And now, it is yours to guide. Rachel's hand instinctively reached out, her fingers brushing the rough bark of the tree. As she touched it, the ground beneath her feet seemed to vibrate with energy, as though the very earth was responding to her touch. She could feel the hollow's pulse within the tree, its heartbeat steady and strong, but it was no longer a threat. It was a force of renewal, a necessary cycle that had always been part of the land. She closed her eyes, allowing the energy to flow through her, feeling the earth, the trees, the hollow, all bound together in one eternal dance. The darkness, the shadow, was no longer something to be feared. It was something to be understood, something to be respected. And Rachel, as the keeper, was the bridge between light and dark, between life and death, between the hollow and the forest. The forest was alive in a way that was almost tangible now, its power pulsing in the air, in the earth, in her blood. She was part of it, and it was part of her. The hollow's presence was no longer something to be conquered, but something to be cared for, something to be nurtured. As Rachel stood before the ancient tree, she realized the true depth of her role. She was not just a guardian of the forest. She was the keeper of its heart, its pulse, its eternal rhythm. And in doing so, she had become something more than human. She had become a part of the land itself. The hollow had been reborn in her, and together, they would shape the future of the forest. Rachel's fingers lingered against the rough bark of the ancient tree, feeling its warmth seep into her skin, like the pulse of a living being. The earth beneath her feet vibrated softly, like a drumbeat echoing through the very bones of the land. The energy was palpable, alive with ancient power, and she was at its heart. The hollow's presence had always been with her, but now she felt its full force, its true nature. No longer a twisted reflection of darkness, but a primordial force, intertwined with the forest, the land, and everything that had ever lived here. She closed her eyes, her mind drifting deeper into the connection she now shared with the land. The forest whispered around her, the leaves rustling in the breeze like an ancient song, a melody that had been passed down through time. It was the song of the hollow, the song of life and death, of decay and rebirth, a melody that rang through every root, every branch, every drop of rain. Rachel could hear it now, faintly at first, but growing clearer with each passing moment. The voice of the forest was not just a whisper in the wind, not just the rustling of leaves or the call of distant creatures. It was a song, an ancient hymn sung by the earth itself. The song of the hollow, of the cycles of life, was woven into the very fabric of the land. It was the heartbeat of the world, and Rachel was now attuned to it, as though the song had always been waiting for her to listen. And now, she understood. The hollow was not merely a dark presence, a force of destruction, it was a necessary part of the natural order. The land needed it, just as it needed the light, the rain, the growth. Life could not exist without decay, just as creation could not exist without destruction. The hollow was the balance, the force that kept the cycles turning, the force that made room for new growth, new life. Without it, the forest would wither, the earth would stagnate, and everything would cease to be. But the hollow had been misunderstood, corrupted over time by those who sought to control it, to wield its power without understanding its true purpose. And now, Rachel had come to understand it. She had become the keeper of the balance, the bridge between the darkness and the light, between the living and the dead. It was her role to guide the hollow, to protect it, to ensure that it did not become a force of destruction again, but a force of renewal. As she stood before the ancient tree, Rachel felt the power of the hollow surge within her. It was not a force to be feared, it was a force to be nurtured, to be shaped, to be understood. She could feel it, pulsing through her veins, resonating within her bones. The hollow had become a part of her, as much a part of her as the very air she breathed. "You are the keeper now," the voice of the forest spoke again, its tone soft, reverent. "The hollow lives within you, just as it lives within the land. Its pulse is your pulse, its heartbeat your heartbeat. You are bound to it, as it is bound to you." Rachel opened her eyes, staring into the depths of the forest. The trees around her seemed to lean closer, their branches stretching toward her, as though they too recognized the change that had taken place. The land was alive, more vibrant than ever, and the hollow, though still a presence in the shadows, was no longer a threat. It had found its place within the cycles of life, just as it had always been meant to. But even as she felt the connection between herself and the hollow, Rachel knew that there was more to be done. The land had healed, yes, but there were still parts of the forest, parts of the hollow, that remained untapped, untouched. There were still dark places, hidden corners where the influence of the hollow lingered, where its shadow waited for its moment to rise again. Rachel turned toward the path that led deeper into the forest, her heart steady and her mind clear. The hollow was not something that could be contained, not something that could be erased. It was a part of the earth, a part of the eternal cycle of life and death. And it was her duty to ensure that it remained balanced, that it did not tip into darkness once again. As she walked, the air seemed to grow thicker, charged with energy. The trees whispered more urgently now, their branches shaking with a kind of anticipation. The forest, the hollow, the earth, they were all connected, and Rachel felt it in every step she took. The power of the land was vast, and it was now hers to guide, to protect, to nurture. She was the keeper of the hollow, but more than that, she was the keeper of the land, the protector of its cycles, its rhythms. Her journey was far from over. The deeper she walked into the forest, the more she sensed the darkness lingering beneath the surface. It was not a malevolent force, not like the hollow had been before, but it was still there, hidden in the depths, waiting for its chance to rise again. And Rachel knew that she could not let it. She would have to face it, just as she had faced the hollow, and she would have to make sure that it, too, found its place in the balance. The path wound its way through the trees, the thick underbrush parting before her like a living thing. It was as though the forest itself was guiding her, leading her toward whatever it was that waited in the shadows. The hollow's pulse beat louder now, resonating with the very earth, with every root, every stone, every leaf. She was close. She reached a clearing, and in its center stood a stone circle, ancient, worn with time, its surface etched with strange symbols. The air was thick with energy, charged with a kind of power that Rachel could feel deep within her bones. This was it, the place where the hollow had first taken root, where its influence had spread and twisted. The stone circle was the heart of the forest's power, the source of its ancient magic. And it was here that the final choice would be made. Rachel stepped into the circle, her hand outstretched toward the stones. The hollow pulsed within her, its heartbeat thudding in time with her own. The trees around her seemed to hold their breath, the wind stilling as if the world itself was waiting. The hollow is not the enemy, the voice of the forest spoke, its tone steady and knowing. It is a force, like fire or water. It can be destructive, but it can also create. It is both light and dark, life and death, creation and decay. And it is yours to guide, as it has always been. Rachel closed her eyes, feeling the weight of her responsibility settle over her. The hollow's pulse, deep within her, seemed to align with the rhythm of the earth. She was the keeper, but she was also the guardian of the balance between all things. Light and dark. Life and death. The hollow and the forest. She was the bridge. She opened her eyes, and the stone circle before her seemed to glow with a soft, ethereal light. The air shimmered, and for the first time, Rachel understood the full extent of the power she now held. The hollow was not just a force of darkness, it was a force of transformation, of change, of rebirth. And she was its guide. The land had healed. The hollow had found its place. And Rachel was no longer just a traveler in this world. She was its keeper. She was its heart. And the song of the hollow would play on. The stone circle pulsed with a deep, rhythmic energy, like a heartbeat that stretched back through the ages, through the very bones of the earth. Rachel stood in its center, her hand still extended toward the ancient stones, feeling the power thrumming beneath her fingertips. The hollow was with her, its pulse resonating in time with the earth, with the trees, with the very soil beneath her feet. It was no longer just a force of destruction, it was a force of transformation, of renewal. And now, she was its keeper. As the energy of the stone circle enveloped her, Rachel felt herself being drawn deeper into the forest, deeper into the earth's ancient power. It was as if the land itself was speaking to her, urging her to understand the depth of the connection she now shared with the hollow. She could feel its presence, not as a threat, but as a partner, a counterpart in the dance of life and death. The wind shifted, rustling the leaves of the trees around her, and the song of the forest filled the air once more. It was the same song she had heard before, but now, it was clearer, more resonant, vibrating through her very being. The hollow's pulse, once a distant echo in her mind, was now a steady rhythm in her chest, a reminder of her role, her purpose. She was the keeper of the land, the guardian of its cycles, its balance. And yet, even as the forest seemed to breathe with her, as if it had been waiting for this moment, there was something more, something hidden just beneath the surface of the earth. Something ancient. Something that Rachel had not yet fully understood. She closed her eyes, reaching out with her senses, feeling the layers of the land beneath her, feeling the depth of the hollow's presence that stretched back through the ages. The trees were alive with the pulse of the hollow, their roots intertwined with its energy, their branches reaching toward the sky like arms lifting in worship. But beneath the surface, deeper still, she felt something else. Something darker. Something that had been buried long ago, waiting to be unearthed. It was not the hollow itself, but something tied to it, something that had been bound to the land long before Rachel had come. The hollow was not just an entity, it was a part of something far greater, something older, something that had shaped the forest from the very beginning. And as she stood there, her hand still resting on the stone, she realized that she had only just begun to understand the true nature of the forest, the hollow, and her place within it. The hollow is not an isolated force, the voice of the forest spoke, its tone grave, its words carrying the weight of centuries. It is a reflection of the land's deepest power, a force that has shaped the earth since the beginning of time. It is a part of the cycle of creation and destruction, of life and death. And you are its keeper. But you must understand the roots of this power, Rachel. You must understand where it comes from. The wind picked up again, the leaves swirling in the air as if the forest itself was urging her to listen, to understand. Rachel closed her eyes again, this time allowing herself to sink deeper, to let the land guide her. She could feel the weight of the earth beneath her, the layers of time pressing down on her like a blanket. The hollow's pulse was steady in her chest, but now, she could feel something else, a presence, deep within the earth, ancient and eternal, waiting to be uncovered. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, as if responding to her thoughts. The stone circle began to glow brighter, its symbols pulsing with an otherworldly light, and Rachel felt herself being pulled downward, her body sinking into the earth, into the very heart of the land. It was as if the earth itself was opening up to her, revealing the secrets it had held for so long. The roots of the ancient tree above her twisted and shifted, their gnarled tendrils reaching down into the earth, following the pull of the energy, like threads being pulled on a loom. And as the roots stretched deeper into the ground, Rachel saw something that had been hidden for centuries. A fissure appeared in the earth, splitting open the soil like a wound, and from the depths emerged a glowing root, dark and twisted, wrapped in the remnants of the hollow's power. The root pulsed with an eerie light, its shape unnatural, as though it had been shaped by forces beyond understanding. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a manifestation of the power that had shaped the hollow and the land itself. "This is the source," the voice whispered, its tone filled with awe. "The root of the hollow's true power, the heart of the land's cycle. It has lain dormant for centuries, waiting to be awakened. And now, Rachel, you are the one who must decide how to wield it." Rachel stepped closer, her heart pounding in her chest. The root seemed to call to her, its energy resonating within her, connecting her to the earth, to the hollow, to the forest. She could feel its power surging through her, filling her veins with a strange, intoxicating energy. It was as though the earth itself was alive, breathing through her, its pulse quickening as she approached the root. She reached out, her fingers brushing the surface of the root, and a surge of power shot through her. The world around her blurred, and she felt herself being pulled deeper into the earth, deeper into the heart of the land. The hollow's presence was everywhere now, surrounding her, filling her mind with visions of the past, of the cycles that had come before, of the creation and destruction that had shaped this world. She saw the land in its primordial form, a vast, untamed wilderness, teeming with life. The hollow was there, a shadow in the corners of her vision, but it was not a force of corruption. It was a necessary part of the land's life cycle, a force of change, of decay, of rebirth. And as she watched, she saw how the hollow had been warped over time, how it had been twisted into something darker, something more dangerous. But now, she understood. The hollow had always been a part of the balance, a force of life and death, of destruction and creation. It had not been evil, it had simply been misunderstood. And now, Rachel could guide it, shape it, restore it to its rightful place in the world. As she stood there, her hand on the glowing root, she felt the weight of her responsibility settle over her. The hollow was not a force to be feared, it was a force to be understood. She was the keeper, and it was her duty to protect the balance of the land, to guide the hollow and the forest back to harmony. The earth trembled again, and the root began to shift, its energy crackling in the air. Rachel stepped back, her heart racing, but she knew what she had to do. The hollow was part of the land's eternal rhythm, and it was her role to keep that rhythm in balance. She would guide it, shape it, and protect it. The land was waking, the hollow was stirring, and Rachel was ready. Ready to embrace her role as the keeper of the hollow and the forest, ready to protect the delicate balance that had been disturbed for so long. Rachel stood at the edge of the stone circle, her hand still hovering over the glowing root. The air around her crackled with energy, as if the very atmosphere was alive with the force of the hollow and the land's ancient power. The root beneath her fingers pulsed with a rhythm that matched the beating of her own heart. It was the heartbeat of the land, the pulse of life and death intertwined, a force that could both create and destroy. She could feel it now, deep within her, a connection to the root, to the hollow, to the very earth beneath her feet. It was as if the land itself had opened up to her, revealing the deepest secrets of its power. The root, glowing with an eerie light, was not just a conduit for the hollow's energy. It was the key to understanding the true nature of the forest, the source of its magic, its strength, and its fragility. "This is the core," the voice of the forest whispered, its tone heavy with ancient knowledge. "The hollow is not an isolated force, Rachel. It is the reflection of the land's heartbeat, the pulse of creation and destruction, of life and death. And now, you must decide what to do with it." Rachel closed her eyes, her fingers still lightly tracing the surface of the root. She could feel its energy vibrating through her, filling her with a strange sense of power and dread. It was overwhelming, like standing at the edge of an abyss, knowing that if she stepped forward, she would be swallowed by its vastness. But at the same time, there was a pull, a call that resonated within her, urging her to embrace it, to understand it, to let it flow through her. She opened her eyes and looked down at the glowing root. The light it emitted was soft but steady, a pale, silvery glow that seemed to pulse with an inner life. It was beautiful, and yet, there was something unsettling about it. The hollow had always been a force of duality, both creation and destruction, light and dark, and now, as she stood here, she felt the full weight of that truth. "You are the keeper," the voice of the forest said, softer now, as though it were trying to guide her through a great decision. But even the keeper must make choices. The hollow has always existed as part of the land's cycle. It is not good, nor evil. It is simply what it is: life, death, decay, and renewal. But it is up to you, Rachel, to decide how it will influence the world now. Rachel's mind raced as she pondered the enormity of the task before her. She had thought she understood the hollow when she had first arrived in the forest, thought it was a twisted force of darkness that needed to be eradicated. But now, standing here, with the heart of the hollow pulsing beneath her fingertips, she understood the truth. The hollow was not an enemy to be fought. It was a force of nature, like the wind or the rain, something that could not be controlled, only understood. She took a deep breath, letting the weight of the decision settle on her shoulders. She could feel the hollow's presence stirring within her, its power calling to her. It was a part of her now, a part of the land, and she could not simply walk away from it. It was her duty to guide it, to protect it, to ensure that it did not tip into darkness once again. But the world outside the forest, those who sought to control the land, to bend its power to their will, would never understand. They would never see the hollow for what it truly was. They would only see its shadow, its destructive potential, and they would try to harness it, to use it for their own purposes. Rachel could not allow that. She would not let the hollow fall into the hands of those who did not understand its true nature. She turned her gaze back to the root, feeling the weight of its power in her chest. She had a choice to make. The hollow could remain a part of the land, but it would need guidance, care, and protection. It would need a keeper who understood its true purpose, who could balance its forces of life and death, creation and destruction. But there were risks. The hollow's power was vast, and it could be corrupted, twisted once again, if it was not carefully nurtured. Rachel could feel the darkness that still lingered within the root, buried beneath its glowing surface. It was not gone. It had simply been dormant, waiting for the right moment to rise again. And so, Rachel made her choice. She would not sever the connection between the land and the hollow. She would not try to bury it or suppress it. The hollow had always been a part of the land's rhythm, a necessary force for the cycles of life and death. She would protect it, guide it, and ensure that it remained balanced. The forest, the hollow, the earth, all of it was a part of the same eternal dance. And Rachel was now the keeper of that dance. With a steady breath, Rachel placed both hands on the root, feeling its power surge through her. The air around her crackled, the energy building until it was almost unbearable. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the flow of the land's power, to the pulse of the hollow that was now a part of her. She was the keeper, and it was her responsibility to protect the balance. As her fingers pressed into the root, the light around her flared, and she felt herself being pulled deeper into the earth. The world around her faded, and she was submerged in darkness. It was not a darkness of fear or evil, but a vast, endless space filled with the sound of the land's heartbeat. She felt herself sinking deeper, becoming part of the pulse of the earth, becoming one with the hollow's rhythm. Time seemed to stretch and bend around her, and for a moment, Rachel was unsure if she was standing on solid ground or floating in some infinite void. The hollow's presence surrounded her, and she could feel its ancient energy coursing through her veins, filling every fiber of her being. "You are the keeper," the voice whispered, now a part of the rhythm of the hollow. "You are the bridge between light and dark, between life and death." The hollow lives within you, Rachel. It is yours to guide, to protect, and to shape. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the pull stopped. The darkness receded, and Rachel found herself standing once more in the stone circle, her hands still resting on the glowing root. The energy around her had calmed, and the light of the root was now a soft, steady glow. The forest was silent, the air still, as though holding its breath. Rachel withdrew her hands from the root, feeling the last of its energy settle into her, deep into the core of her being. The connection was stronger than ever now, a bond between herself and the land, between the hollow and the forest. She could feel its heartbeat within her, in her chest, in her blood. The hollow was a part of her, just as the forest was. She was its keeper, its guide, and she would protect the balance between light and dark, creation and destruction, life and death. The forest stirred around her, as if it were waking from a deep slumber. The trees rustled, the leaves whispered, and the air seemed to hum with energy. Rachel knew that her journey was far from over. The hollow was still there, deep within the earth, still a force of change and renewal. But now, she understood it. Now, she knew her role. She was the keeper, and the land was hers to protect. The hollow's pulse would beat on, as it always had, and Rachel would be there to guide it, to ensure that it remained balanced. Rachel stood in the center of the stone circle, her fingers still tingling from the connection to the hollow. The air around her seemed to shimmer with an energy that was both familiar and unsettling. The forest had been silent for a moment, as though it too were gathering its breath, waiting for the next pulse of life, of change. She could feel it in the depths of the earth, beneath the roots and the soil. The land was awakening, not just from sleep, but from something far deeper, far older. The hollow had always been a part of the land, but now, the connection between the two felt more intertwined, more sacred. It was no longer just a force Rachel had to manage, it was something she was bound to, something she carried within her. But there was a part of her that still felt the weight of the responsibility. The hollow was no longer the shadow it once was, but it was still powerful, unpredictable, and at times, dangerous. It was a force of balance, life and death, light and dark, creation and decay, and its power was something to be respected, not controlled. Rachel understood this now, and yet, the path ahead was still uncertain. The forest had healed, yes, but there were still places in the land where the shadows of the past lingered. And Rachel knew that there were forces outside the forest that would not understand the hollow's true nature. The hollow was not a weapon to be wielded. It was not something that could be captured or bent to the will of mankind. But humans had always sought to control that which they did not understand. Rachel could feel it, the faint stirrings of something outside the forest's borders, something seeking to exploit the power of the land for its own ends. The hollow was too vast to be contained. Its roots ran deep, twisting beneath the forest like veins beneath skin, connecting everything in ways that no one but the keeper could comprehend. Rachel's role had never been clearer. She was not a mere guardian of the land, she was its protector, its balance. But she was also a bridge. A bridge between the hollow's shadow and the world beyond the forest. She could sense the pull of something, something dark, something ancient, just beyond the borders of the forest. It was a force that had always been there, lying dormant, but now, it was stirring again, drawn to the hollow's awakening. Rachel could feel it like a weight in the air, like an oppressive storm cloud on the horizon. It was not the hollow itself, but a reflection of the darkness it had once harbored. Rachel turned toward the trees, her mind racing. The land, the forest, the hollow, they were all connected in ways that she had only begun to understand. But the power of the hollow was not something to be feared. It was something that could be shaped, nurtured, guided. And it was her responsibility to ensure that it did not fall into the wrong hands. The wind picked up, swirling through the branches, and Rachel could feel the energy in the air shifting, changing. The forest was alive, but there was a tension beneath the surface, a deep unease that Rachel could not shake. The hollow's power was still stirring, still shifting beneath the earth, and it called to her, urging her to understand it fully, to unlock its true potential. But there was something else, something darker, something that tugged at the edges of her mind. "You must understand," the voice of the forest whispered, its tone urgent. "The hollow is not just a force of life and death. It is tied to the very fabric of the world. It is tied to the balance of all things. And you, Rachel, are its keeper. But you must be careful. The shadows that once tainted the hollow are still lingering. You must bind them, before they bind you." Rachel's breath caught in her throat. The shadows. She had sensed them before, in the deep, forgotten places of the forest. They were the remnants of the hollow's earlier corruption, the darkness that had twisted its power and threatened to consume the land. Those shadows had never fully been eradicated, they had only been hidden, buried beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to rise again. "You must act quickly," the voice continued, its urgency growing. "The shadows are rising again, drawn to the hollow's awakening. You must bind them, or they will break free, and everything you have worked for will be undone." Rachel's pulse quickened. The forest around her felt alive with energy, but also heavy with a foreboding presence. She could feel the shadows now, like a chill creeping through the trees, their tendrils reaching out, testing the edges of the hollow's power. They were not visible to the eye, but Rachel could sense their presence in the way the wind moved, in the way the earth trembled beneath her feet. They were there, waiting for their moment to strike. The weight of the task before her was overwhelming. The hollow was not just a force to be understood, it was a living, breathing entity that could be shaped, and it was her responsibility to ensure it remained balanced. But the shadows were a danger. They were remnants of the corruption that had once threatened to consume everything, and they had to be bound, locked away, before they could escape and wreak havoc once more. "The forest is with you," the voice of the forest spoke again, its tone comforting now. "The hollow's power is not just yours to control. It is the land's power, and it will not be swayed by the shadows. But you must act quickly. You must bind them, or they will consume you and everything you have worked for." Rachel closed her eyes and focused, her mind reaching out to the land. She could feel the hollow's pulse, the beat of its heart resonating through the earth, through the roots and branches, through every living thing in the forest. The shadows were still there, lurking beneath the surface, but they were not invincible. They were tied to the hollow, just as everything in the forest was, and Rachel could feel their power, their hunger, their desire to break free. "Bind them," the voice whispered once more. "Tie them to the hollow, to the land. Seal them away, so they cannot rise again." Rachel's hand moved instinctively to the stone circle, her fingers brushing the surface of the ancient stones. The energy in the air seemed to shift, and she could feel the weight of the shadows pressing against her, testing her resolve. But she was not afraid. The hollow was part of her now, part of the forest, and it would not fall to darkness again. Not on her watch. She began to chant, her voice steady but filled with power. The words she spoke were ancient, passed down through the generations, words meant to bind and seal. The stone circle began to glow, its symbols shifting and pulsing in time with the rhythm of the earth, the rhythm of the hollow. Rachel's voice grew stronger, more confident, as the energy around her swirled into a vortex, a force of magic and power that resonated deep within the land. The shadows screamed in the distance, a sound that shook the trees and rattled the earth beneath her feet. But Rachel did not falter. She could feel their power, their hunger, but she also felt the strength of the hollow, the land's heartbeat, pulsing through her, guiding her, protecting her. As she spoke the final words of the binding, the earth beneath her feet trembled, and a brilliant light burst from the stone circle, filling the air with a blinding radiance. The shadows screamed again, but this time, their cries were fading, retreating into the depths of the earth, sealed away by the power of the land, by Rachel's will. The light faded, and the forest fell silent. The air around Rachel was still, calm. The tension that had been building for so long was gone. The shadows had been bound, sealed away where they could do no harm. Rachel exhaled deeply, her heart still racing, but her body filled with a sense of relief. The hollow's pulse was steady beneath her, its power now in perfect balance with the forest, with the land. But Rachel knew that the battle was never truly over. The hollow would always be a force of duality, life and death, creation and decay, and it was her responsibility to ensure that it remained balanced. The shadows would always be there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for their moment to rise. But Rachel was ready. She was the keeper, and the hollow was her charge. The forest was safe, for now. The sun was beginning to set, casting long, tangled shadows through the trees. Rachel stood at the heart of the stone circle, her breath steady but her mind a storm. The hollow's pulse was calm now, its rhythm no longer frantic but steady, a heartbeat that matched the earth's own. The darkness, the shadow that had once threatened to tear the forest apart, was sealed, bound beneath the very roots that had once fed its power. The binding had worked, but Rachel knew that the forest was never as simple as it seemed. There was always more beneath the surface, deeper and darker things lurking in places even she hadn't yet discovered. The hollow was still alive, still potent with energy, but the shadows had only been driven back. And even as they receded, they did not disappear entirely. There was something in the air, something faint but undeniable, that told Rachel the work was far from done. The wind rustled through the branches, its whisper almost a warning, an echo of something that had not yet been vanquished. It was a subtle shift, a difference Rachel could feel deep in her bones, but it was there. The shadows hadn't just been banished, they had been locked away, sealed beneath the earth, bound to the hollow itself. Yet, the nature of the hollow, of the land, was that it never stood still. The shadows had been contained, but their hunger had not been sated. They would continue to press against the seals, testing the bonds, looking for a way out. Rachel looked out into the trees. The forest was still, but there was a strange heaviness to the air, as if the very earth were holding its breath. The hollow's power was everywhere, in the soil, in the roots, in the air itself, but it wasn't just the hollow she had to worry about. It was what lay beneath it. What had always been beneath it. The shadows are not gone, Rachel. The voice, soft yet resonant, echoed in her mind. The tone was familiar, soothing in its depth, yet heavy with ancient wisdom. It was the voice of the forest, but now it had a different edge, one laced with a hint of concern. They are bound, yes. But their hunger still stirs. The forest is not free of them. They are simply waiting. Rachel closed her eyes, feeling the weight of the forest's power pressing against her. She could hear the distant groan of the trees, the way the earth seemed to shift beneath her feet. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but she knew it for what it was, the stirring of something ancient, something that had been bound for too long. The hollow had been shaped by the land's cycles of creation and decay, but it was not the only force that moved beneath the soil. There were older powers, older beings, forgotten and waiting. The shadows that Rachel had sealed were merely one manifestation of something larger, something that lived in the cracks between worlds, in the folds of time and space. She could feel them now, pressing against the edges of her awareness. They were not like the hollow, not like the trees or the animals or the living things that made up the forest. They were something older, something darker, a force of entropy and nothingness that existed in the spaces between the stars, in the dark places where the sun never reached. You are not the only one who feels them, the voice of the forest whispered, softer now. The trees sense it. The roots tremble. Even the wind shudders with the weight of their presence. Rachel's mind raced. The hollow was not just a force of balance, it was also a force of containment. It kept things at bay, kept things from slipping through the cracks of reality. But the cracks were widening now. The boundaries between the world and the things that existed just beyond it were growing thinner. The shadows had been locked away, but the land was restless. The forest was restless. Rachel turned slowly, her eyes scanning the clearing. The air felt charged, thick with the promise of something just beyond the reach of her senses. The trees around her were still, their bark darkened with age, their leaves rustling faintly in the breeze. But something in the space between them, something in the spaces between the words, felt wrong. You must go deeper, the forest whispered again. The land is shifting, Rachel. You are the keeper. You must understand the balance. But the hollow is not enough. You must find the source of the cracks before they tear the world apart. Rachel's pulse quickened. The voice, the land, the hollow, they were all trying to guide her, to show her the way. But she wasn't sure where the path led anymore. Everything felt uncertain, like standing on the edge of a cliff, knowing that whatever came next would change everything. With a deep breath, she turned toward the deeper part of the forest, where the trees grew thicker and the shadows grew longer. The land was calling to her, urging her to follow. She could feel the hollow beneath her feet, its pulse steady but restless, and she knew that whatever lay ahead would force her to confront the true nature of the forest, of the land, and of her own place within it. She stepped forward, the earth soft beneath her feet. The deeper she went, the quieter it became. The usual sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the calls of distant birds, had faded away. Now, there was only the sound of her own footsteps, the steady thrum of her heartbeat, and the eerie silence that seemed to stretch on for miles. As she moved deeper into the heart of the forest, the air grew thick with mist, curling around her like fingers. The trees loomed overhead, their trunks twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The hollow was alive here, its pulse growing stronger, but there was something more. Something deeper. Something that could not be ignored. The mist thickened, swirling around Rachel until she could barely see more than a few feet ahead. It was as though the forest itself was trying to conceal something from her, trying to keep her from what lay ahead. But Rachel pushed forward, her senses sharp, her determination unwavering. Suddenly, the mist parted, and Rachel found herself standing before a vast, yawning chasm in the earth. It was not just a crack, it was a rift, a wound in the very fabric of the land. The air around the rift was cold, a stark contrast to the warmth of the hollow. She could feel the pulse of the land here, but it was fractured, disrupted, as if something had torn through it, leaving a scar that had yet to heal. She stepped closer to the edge, her heart pounding in her chest. The rift stretched deep into the earth, its bottom lost in shadow. It was not just a physical wound, it was a tear in the very essence of the forest, a break in the natural order. And Rachel could feel the power that surged from it, dark and ancient, calling to her. "This is it," the forest whispered, its voice tinged with a sorrow Rachel had never felt before. "The crack in the land. The source of the shadows. You must close it, or everything you've worked for will be undone." Rachel's breath caught in her throat. This was what she had been feeling, the disruption, the pull, the darkness that had been creeping up on her. The rift was the source, the origin of the hollow's power and its shadow. And now, it was hers to heal. She reached out, her hand trembling as she hovered above the chasm. The power that surged from it was immense, overwhelming. It was everything the hollow had been and everything it had not yet become. It was the darkness that existed in the gaps between worlds, in the spaces where life could not touch. But Rachel could feel it, the energy of the land was still alive, still pulsing beneath her, still waiting for her to restore the balance. The rift was deep, but so was she. She had always known her place in this world, but now, it was clear. She was the keeper. And the land was waiting for her to heal its wounds. With a steadying breath, Rachel reached out to the rift. Rachel's hand hovered just above the rift, her fingers tingling with the raw, unrelenting energy that pulsed from the depths of the chasm. The air around her seemed to thrum, vibrating with an intensity that reverberated through her bones. The rift stretched wide, jagged and deep, a tear in the very fabric of the world itself. It was not just a wound in the earth, it was a wound in the land's soul, in the hollow's very heart. Rachel could feel its power, its darkness, but there was something more, a lingering pull, an invitation to reach deeper, to understand more. She knew that whatever lay within the rift had been there long before the forest had taken shape, long before the hollow had come to be. This was not just a crack in the earth, it was a wound in time itself, a scar that reached back through the ages to a place before the land had even begun to breathe. And it was waiting for her. Her breath was shallow as she took a step closer to the edge. The wind whispered through the trees behind her, but here, in the heart of the rift, there was no wind. No sound. Only the heartbeat of the land, pulsing in rhythm with the energy that surged from the chasm. The land is waiting, the voice of the forest spoke softly in her mind. The hollow is waiting. You must restore what was broken. The rift is not just a tear in the earth, it is a tear in the very cycle of life and death, creation and destruction. You must heal it, Rachel, or the balance will shift beyond repair. Rachel's mind raced. The forest had always been a place of balance, a place of cycles. Life, death, decay, and rebirth. But this rift, it was different. It was a wound that had been torn in the fabric of time and space, and it had been festering for centuries, waiting for someone to find it, to understand its true nature. She closed her eyes, trying to center herself, trying to connect with the earth beneath her. The hollow's pulse was steady now, but it was not enough. The land was still unbalanced, still in pain, still reaching for something it could not grasp. It needed her to do more. The time had come to perform the ritual that would restore the balance and seal the rift. Her heart pounded in her chest as she stepped forward, feeling the earth beneath her shift, the energy of the land humming with anticipation. She knew what she had to do. She had always known. The keeper was not just a protector of the forest. She was its healer. Its guide. Its balance. And now, the land had called on her to restore what had been broken. The ritual was old, older than the hollow, older than the trees that surrounded her. It was a ritual passed down through the generations, a ritual of binding and restoration, a way to heal the earth when it was torn, when the balance was disturbed. It was a ritual that required a connection, a deep, unshakable connection with the land, with the forest, with the hollow itself. She raised her hands, palms open toward the rift, and began to speak the words that had been passed down to her. The language was ancient, a language that had been spoken only by the keepers, a language that resonated with the very pulse of the land. The words were not just words, they were a part of the earth's heartbeat, a part of its rhythm, a part of its energy. As she spoke, the air around her seemed to hum with power, the very atmosphere thickening with the weight of the ritual. The stones beneath her feet vibrated, the rift trembled, and the hollow's pulse quickened. The world around her seemed to hold its breath, waiting for her to complete the binding. The wind began to stir, gently at first, then with increasing strength, until it howled through the trees. The leaves rustled violently, and the branches above her seemed to reach toward the sky, as though responding to her call. Rachel could feel the energy building, the force of the hollow and the forest coming together, drawing from the very core of the land. She took a deep breath and continued to chant, her voice steady but filled with power. The words flowed through her like a river, carrying with them the weight of centuries, the weight of the earth's memory. Each word she spoke was a thread, weaving itself into the fabric of the land, pulling the rift closer, bringing it back together. The ground beneath her feet trembled again, and the rift began to shift, its jagged edges moving, slowly at first, then faster, as if the earth itself was healing. Rachel's heart raced, but she did not falter. The rift was closing, but it was not enough. She had to go deeper. She had to reach the core of the wound, to bind the energy that had broken through. She stepped closer to the edge of the rift, her hands still raised, her fingers tingling with the energy of the land. The air around her was thick with power, but it was also suffused with a deep sadness, a sorrow that seemed to emanate from the rift itself. This was not just a tear in the land, it was a scar in the land's soul. A wound that had been left to fester for too long. You must heal the wound, Rachel, the voice of the forest urged, its tone more insistent now. The land is bleeding, and it will not heal unless you give it what it needs. You must guide the hollow, guide the balance. You must bring the rift back into harmony. Rachel nodded, her eyes closed, her focus unwavering. The hollow was with her now, its pulse steady in her chest, guiding her. She could feel its power, its energy, flowing through her like a river, connecting her to the land, to the forest, to the very heart of the earth. And with each breath, she drew that energy closer, focusing it into the rift, willing the wound to close. The rift began to glow, a soft, silvery light emanating from its depths. The air hummed with energy, and the wind seemed to sing, a low, mournful tune that filled the clearing. The trees trembled, their leaves shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within them. The very land seemed to come alive, as though it were reaching for the healing energy that Rachel was weaving. The light from the rift grew brighter, pulsing in time with Rachel's breath. She could feel it, the rift was closing. The wound was healing. But it was not just the earth that was healing. It was the hollow, the forest, and Rachel herself. She was bound to the land in ways she had never fully understood, and now, she understood the depth of that connection. The earth trembled one final time, and the rift sealed with a soft, resonant hum. The energy in the air shifted, becoming still and calm. Rachel stood there, her hands lowered, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the hollow. The land was healed, the rift closed, the balance restored. But as the energy settled, Rachel knew that her work was not yet done. The hollow was calm for now, but the land was ever changing, ever shifting. The shadows might never fully vanish, but as the keeper, it was her responsibility to ensure that they never gained the upper hand. She was bound to the land, just as the land was bound to her, and their cycles would continue. But for now, the forest was at peace. The hollow's pulse was steady, the land was whole again, and Rachel had fulfilled her role. The keeper had healed the wound. The air around Rachel felt lighter now, as if the forest itself had exhaled a long-held breath. The rift had closed, its jagged edges sealing themselves seamlessly back into the earth, leaving no trace of the wound that had once torn through the land. The ground beneath her feet was steady again, the pulse of the hollow vibrating through the soil in a slow, rhythmic beat, like the gentle pulse of a sleeping heart. It was peaceful. For now. But peace, Rachel knew, was fragile. It was a delicate balance, one that could easily be disturbed. The energy that surged through the forest now was quiet, calm, but it was not the end of the story. The hollow had been restored, but the land had been forever changed by the shadows it had once harbored. The scars remained, deep beneath the surface, hidden from sight but ever present. Rachel stood at the edge of the rift, her eyes lingering on the place where the earth had been torn, now whole again. She could still feel the tremors of the land beneath her feet, the echoes of the ritual, the energy that had woven the rift closed. The hollow's pulse was steady, but she could feel the weight of something else, a deeper, older rhythm, as though the land itself was holding something in reserve, waiting. The cycle was never truly complete. The hollow was a living thing, and it would always need a keeper. It was not just a force of creation and destruction, it was a force of renewal. The forest, the land, the hollow, they were all part of the same eternal rhythm, an unbroken loop of life, death, and rebirth. And Rachel was part of it now, tied to the land in ways she could not fully comprehend. She turned away from the rift, her feet carrying her through the quiet clearing, the familiar sights of the forest surrounding her. The trees whispered in the wind, their leaves shifting gently, their roots deep beneath the earth, intertwined with the hollow's pulse. The forest was alive, as it had always been, and it had a language of its own, a language Rachel had come to understand. As she walked, her mind drifted back to the ritual. The power, the energy, the connection she had felt to the land, it was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It was a part of her now, deep in her bones, in her blood, in the very air she breathed. She could feel the land's heartbeat within her, the hollow's pulse resonating in time with her own. But there was something else, something that lingered beneath the surface, a question that had been gnawing at her since the ritual had ended. The shadows had been bound, sealed away, but they were not gone. She could feel them, faint and distant, like a presence lurking in the corners of her mind. They were waiting, patient, ever hungry. The hollow had always been a place of duality, light and dark, life and death, creation and destruction, and the shadows were a part of that balance. They could not be erased. Rachel stopped beneath the towering canopy of an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high into the sky. The leaves rustled above her, their green faces glowing softly in the fading light of dusk. The forest had been restored, but the work was far from over. She had healed the rift, but the shadows would not stay bound forever. They were a part of the land, a part of the hollow, and as long as the hollow pulsed, they would remain. She closed her eyes and breathed in deeply, the earthy scent of moss and leaves filling her lungs. She could feel the hollow's pulse beneath the earth, steady and strong, but there was something else, something unfamiliar. It was faint, almost imperceptible, like a shadow within a shadow. The land was still, but it was not at rest. It was waiting. "You understand now, Rachel," the voice of the forest spoke softly in her mind. "The cycle is never ending. The land is always in motion. The hollow is a force of life and death, of change and renewal. It cannot be contained forever. It must be allowed to flow, to shift, to change. But it is your duty, your role, to guide it. To keep the balance." Rachel's heart quickened. The hollow was more than she had ever imagined. It was not just a place or a power, it was a living, breathing entity, one that thrived on the cycles of life and death. And it was up to her, as the keeper, to ensure that those cycles remained in harmony. "The hollow is not a thing to control, but a force to understand," the voice continued. "And you, Rachel, must learn how to guide it, not just in times of peace, but in times of unrest. When the shadows stir again, as they always will, you must be ready. You must know how to bring the balance back, to restore the land, to heal what is broken." Rachel opened her eyes and looked out across the forest. The trees were still, but the air felt thick, charged with energy. She could feel the land's power moving beneath the surface, its pulse shifting, restless. The hollow was quiet for now, but it was never truly still. The cycle was ongoing, and Rachel knew that her role as keeper was far from over. She would have to learn to listen, to feel the land's rhythms, to understand its needs. The land would always be in motion, always shifting between creation and decay, and it was her responsibility to guide it. "You are part of the land now, Rachel," the voice of the forest whispered. "Part of the hollow's cycle. And the hollow will guide you, as long as you listen. You must feel its pulse, its rhythm, and know when it is time to act. When the time comes, you will know what to do. You will always know." Rachel closed her eyes again, feeling the pulse of the land beneath her feet, the rhythm of the hollow in the soil, in the air, in her blood. She was the keeper, and the land was hers to protect. The shadows might stir again, but she would be ready. The land was in her care, and she would do whatever it took to keep the balance. But as the last rays of sunlight faded behind the trees, Rachel couldn't shake the feeling that something else was watching. Something deeper. Something older. The shadows were not gone. They were simply waiting. And Rachel would be ready when they came. The moon had risen high above the treetops, casting a pale, silvery light over the forest floor. The shadows had lengthened, stretching like long fingers across the earth, reaching into every crack and crevice, even where the light dared to touch. The air had grown colder, the usual warmth of the forest's heartbeat replaced with a chill that sent shivers down Rachel's spine. The night was heavy with the scent of damp earth and moss, the whispers of leaves brushing against one another like soft, hurried breaths. But underneath it all, there was something else, a faint hum that vibrated through the soil, through the roots, through Rachel herself. She stood at the edge of the clearing, her gaze fixed on the path that led deeper into the forest. The hollow's pulse, once steady and calm, now felt uneasy, like a storm on the horizon. The wind had picked up, carrying with it a strange, almost ancient scent, one Rachel didn't recognize, but that tugged at something deep within her. The land was shifting, its rhythm disturbed, and Rachel knew that the time of peace she had fought so hard to restore was coming to an end. The shadows were stirring once again. "You feel it too, don't you?" The voice of the forest echoed in her mind, soft but clear, like a distant murmur in the night. The land is restless. The hollow is shifting. The balance is teetering on the edge. Rachel closed her eyes, trying to steady her thoughts. She could feel the power of the hollow beneath her feet, its pulse still there, but different now. The rift had been healed, the shadows bound, but they were never gone. The forest was alive, but its heart was faltering. And deep within the earth, something stirred, something old, something forgotten. She could feel it, just at the edges of her senses, like the faintest whisper of a voice that had been lost to time. The voice of the forest grew more insistent. There are things in this land, Rachel, things that were never meant to be forgotten. The hollow is not just the land's heartbeat. It is a gate, a threshold between worlds. And the shadows you sealed are not the only things that dwell beyond. The land is shifting, the boundaries between this world and the next are thinning. And you, as the keeper, are the only one who can prevent what is coming. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. The hollow was more than she had ever understood. It wasn't just a force of creation and destruction, it was a doorway, a threshold between worlds. And what lay beyond that door was something she could not even begin to comprehend. Her mind raced, her heart pounding as she struggled to grasp the enormity of what the forest was telling her. The shadows are just the beginning, the voice continued, its tone laced with both warning and sorrow. There are things in the dark corners of the land, things that have been waiting. Waiting for a time when the hollow's pulse falters, when the balance slips. The cracks between worlds have always existed, but now they are widening. Now, the boundaries are thin enough for the forgotten things to slip through. Rachel turned away from the clearing, her feet carrying her down the narrow path that wound through the forest. The trees seemed to whisper as she passed, their branches creaking and swaying, as if they too were aware of the disturbance in the air. She walked deeper into the forest, the darkness growing thicker with every step. The hollow's pulse was stronger here, but it was a pulse of unease, of warning, not of peace. You must understand, Rachel, the voice of the forest urged, more insistent now. The land remembers everything. The hollow remembers everything. The things that dwell beyond the rift, beyond the veil, they are part of the land's history. And the land will always remember what was lost, what was hidden. The echoes of the forgotten things will always remain. Rachel felt a cold shiver crawl up her spine. There were ancient stories told by the elders, stories of beings that had once roamed the earth, beings who had been sealed away, their powers locked deep within the hollow. They were not shadows, not creatures of darkness, but something more primal, more ancient. Beings that existed before the land had taken shape, before the hollow had formed its roots in the soil. The forest seemed to grow denser as she walked, the trees closing in around her. The moonlight barely pierced the thick canopy above, leaving her in an eerie half-darkness. The air felt heavy, laden with the weight of something unseen, something waiting just beyond the veil of reality. And then, as she reached the center of the forest, it happened. A low, almost inaudible hum reverberated through the ground, a vibration that Rachel could feel deep in her chest. The trees around her seemed to lean in, their branches twitching, their leaves rustling as though caught in a breeze that only they could feel. The hollow's pulse quickened, the rhythm shifting, faltering. For the briefest moment, Rachel thought she heard something else, something that was not part of the forest's natural song. It was a whisper, faint but clear, as though a voice were calling to her from far, far away. Rachel. The voice was distant, but the urgency in its tone was undeniable. It sent a chill through her, a coldness that crept into her very bones. She stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding in her chest. The voice was familiar, but not in any way she could place. It was not the voice of the forest, it was something older, something that did not belong to this world. Rachel. The whisper came again, this time clearer, closer. She spun around, her eyes darting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. Just the endless expanse of trees and shadows. But the voice was still there, just beyond her hearing, like a breath in the wind, a murmur in the distance. You are the keeper. Rachel's breath quickened. The voice spoke with a knowing, with an authority that made her feel small, insignificant. The weight of the words pressed down on her, and for a moment, she felt as though the very air around her was alive with the presence of something ancient, something forgotten. You are the keeper, and you must choose. Her heart skipped a beat. The words echoed in her mind, vibrating through her skull, reverberating in the depths of her being. The choice. What choice? What did the voice mean? The hollow was a force of balance, life and death, creation and destruction, but Rachel had always understood it as something to be kept in harmony, to be protected. But now, standing in the midst of the forest, feeling the vibrations in the earth beneath her feet, she realized that the hollow was more than just a force, it was a doorway, a gate between worlds. And beyond that gate, something waited. The voice called again, insistent. The hollow is not just a keeper of balance, Rachel. It is a keeper of doors. A keeper of thresholds. And now, the time has come for you to choose. You must decide. Will you bind the door shut, or will you open it wide? Rachel's mind reeled, her thoughts spinning in 1,000 directions. Open it wide. Bind it shut. What did that even mean? The hollow had always been a force of renewal, of cycles. She had always known her place in its rhythm, her role as the keeper. But now, she realized, there was more to the hollow than she had ever understood. It was not just a force of nature, it was a force of gateways, of passages between worlds, and it held power beyond anything she could have imagined. The earth beneath her feet trembled again, and the trees around her seemed to lean in closer, their leaves rustling, their branches creaking with a sound that was almost like a whisper. The choice is yours, Rachel. The voice spoke one last time, its tone filled with ancient weight. And once the door is opened, it cannot be closed again. Rachel stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest. The choice had been given to her. The weight of it was immense. Open the door, or close it forever. But what lay beyond the threshold? The wind had picked up again, howling through the trees with a newfound intensity, as if the forest itself was urging Rachel to make a decision, to act before the forces beyond the rift awoke fully. The hollow's pulse underfoot throbbed like a heartbeat, erratic now, filled with a tension that sent a shiver racing down Rachel's spine. The voice, ancient, familiar, and yet impossibly distant, continued to reverberate in her mind, its words echoing like a chant through her consciousness. The door is open, Rachel. The rift between worlds is thin. You must choose. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her thoughts a tangled mess. She had always understood the hollow as a keeper of life and death, of balance and decay. It was the land's heartbeat, the pulse that kept the forest alive. But now she realized that it was so much more. The hollow was not just a cycle of creation and destruction, it was a gateway, a threshold between worlds, and she, as keeper, held the key. Rachel closed her eyes, trying to steady herself, trying to center her thoughts. Her mind flickered back to the many nights she had spent listening to the forest, to the way the trees whispered their ancient songs, the way the earth trembled with the hollow's pulse. She had always felt connected to it, but now, the connection felt deeper, more personal, as if the land itself was a part of her, as if she were part of it. She had healed the rift, sealed the shadows away, but this was different. This was not something she could simply undo with a chant or a gesture. This was a choice that would shape the very fabric of the forest, of the land, and of everything that lay beyond. The voice spoke again, its tone insistent, almost pleading. The door was never meant to stay closed forever. You, Rachel, as the keeper, are the only one who can decide. Will you open the gate, allowing what lies beyond to cross over into this world, or will you bind it shut, keeping the land, and the hollow, as it has always been? Her heart thundered in her chest. The forest around her was silent now, save for the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the wind. It was as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for her to make the decision that would shape everything to come. The rift was still there, still pulsing beneath the earth, like a wound that had yet to heal completely. It was both a promise and a threat, a doorway to something vast, something powerful, and Rachel could feel the weight of that power, deep in her bones. But what lay beyond the rift? She had always known the hollow to be a force of life, but the stories her elders had told her were filled with cryptic warnings of what lay beyond, of the creatures, the beings, that had once roamed the land in times long past. Some had been sealed away in the deepest, most hidden places of the earth, their power too dangerous to be allowed to roam free. Some were ancient beings, powerful enough to change the very nature of the world. Others had been forgotten, lost to time, their names lost to the whispers of the wind. Rachel took another slow, steadying breath. The forest was quiet again, the trees standing tall and still, their gnarled branches reaching up like ancient arms, their roots deep in the soil, connected to the hollow. The wind had died down, leaving a heavy silence in its wake, but the air felt charged, as though the entire world was waiting for her to make the choice. And in the silence, Rachel knew that there was no easy answer. No perfect solution. The balance must be kept, the voice of the forest urged. But balance does not mean stagnation. Life and death, light and dark, creation and destruction, they must all exist together, in harmony. The hollow is not just a barrier, Rachel. It is the lifeblood of the land, the link between all things. And it has always been your duty to protect it. But now, the question is not whether to close the door, but when. When will the balance shift again? Rachel's heart ached with the weight of the decision. She knew what she had to do, what the hollow would demand of her, but she also knew that opening the door was not without consequence. The land would change. The world would change. It would not be a simple return to the way things were. She could feel it, deep in her bones, the energy of the forest, the pulse of the hollow, all vibrating with a restless energy, as if the very fabric of reality was trembling at the edges of the rift. You must decide, Rachel. The voice grew softer now, almost mournful. The hollow is more than just a force of life. It is a part of all things. But once the door is open, the land will never be the same. You must choose carefully, for what you do now will shape the future. Your future, and the future of everything that dwells within the land. Rachel looked down at her hands, her fingers trembling ever so slightly. She had always been the keeper, the protector, the guide, but now, standing at the precipice of such a profound decision, she felt the weight of her role more than ever before. The hollow was not just a place or a force, it was a living thing, as alive as the forest itself. And it was bound to her, just as she was bound to it. The trees around her shifted in the wind, their ancient boughs creaking and groaning, as if they too were waiting. Waiting for her to make the choice. Waiting for her to decide the fate of the hollow, the land, and everything beyond. The choice is yours, the voice of the forest whispered one final time. But remember, keeper, the cycle is never-ending. Life and death, creation and decay, they will always return. And so will the shadows. Rachel swallowed hard, her throat dry. She had seen the power of the hollow, the balance it held between life and death, and she knew that whatever decision she made, it would shape the future. But she could feel the pull of the unknown, the pull of the rift, the pull of what lay beyond. The temptation to open the door, to uncover what had been hidden for so long, was powerful. And yet, she could not ignore the warnings, the doubts, the voices that whispered from the depths of the forest. What if the shadows beyond were too powerful to contain? What if the door, once opened, could never be closed again? What will you do, keeper? Rachel closed her eyes once more, letting the pulse of the hollow guide her. She took a deep breath, grounding herself in the rhythm of the earth, in the heartbeat of the forest. The land had always been a part of her, and now, she knew it would always remain so. She was its keeper. Its protector. Its guide. The choice was hers. And she would make it. The night seemed to stretch on forever, the silence heavy around Rachel, as if the entire forest was holding its breath. The wind no longer whispered through the trees, and even the rustling of leaves had stopped. Everything felt still, as if the world itself was suspended in time, waiting for Rachel to make her choice. The hollow's pulse, once a steady rhythm beneath her feet, now felt like a distant echo, as though it were far away, hidden in some deep, forgotten place. The rift, the gateway between worlds, pulsed with an energy that seemed to tug at her very soul. It was calling to her, its presence so intense that it threatened to drown her. Every part of her being screamed to open it, to unlock the mysteries beyond, to let the shadows and the unknown flood the land. But at the same time, she felt the weight of the responsibility pressing down on her, as if the very earth itself was begging her to keep the doors shut, to maintain the balance, to keep what was beyond the rift from spilling into this world. Her pulse quickened. The forest was alive around her, but not in the way it had been before. Now, the trees felt like watchers, silent, looming giants, their branches stretching toward her like skeletal hands. The ground beneath her feet seemed to vibrate with the energy of the rift, a low hum that rattled her bones. She could feel it, the presence beyond the veil, the pull of something ancient and vast, something older than the forest itself. "You are the keeper, Rachel," the voice of the forest whispered, a soft but insistent murmur in her mind. "And as the keeper, it is your duty to maintain the balance. The hollow is not just a gate. It is a living thing, a conduit between worlds. If you open it, you risk everything. But if you close it, you may trap what lies beyond forever." Rachel's breath caught in her throat. The choice was unbearable. How could she be expected to make such a decision? How could anyone bear the weight of deciding the fate of the land, of the hollow, of the world itself? She looked down at her hands, trembling slightly, the weight of the forest's power swirling around her. Her heart pounded in her chest as the rift pulsed before her, its jagged edges glowing faintly in the moonlight, a silent invitation to come closer. The wind whispered again, this time louder, more insistent. "It is time, Rachel. The rift calls to you. The land calls to you. You must choose. Will you bind the door shut, or will you open it to what lies beyond?" Rachel clenched her fists, forcing herself to take a deep breath. She had always been the keeper, always the protector of the hollow, the one who guided the land's pulse, who kept the balance. But now, for the first time, she felt the weight of that role like a crushing burden, a weight too great for her to bear alone. She stepped closer to the rift, her boots crunching softly on the damp earth. The energy emanating from the crack in the world seemed to grow stronger with every step she took, pulling at her, drawing her closer. It felt like an inevitable force, like gravity itself, tugging her toward the very heart of the hollow. "Open the door," the voice urged, its tone both pleading and demanding. "Let what lies beyond into this world. Let it flow through the hollow. Let the ancient powers return. You know what awaits, what has always awaited." Rachel's mind spun, but she could not ignore the pull, the invitation, the call of the rift. She felt its power deep in her chest, like the pull of an unspoken promise. What lay beyond the veil? What could be unlocked by opening the rift? Was it freedom? Power? Or something darker, something that could tear the world apart? "Remember," the forest's voice whispered softly. "The land remembers what was lost. The hollow remembers the things that were sealed away, the forces that were contained. You are not just the keeper of this land, Rachel, you are the keeper of its history. The land's history. And now, the time has come to decide. Will you let it all come back?" She hesitated, her mind racing. What would happen if she opened the rift? Would the land be consumed by the ancient beings that waited beyond? Or would something more terrible emerge, something she could not even begin to understand? She had always been the one to protect the hollow, to guard the balance, but now, standing before this impossible choice, she felt the weight of every decision she had ever made, every action she had taken, bearing down on her all at once. Her thoughts turned to the forest, to the life she had always known, to the hollow's heartbeat, to the way the trees had always whispered their secrets. She had always been a part of this land, and this land had always been a part of her. Could she really undo all of that? Could she truly open the door, knowing what might emerge from it? The hollow's pulse beneath her feet quickened, and Rachel felt a surge of power rise within her. It was the land's power, the ancient force that had always existed, that had always thrummed beneath the earth. It was calling to her, urging her to take the final step. You are the keeper, the voice whispered again. And only you can decide. The land is yours to protect. But it is also yours to shape. Open the door. Let what lies beyond come through. Or close it forever, and seal the land away from what was lost. Rachel stood at the edge of the rift, her hands trembling, her heart racing in her chest. The choice was before her. She could feel the power of the hollow in the very air around her, swirling like a storm, ready to burst free. But then, just as the decision began to weigh heavier than she could bear, something shifted. A faint whispering, a sound carried on the wind, reached her ears. It was distant at first, but it grew clearer with every passing moment. A voice. A familiar voice. Rachel. It was faint, but unmistakable. The voice of her mentor, the one who had trained her, the one who had taught her everything she knew about the hollow. She had thought him lost to time, to the forest, to the very land itself. Rachel, remember, the voice called again, clearer now, but still distant. The land speaks through you. But it is not you alone who decides the fate of the hollow. There are other forces at play, forces that you cannot see, forces that you cannot understand. Do not let the rift consume you. Do not let the power of the land blind you to the truth. Rachel froze. She had always thought she understood the hollow, that she was its sole guardian, its only keeper. But now, she felt the weight of those words, the warning that had been left behind for her. There was more at stake than just the land, than just the hollow. There were forces beyond her comprehension, forces that had been hidden, waiting, biding their time. The voice faded, leaving behind only silence. Rachel stood alone at the edge of the rift, the weight of the decision pressing down on her. The hollow was alive with energy, its pulse beating louder now, more insistent. The power of the land, the power of what lay beyond the rift, was waiting for her to make her choice. The question remained, could she really open the door, knowing what might come through it? Or would she seal the land away forever, knowing that the balance she had worked so hard to maintain might never be the same? Rachel took a step back from the rift, her heart still pounding, her mind racing. She did not yet have the answers. But the choice was hers. And it would be hers alone to make. Rachel stood there, her feet planted firmly on the earth, staring down at the rift before her. The ancient crack in the fabric of reality pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, its jagged edges glowing faintly under the moonlight. It felt alive, as though it was breathing, calling to her, begging for release. The wind had picked up again, whipping through the trees with increasing intensity, as if the forest itself were in turmoil. The leaves rustled in the branches, their soft whispers only adding to the ever-growing tension in the air. You are the keeper, the voice of the forest whispered in her mind once more. You are the protector of the land. The fate of the hollow rests with you. The balance between worlds is in your hands. The door waits. Will you open it, or will you leave it closed? Rachel's hands trembled at her sides as she tried to steady herself. Her heart hammered in her chest, and her thoughts swirled like the wind above her head. The choice was overwhelming. Her duty as the keeper was clear, to protect the land, to keep the balance between life and death, between light and dark. But the rift before her was not just a tear in the earth. It was a gateway, an opening to a force older than time itself, a force that had been sealed away long before she was born. And yet, despite its ancient power, it called to her, beckoning her to unlock its secrets. The shadows are never truly gone, the voice continued, more insistent this time. You sealed them away, yes. But they are still here, waiting. The land has memories that stretch back far beyond your understanding, Rachel. The hollow has always been a place of duality, a place where the light and the dark, the life and the death, intertwine. And the rift is a part of that duality. Rachel's mind raced, her thoughts whirling like a storm. The memories of her mentor, the stories he had told her about the hollow, about the ancient forces that lay beneath the surface of the land, flooded her mind. She remembered his warnings, the way he had spoken of the rift as if it were both a blessing and a curse, a door that should never be opened, but one that could not be ignored. There is more at stake than the land itself, his voice echoed in her memory. The rift is a threshold between worlds, a boundary that keeps something ancient and terrible at bay. The power beyond is not of this world, Rachel. It is not of the forest, not of the hollow. It comes from a place outside time, a place beyond the reach of the land's natural rhythms. It is a force that will disrupt everything you know. Rachel shuddered at the memory of those words. She had believed them, trusted them. She had always known that the hollow, the forest, the land, it all had its secrets, things that had been hidden away for a reason. But the call of the rift, the pull of the unknown, was undeniable. It was as though the land itself was speaking to her, urging her to uncover what had been buried, to open the door that had been sealed for so long. She could feel the power of the rift now, thrumming beneath her feet, vibrating through the very ground. It was an ancient energy, one that resonated with the deep pulse of the hollow. The land was alive, but it was not the same as it had been before. There was something else here, something that did not belong. The rift was not just a wound, it was a bridge, a connection between worlds, between the known and the unknown. The forest around her seemed to lean in, its trees shifting and creaking in the wind, their roots twisting in the soil as if drawn toward the rift. Rachel's heart pounded as she realized that the forest, the hollow, and the land itself were all part of this great, unbroken cycle. And yet, there was something outside of it, something that had been locked away for millennia, waiting for the right moment to return. The door is always open, Rachel, the voice whispered again, now a soft, seductive hum in her mind. The rift is not just a tear in the earth. It is a passage, a doorway to a world beyond. And you, as the keeper, are the key. You have the power to open it. The choice is yours. Rachel took a slow, steadying breath. She closed her eyes, grounding herself in the rhythm of the land. The pulse of the hollow, the steady beat beneath her feet, filled her with a sense of calm. She had always been the keeper. She had always known that the land's fate was in her hands. But now, standing before the rift, the enormity of her responsibility weighed heavily on her shoulders. The choice was not just about protecting the land anymore. It was about understanding the deeper forces that flowed through the earth, through the hollow, through the very fabric of time itself. Her mentor's words echoed in her mind again, "Do not open the door, Rachel. Do not let what lies beyond enter this world. The consequences will be dire." She opened her eyes and stared at the rift once more. The glow from its jagged edges pulsed softly, like the slow beating of a heart, as if waiting for her to make a decision. Her fingers clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms as she fought against the pull of the rift. The temptation to open it, to release whatever lay beyond, was overwhelming. She could feel the power, the promise of untold secrets, of knowledge and power that had been sealed away for centuries. The land, the hollow, they were not enough to contain it anymore. The rift was the key. But what would happen if she turned it? Her heart raced with fear and anticipation. What is beyond the rift? What will I unleash if I open it? The wind howled, the trees creaking and groaning under its force. The air around her grew thick, charged with an energy that seemed to swell and pulse in time with her heartbeat. The rift called to her, its power surging like a river, flooding her senses, demanding to be let free. Rachel closed her eyes, letting the pull of the rift wash over her. She could feel it, the weight of time, the pulse of ancient forces, the presence of something beyond this world. The hollow had always been a place of balance, a place of duality, but now, with the rift before her, the land was on the brink of something more. She could feel the land's fear, its uncertainty. It was as if the very earth beneath her was trembling, unsure of what would happen if she opened the door. But then, something shifted. The forest, the rift, the hollow, it all seemed to pause, to hold its breath. Rachel stood there, the wind stilled, the pulse of the land growing faint. The voice, which had once whispered in her mind, grew quiet. The rift no longer pulsed with its frenetic energy, but instead seemed to hover in a state of suspended animation, as if waiting for something, waiting for her to decide. Rachel reached out a hand, her fingers hovering just above the jagged edges of the rift. She could feel the pull of the unknown, the weight of centuries pressing against her fingertips. She knew that the choice she made now would change everything. The land, the hollow, the forest, they all depended on her. The question was no longer whether to open the rift, it was whether she could live with the consequences. The air grew thick, heavier, as if the very fabric of reality was starting to stretch and bend. Rachel's hand hovered just above the jagged edges of the rift, her fingers trembling, caught between the weight of her decision and the pulse of ancient power calling to her. The sound of the hollow's heartbeat, once a steady, reassuring rhythm, had changed, growing faster, more erratic. It felt like the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for her to make the move that would set everything in motion. The wind had died down completely, leaving behind an eerie silence that felt unnatural, as if the forest was suspended in time. The trees around her loomed like silent sentinels, their gnarled branches stretching toward her like skeletal hands, their leaves still and unmoving. The ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with energy, vibrating in time with the rift. It was as though the land was alive and aware of the choice she was about to make. "You are the keeper," the voice of the forest whispered in her mind once more. "And you hold the key to the rift. Only you can decide whether the land shall remain as it is, or whether you will open the door and unleash what lies beyond. But remember, Rachel." The voice faltered, as though uncertain, hesitant. "Remember that there are consequences. The rift is not a thing to be trifled with. What you release may not be what you expect. The forces beyond the door are ancient, primal. They have lain dormant for eons, but they are waiting. They are patient. And once the door is opened, there is no turning back." Rachel's chest tightened. The words weighed on her like a heavy stone pressing against her ribs. There was no mistaking the gravity of the situation. She was standing on the precipice of something that could alter the very course of the world, and yet, the temptation to open the rift, to uncover what had been hidden for so long, was overpowering. It was like a drug, a promise of power, of knowledge, of secrets long forgotten. The rift called to her like an old friend, a companion she had never known but always felt bound to. Her breath quickened, her hand trembling, inches from the rift. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, each one crashing against the next. Was she prepared to carry the weight of what lay beyond the door? Could she truly bear the responsibility of unleashing what had been kept hidden for so long? And yet, if she did not open the door, would she be denying the land a piece of itself, something that was always meant to be free? She closed her eyes, trying to steady her racing thoughts, trying to calm her mind. She had been the keeper for so long. She had known the rhythms of the land, the pulse of the hollow, the balance of life and death. But now, it was as though the very foundation of her understanding was being shaken. She had always thought of the hollow as a place of peace, a place of balance, but now, she realized how little she truly knew. There was a deeper power at work, one that had been hidden from her until now. The rift was not just a gateway, it was a reminder of something lost, something ancient that was tied to the land itself. Rachel's hand fell to her side, and she stepped back, away from the rift, her mind in turmoil. The wind stirred the leaves again, the soft rustling a distant, almost soothing sound. She could feel the pulse of the hollow beneath her feet, still strong, but the energy had shifted. It was no longer a peaceful rhythm, it was a warning, a reminder that the land was unsettled, uncertain. What if I open the rift? She thought to herself. What will happen to the land, to the hollow, to everything I've worked to protect? The hollow had always been a place of life, of death, of renewal. But there was something darker beneath the surface. Something that had been buried, sealed away for a reason. She had never fully understood the true extent of the power that pulsed beneath the land. The rift had been awound, yes, but it was more than that. It was a door, and it was waiting to be opened. And then, a thought struck her, a thought that chilled her to the very core. What if the rift was not meant to be sealed? For a moment, the thought hung in the air like a fog, swirling around her, clouding her judgment. What if she was wrong? What if the rift was always meant to be opened, and her efforts to keep it closed had been in vain? What if the shadows and the ancient beings that lay beyond were not enemies, but part of the cycle, part of the land's natural rhythm? The hollow was a place of duality, life and death, creation and destruction. Perhaps the forces beyond the rift were simply another part of that balance. But the voice of the forest, was insistent, its tone growing more urgent as it echoed in her mind. You must be sure, Rachel. You must be certain. Once the rift is opened, there is no going back. What you unleash may change everything. It may undo the balance of the land, unravel everything you have worked for. Rachel closed her eyes, swallowing the fear that rose in her throat. The weight of the decision was suffocating, pressing down on her chest like a vice. She could feel the pulse of the land in the pit of her stomach, an unsettling churn, as if the earth itself was waiting for her to decide. She could not undo the past. She could not erase what had already been done. But could she live with the consequences of what she was about to do? She looked back at the rift, the jagged edges glowing softly in the moonlight, beckoning her. The door was waiting. The land was waiting. And she, Rachel, the keeper of the hollow, was the only one who could decide what came next. Her fingers hovered over the rift once again, the temptation too strong to resist. The power called to her, wrapping around her like a vine, pulling her closer to the edge. I have to know, she thought. I have to understand. But as she reached for the rift, a sudden voice broke through the silence, one that wasn't from the forest, but from deep within her. Rachel, stop. She froze, her hand inches from the rift. The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it was enough to make her heart stop. She knew that voice. It was her mentor's voice. The one who had taught her everything. The one who had warned her of the dangers of the rift. But this voice was not the one she had heard before. It was a voice from the past, a voice filled with fear and regret. Do not open the door, the voice implored. It is not meant for you to understand. The rift is a scar, a wound in the fabric of the world. You cannot heal it by opening it. You must learn to leave the past behind, Rachel. The land has changed. You cannot change what is already done. Rachel's breath caught in her throat. The rift pulsed before her, the ancient energy beckoning her to come closer, to open it and reveal the secrets hidden beyond. But as she stood there, listening to the voice of her mentor, a sudden realization dawned upon her. The past was not something that could be undone. She could not open the rift and bring back what had been lost. She could not rewrite history. The land had changed, and so must she. The door before her beckoned, but the choice was no longer just about opening it. It was about accepting what was, and letting go of what had been. Rachel stood frozen, her fingers mere inches from the rift, its jagged edges pulsing with a quiet, relentless energy. The voice of her mentor, the one she had always trusted, still echoed in her mind, cutting through the overwhelming noise of the forest, the pulse of the hollow, and the temptation to open the door. The land was waiting, the air thick with an ancient, palpable tension that seemed to hang like a storm cloud just above her. But the voice, soft and insistent, remained clear. You must learn to let go, Rachel. The past cannot be rewritten. The land has changed, and so must you. The rift is not your burden to bear. Her mentor's words washed over her, both a warning and a plea. She had spent so long feeling the weight of the hollow, the rift, the land's pulse, believing that it was her duty to keep everything in balance. But now, as she stood there in the cold, moonlit clearing, she began to understand the full scope of what he had meant. She had been so focused on protecting the land, on maintaining the delicate equilibrium between life and death, creation and decay, that she had never truly stopped to question the nature of the forces at play. The rift wasn't just a scar in the earth. It was a wound in the fabric of reality itself, a fracture between worlds. And it had always been a part of the Hollow's song, just as much as life and death, birth and decay, light and dark. The forces beyond the rift were not enemies, nor were they gods or demons. They were simply there, part of the natural order of the land, part of the rhythm that Rachel had spent her entire life trying to understand. But now, it seemed, the Hollow had changed. The pulse beneath her feet had shifted, becoming more erratic, more urgent. The wind had returned, blowing through the trees with a wild, desperate energy, as if the forest itself was in turmoil. The rift, too, seemed to hum louder, its jagged edges glowing with a light that was not entirely natural, an unsettling glow that hinted at something ancient, something vast. Rachel took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the Hollow's pulse through the soles of her boots, the power of the land vibrating through the earth. The rift, the doorway between worlds, was not something she could control. The more she tried to understand it, the more it slipped through her fingers, like sand in an hourglass. The voice of the forest had warned her, but now, her mentor's voice was the one that haunted her thoughts. Do not open it. The rift is not something you were meant to wield. You must accept that the balance is not yours to control. She closed her eyes, pressing her palms against her forehead, trying to calm the whirlwind of thoughts in her mind. The land had always been in her care, and she had always believed that she could fix what was broken, heal what was torn. But now, standing before the rift, she felt the heavy weight of responsibility more acutely than ever before. The Hollow, the rift, it was not just her burden. It was the land's burden. And now, for the first time, Rachel realized that she could not carry it alone. The world around her felt vast, endless, like a deep ocean stretching out in every direction. The Hollow was only a part of the greater whole, a greater rhythm that she could never fully comprehend. The rift, the shadows, the forces beyond it, they were all part of the land's deeper history, part of the cycles of life and death that stretched far beyond her understanding. She had tried to be the keeper, to protect the land, but in doing so, she had never fully accepted the land's own agency, its own pulse, its own power. Rachel's breath caught in her throat as the full realization settled in. The rift was a door, yes, but it was not her door. It was the land's door. She had been holding it shut for so long, believing that she could control the forces that lay beyond, but now she knew the truth, it was never hers to control. She was the keeper, yes, but she was not the master. Her eyes flicked back to the rift, its jagged edges glowing softly, a silent invitation. It called to her, beckoning her to open it, to uncover what lay beyond. And yet, she knew now that the only way to truly protect the land, to honor the Hollow, was to let go. To accept the flow of time, of change, and to stop trying to bind the land to a single moment, to a single rhythm. The voice of the forest, once so insistent, grew quieter now, as though it, too, understood the weight of her decision. The rift will remain open, Rachel. Whether you open it or not, it is part of the land's rhythm, part of the Hollow's song. Your choice is not about sealing it forever or unleashing what lies beyond. Your choice is about accepting what is, and letting the land breathe. Rachel stood in the clearing, her body trembling with the weight of her decision. She could feel the Hollow's pulse beneath her feet, the land's power flowing through her, as if it were part of her very soul. It was not a power to be controlled, not a force to be wielded. It was simply there, a part of the world she had always known. She let out a long, steadying breath, and for the first time in her life, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The rift's power, the land, they were not hers to fix. She was a part of it, yes, but she could not control it. She could only protect it. She could only listen to it. The glow from the rift faded slightly, the energy that had once pulsed with urgency growing softer, as if it, too, understood that the keeper was no longer trying to force it open or shut. The trees around her seemed to sigh in unison, their branches shifting in the breeze, their leaves rustling like whispers of ancient knowledge. The earth beneath her feet hummed with a quiet, steady rhythm, a rhythm that was both familiar and foreign at the same time. The rift was still there, its jagged edges glowing faintly, but it no longer seemed like a threat. It was simply a part of the land, just as life and death were. The forest, the hollow, the land, they were all part of a greater cycle, a cycle that Rachel had only just begun to understand. She had thought she could protect it, preserve it, but now, she knew that her role was different. She was not the land's protector, but its listener, its guide, its keeper. It was not her duty to control what lay beyond the rift, it was her duty to understand it, to let the land breathe in its own time. Rachel took a deep, steadying breath, letting go of the fear that had gripped her. The rift no longer called to her. The rift no longer held any power over her. It was simply a door, and the land, with all its complexity, its rhythm, would continue, whether she opened it or not. And in that moment, Rachel understood that the true power of the keeper was not in sealing doors, but in opening herself to the world around her. The land had always spoken to her, but now, she had learned to listen. Rachel stood still for a long while, the rift before her now just a jagged scar in the fabric of the earth, its glow fading into the shadows. The wind had calmed, leaving only the distant murmur of the forest, soft, steady, as if the world itself was taking a deep breath, exhaling slowly after holding its tension for so long. The trees around her, once towering and intimidating, now seemed like quiet companions, their gnarled branches reaching toward the stars, their roots twisting deep beneath the ground, in sync with the heartbeat of the hollow. The air was thick with the scent of earth, of wet leaves and damp soil, the familiar aroma of life that had always been part of her world. But there was something different now, something that had shifted deep within her. She could feel it in her bones, a quiet, almost imperceptible change. It wasn't the world that had changed, not truly. It was her, how she understood the land, how she viewed her role within it. The rift was still there, but no longer the focal point of her thoughts. No longer something to fear, to control. It was part of the world, just as everything else was. The forest had always been a place of duality, a place where life and death coexisted in an endless cycle. The rift was just another part of that cycle, a threshold between worlds, neither good nor bad, simply there. And she had been a part of that cycle, a part of the land's rhythm, for as long as she could remember. The rift will remain, the voice of the forest whispered softly in her mind, a reminder, a reassurance. But it is no longer something you must seal, nor something you must fear. It is a part of the land's rhythm, and now you are too. Rachel exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of the words settle deep within her chest. The hollow space she had carried within her, the weight of responsibility, of fear, of doubt, seemed to lift. She had always thought that to be the keeper meant to control, to shape the land to her will. But now, she understood. To be the keeper meant something else entirely. It meant listening. It meant accepting. It meant allowing the land to speak for itself and knowing when to step back, when to let go. As she stood there, surrounded by the ancient trees, the hollows pulsed deep beneath her feet, a wave of realization washed over her. The hollow was not hers to protect or save. It was a living entity, a force that had existed long before she had come to be, and it would continue to exist long after she was gone. Her role was not to bind it, to control it, but to understand its cycles, its rhythm, its breath. She was part of the hollow, just as the trees were, just as the rift was, just as every leaf, every gust of wind, every drop of rain was. You have always been part of the land, Rachel. You always will be. The voice was familiar now, not just the voice of the forest but the voice of the land itself. The voice that had whispered to her in dreams, that had guided her in moments of fear, that had carried the wisdom of the ages. It wasn't separate from her, but part of her. It had always been. And it would always remain. With a deep breath, Rachel closed her eyes and let the rhythm of the hollow wash over her. The pulse beneath her feet, the soft whisper of the wind through the trees, the distant song of the forest, all of it flowed through her, filling her with a sense of peace she had never known. She was not alone here. The land was alive, as much as she was, and she could feel its presence, its pulse, in every corner of the forest. She could feel it in the trees, in the soil, in the air around her. And she could feel it in herself. She opened her eyes, her gaze settling on the rift one last time. It was no longer the focus of her thoughts, no longer a point of fear, of uncertainty. It was simply a part of the land, a part of the natural order, a place where worlds touched, where forces beyond her comprehension intertwined. And it was no longer hers to seal or unlock. It was a doorway, and Rachel understood that some doors were never meant to be opened by human hands. They were part of a greater design, a greater force that moved through the land. As she turned away from the rift, Rachel felt a sense of clarity that had eluded her for so long. The weight she had carried, the responsibility, the fear, the need to control, had all faded into the background, leaving only the land in front of her. The path ahead was not one of fear or uncertainty. It was a path of listening, of trusting, of accepting what was, rather than trying to force what could be. The forest, too, seemed to shift in response to her newfound understanding. The wind picked up again, this time gentle and comforting, rustling the leaves like a soft lullaby. The trees around her creaked and groaned, their ancient trunks swaying in time with the rhythm of the hollow's pulse. It was as though the forest was speaking, not with words, but with the language of the land, its own rhythm, its own heartbeat. Rachel's steps were slow as she made her way deeper into the forest, her heart steady, her mind calm. The path before her was no longer shrouded in fear or uncertainty. It was clear, marked by the signs of the land that she had always known but had never truly seen. The moss-covered stones, the twisting roots, the delicate ferns and wildflowers, they were all part of the world she had protected, the world she had come to understand. And as she walked, Rachel felt a deep connection to the land, to the hollow, to the rift, and to herself. She was not the keeper of the land, not anymore. She was part of the land, just as it was part of her. The hollow had always been a place of life and death, of creation and destruction. And now, she understood that she was not meant to control it. She was meant to be with it, to flow with it, to listen to its pulse and trust that it would guide her, just as it had guided so many before her. The rift was no longer the focus of her thoughts, no longer the point of fear and doubt. It was simply part of the land, a force that she could neither control nor ignore. And as she walked deeper into the forest, the world seemed to unfold before her, a vast, living tapestry of light and shadow, of life and decay, of the known and the unknown. She did not need to open the door, Rachel realized. The door had always been open. And now, she had learned to walk through it, not with fear, but with trust. Rachel continued her journey deeper into the forest, the path winding and twisting before her, but she no longer felt uncertain or lost. The rift, now distant in both distance and thought, had left her with a sense of peace, a strange, quiet calm that settled deep within her chest. The hollow was no longer a place of duty or fear. It was a place of connection, of rhythm, and of balance. And for the first time, Rachel felt that she was truly in harmony with it. The forest around her seemed to hum with energy, alive with its own pulse. The trees stood like ancient sentinels, their roots entwining deep into the earth, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze. The wind, soft and warm, carried with it the scent of pine and damp earth, a familiar fragrance that spoke of life, of renewal, and of the endless cycle that turned quietly beneath the surface. The hollow was a living thing, and she was part of it. She always had been. She just hadn't known how to listen. Rachel stopped for a moment, her eyes closing as she let the sounds of the forest wash over her, the distant calls of birds, the rustle of the leaves above, the soft murmur of the stream nearby. It was a soundscape she had grown up with, but now, it was something more. It was a conversation, a dialogue between the land and herself. The forest was speaking, but the language was not one of words, it was a language of feeling, of pulse, of rhythm. And she was beginning to understand it. Her thoughts drifted to the rift again, though this time they were not filled with the same fear or uncertainty. It was still there, the door between worlds, the boundary between what was and what could be. But it was not something to be controlled. It was part of the land, part of the hollow, and it would do as it would. She could not stop it, nor should she try. The rift was a part of the world's natural order, just as the ebb and flow of the seasons, just as the rise and fall of the tide. To fight it, to force it open or closed, would be to fight the very fabric of the land itself. And so, she walked. She had walked through this forest 1,000 times before, but never like this. Never with the same sense of connection, of understanding. The path was no longer just a series of familiar trails and landmarks. It was a living thing, stretching out before her like an open invitation. The trees parted as she passed, the path unfolding like a map drawn from the pulse of the land itself. Every step felt deliberate, grounded, connected to the very heart of the hollow. In time, the trees began to thin, the dense forest giving way to a small, open clearing. Rachel stepped into the space, her breath catching in her throat. Before her stood the heart of the hollow, a place she had heard of only in stories, a place that had been whispered about by the elders but never truly seen. It was a glade unlike any other she had encountered. The air was thick with a soft, glowing light, a golden warmth that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. It felt alive, ancient, as if the very ground beneath her feet pulsed with the heartbeat of the land. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches reaching up to the heavens. The tree was massive, its roots sprawling out like the veins of the land, disappearing deep into the earth. The tree was unlike any other Rachel had seen. Its bark shimmered in the dim light, a soft, ethereal glow that seemed to pulse in time with the heartbeat of the land. This was the heart of the hollow, the source, the wellspring of all that lived here. It was not just a tree. It was a living embodiment of the land itself, a manifestation of the forces that flowed through the forest, through the earth, through the very air they breathed. It was a place of power, but not power as humans understood it. It was a power of life, of cycles, of creation and decay. It was the pulse of the hollow, the rhythm of the forest, the heartbeat of the world. Rachel approached the tree, her steps slow and deliberate. She could feel the power emanating from it, the warmth and energy radiating through the ground beneath her feet. She stopped at the base of the tree, her fingers hovering over the roots. It was like touching the very essence of the land, the core of everything she had known. The connection was overwhelming, the energy too vast for her to comprehend fully, but it was also comforting. It was a reminder that she was not alone here. She was part of something larger, something ancient and powerful. And then, as if the land itself were responding to her, the tree's bark began to shift. The glowing light pulsed brighter, and the air around her seemed to hum with energy. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, as though the heart of the hollow itself was waking, acknowledging her presence. "You have come," a voice said, not in words, but in a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. It was the voice of the land, the voice of the hollow, and yet it was something more, a presence, a force, ancient and vast. Rachel stood still, her heart pounding in her chest, but there was no fear. There was only a deep sense of knowing. The hollow was speaking to her, not with words, but with the pulse of the earth, with the very air around her. "You have listened," the voice continued, its tone warm and knowing. "You have learned to hear the land's heartbeat, its pulse. You are not the keeper of the land, Rachel. You are a part of it, just as the tree is, just as the river is, just as the wind is. You have always been." Rachel closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the voice fill her, letting the truth of it sink deep into her soul. She was not the keeper of the hollow. She had never been. She was with the hollow. She was part of it. The rift, the tree, the forest, the very ground beneath her feet, they were all a part of the same living, breathing organism. And she was not here to control it, to protect it, or to shape it. She was here to listen, to understand, and to be a part of the cycle. The tree's roots shifted again, and Rachel knelt down, her hands gently resting on the cool earth. The roots seemed to reach out to her, twisting around her fingers like the fingers of an old friend. It was an invitation, an acceptance, a reminder that she had always been a part of this place. The tree, the land, the hollow, they were not separate from her. They had always been inside her, and she inside them. As the pulse of the earth filled her, Rachel understood. The rift was not a wound, not a tear in the fabric of the world. It was a doorway, a part of the flow of the land, just as life and death, creation and decay, were. And as she touched the roots of the tree, she knew that she was not just listening to the land. She was becoming one with it. The heart of the hollow was not something to be feared, something to be sealed or controlled. It was a part of the endless dance of life, of time, of cycles. And Rachel was no longer the keeper of it. She was the land itself. Rachel sat there for a long moment, her fingers gently resting on the roots of the ancient tree, her breath slow and steady as the pulse of the hollow moved through her. She felt it as deeply as she had ever felt anything in her life, the rhythm of the land, the deep, almost imperceptible thrum that was both a part of her and yet far older than her. She was not merely standing on the earth. She was woven into it, part of the fabric of time itself, bound to the very cycles of life and death that had shaped the hollow for eons. The warmth of the tree's energy seeped into her bones, filling her with a sense of connection that transcended words, transcended reason. This was the truth she had been searching for all along. It was not about control, not about protection, not even about understanding. It was about acceptance. Accepting that she was a part of something far greater than herself, a living, breathing world that had existed long before her and would continue long after she was gone. The wind shifted again, and Rachel felt the brush of its cool fingers on her skin, the trees around her bending and swaying in time with its song. The hollow was alive. It was not just the forest, not just the trees and the rift. It was the very air, the earth, the light and the shadows, the rain and the stars. It was a dance of opposites, light and dark, life and death, creation and decay, and Rachel was part of that dance. Everything is connected, she thought to herself. The hollow is not a place of chaos, of wildness. It is a place of balance. A place of harmony. The words echoed in her mind, clear and true. For so long, she had seen the land through the lens of duty, through the lens of responsibility. She had thought that her role as the keeper was to impose order, to keep things in balance. But now, she understood that balance was not something she could create or maintain. It was something that existed naturally, a force that flowed through the world like a river, never needing to be forced, only respected. The trees around her whispered softly, their branches creaking as if in agreement. She could hear their voices now, not in words, but in the way the wind passed through their leaves, in the way the ground beneath her feet hummed with life. Every part of the forest, every stone, every root, every drop of dew, was part of the same great song, a song that had been playing long before she had arrived and would continue long after she was gone. You are part of the song, Rachel, the voice of the hollow said once more, the deep resonance of it vibrating through her chest. You have always been. And now you understand. The words felt like a gentle caress, a quiet truth that settled deep in her heart. She had always been part of the hollow, but now she understood that her place here was not as a leader, not as a guardian, not even as a listener. She was the hollow. She was the land, the forest, the rift, the tree, and everything in between. She was part of the never-ending rhythm of time, the cycle of life and death, of birth and decay. As the tree's energy flowed through her, Rachel could feel the truth of it. The land did not need her to guide it, to protect it, to keep it in balance. The land was balance. The forest was alive with stories, with memories that stretched back long before her, long before any of the keepers who had walked the earth. Every tree, every blade of grass, every flower, every animal, it was all part of the same story, a story that had no beginning and no end, only an eternal flow of change. The rift had always been a part of that story. It was not a tear in the fabric of reality. It was a doorway, a passage between the worlds, a place where light and shadow, life and death, met and merged. The rift was not something to fear. It was simply another part of the dance, another step in the song of time. And now, Rachel understood that her role was not to control that song, but to be part of it, to flow with it, to listen to it, and to trust that it would always find its way back to balance. As she sat there, her eyes closed, her fingers tracing the ancient roots of the tree, Rachel felt a sudden shift. It was as if the land itself had exhaled, releasing a deep, resonant sigh that reverberated through the forest. The wind picked up again, carrying with it the faintest hints of voices from the past, the whispers of the ancient ones who had lived and died here long before her. It was the hollow song, a song of all who had come before her, and all who would come after. It was the song of the land, the song of life. Rachel opened her eyes slowly, her heart full and calm. The clearing before her had changed, and yet it hadn't. The tree still stood, its gnarled branches reaching up to the sky, its roots twisting deep into the earth. But now, it seemed to glow even brighter, the soft light emanating from its bark more vibrant, more alive. The very air around her shimmered with energy, a golden warmth that filled the space. She stood, her body moving with a new grace, a new understanding. The path ahead was no longer one of uncertainty. It was one of acceptance, of trust. She did not need to know all the answers. She did not need to control the flow of time or the cycles of life and death. All she needed to do was listen, to flow with the land, to be part of the song. As she turned to leave the clearing, Rachel felt the land's pulse beneath her feet once more. It was steady now, calm and strong, as if the entire hollow was breathing in unison. The trees swayed in the breeze, the air filled with the soft sound of rustling leaves and distant birdsong. The forest had always been alive, but now, it was more than that. It was a living, breathing symphony, a song that Rachel was no longer trying to hear, but was now singing along with. The rift was still there, a silent doorway in the distance, but it no longer called to her. It was simply another part of the hollow, another part of the land's endless cycle. Rachel walked away from it, her heart light, her soul at peace. The land was in harmony, and so was she. As she walked deeper into the forest, she could feel the heartbeat of the hollow, the rhythm of the land, moving through her. She was not the keeper. She was the land. And she always had been. Rachel's footsteps were silent as she moved through the forest, her feet barely disturbing the thick carpet of moss that covered the ground. The trees loomed tall and ancient around her, their trunks covered in thick vines and lichen, their branches reaching toward the sky as though trying to touch the stars. The hollow, once an enigma, now felt like a familiar embrace, the air thick with the sense that she was part of something much larger than herself. She no longer feared the unknown, nor did she feel the weight of her responsibilities as the keeper. That role had never truly belonged to her, and now, it no longer felt necessary. She had learned the truth, she was not separate from the land. She was an integral part of it, just as the roots of the trees, the rivers, the air, and the soil were all parts of the same living, breathing entity. And like the hollow, she had her own rhythms, her own cycles. She was not here to control the flow of time, but to move with it, to dance in its current. As she walked, Rachel could feel the pulse of the hollow beneath her feet, deep in the earth, a steady, unbroken beat that had existed long before her and would continue long after she was gone. It was the heartbeat of life itself, the pulse of the land, and it resonated through her body. Each step she took was in time with the rhythm, each breath she took was a note in the grand symphony of existence. The wind stirred the leaves above her, carrying with it the sound of the forest song, a sound she had always heard, but never truly understood until now. It was a melody of life and death, of growth and decay, of beginnings and endings. It was the song of the earth itself, played out in the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, the quiet gurgle of streams, and the soft hum of the trees as they swayed in the breeze. Rachel was part of that song now, a living note in the eternal music of the world. She stopped for a moment at the edge of a clearing, her eyes drawn to a patch of sunlight that streamed through the branches above. The light danced on the surface of a small pond, creating ripples that spread outward in concentric circles. The surface of the water reflected the canopy of trees above, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze, their shadows flickering on the water's surface like living creatures. Rachel knelt by the edge of the pond, her reflection merging with the ripples as she gazed into the depths. The water was still, its surface as smooth as glass, but she could sense something stirring beneath it. The life of the forest was alive in this pond, in this water. Fish swam just below the surface, their scales glinting like silver in the dappled light. She could feel the pulse of the water, just as she had felt the pulse of the land. It was a quiet, constant rhythm that connected everything, everything in the hollow, everything in the world. Her reflection stared back at her, but she no longer saw herself as she once had. The face she saw in the water was a part of the world around her, not separate from it. She was not just Rachel, the girl who had once wandered the forest searching for answers. She was the forest. She was the rift. She was the wind, the earth, the water, and the fire. She was part of the eternal dance of life, a movement that had existed long before she had arrived and would continue long after she was gone. You are the song, the voice of the hollow whispered softly in her mind, its resonance deep and ancient, filling her with a sense of profound understanding. You are not separate. You are not the keeper. You are the land itself, the flow of time, the rhythm of existence. You are the music of the world. Rachel closed her eyes, letting the words wash over her, letting them fill her with a quiet peace. She no longer needed to hold on to anything. The past, the present, the future, they were all woven together, a seamless thread that moved through time like a river carving its way through the earth. She was part of that river, part of that flow. She did not need to control it. She simply needed to let go, to let the current carry her forward. When she opened her eyes, the pond had changed. The ripples were no longer just reflections of the trees above, but reflections of the land itself. The water had become a mirror of the hollow, a mirror of life, of death, of all things that had passed and all things that were yet to come. It was a reflection of the eternal dance, the dance of time, of change, of growth and decay. The ripples of the pond were not random. They were deliberate, purposeful, just as the cycles of the hollow were. And Rachel was part of that purpose. She stood and continued walking, her heart light and steady. The world around her seemed to pulse in time with her own heartbeat, the trees swaying in the wind like dancers in a grand performance. She moved through the forest like a part of the music, her movements fluid, effortless, a harmony with the land. As she walked, she passed the places she had once known, places that had been filled with fear, uncertainty, and confusion. But now, they felt different. The shadows of the past had faded, replaced by a quiet, comforting presence. She had never truly understood the forest before, never fully grasped the nature of the land. But now, as she moved through the hollow, she understood. She was not separate from it. She was not apart from its rhythm. She was part of its eternal dance. The forest opened up before her, the trees parting like the curtains of a stage, revealing a vast expanse of wildflowers. The flowers stretched as far as the eye could see, their bright colors painting the land in hues of violet, gold, and crimson. The breeze stirred the petals, sending waves of color rippling through the field. Rachel stepped into the meadow, her breath catching in her throat as she looked out at the breathtaking scene. It was a reminder of the land's eternal cycle, life, blooming and fading, over and over again. She knelt in the meadow, her hands brushing gently over the soft petals of a wildflower. The world was alive with the song of life, the laughter of the birds in the trees, the hum of insects flitting from flower to flower, the rustling of the leaves in the wind. It was a song of beauty, of change, of rebirth. And Rachel was a part of it. This is the song, she thought, feeling the pulse of the hollow move through her once more. This is the dance. I am not its leader, nor its follower. I am its rhythm. I am its breath. I am its heartbeat. And in that moment, Rachel understood. She was not bound by time, nor by the past. She was a part of the land, a part of the song, and she always had been. Rachel rose from the meadow, her fingers lingering on the wildflowers, their soft petals slipping between her fingertips like fleeting memories. The breeze wrapped around her like a familiar embrace, the wind's whispers carrying with it an ancient promise. The forest around her seemed to hum with energy, alive with the pulse of the land, a pulse that had always been there, steady and unbroken, but now, for the first time, it felt like Rachel was truly attuned to it, like her heartbeat and the lands were in perfect sync. She had walked through these woods for years, but she had never seen them like this. She had never truly understood their depths, their rhythms, or their quiet wisdom. Now, the trees spoke to her not in words, but in feeling. The ground beneath her feet was not simply earth, it was a living, breathing entity. The stones, the moss, the roots, they were all threads woven into the great tapestry of the world, each one essential to the whole, each one carrying a purpose she was only just beginning to grasp. As she walked, Rachel began to understand the true meaning of balance. It wasn't about control, it wasn't about maintaining an order imposed by force, it was about understanding the connections between things, seeing the threads that bound everything together. Every leaf, every stone, every gust of wind, every drop of rain, it was all connected, part of the same greater whole. And Rachel, too, was a thread in that tapestry. She walked for hours, the sun rising higher in the sky, its golden light spilling through the canopy of trees in soft, dappled patterns. The shadows stretched long and dark on the forest floor, but there was no fear in them, only the quiet knowing that everything had its place in the dance of time. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Rachel came to a place she had never seen before, a hidden glen surrounded by towering, ancient trees. Their trunks were so thick that they seemed to reach up to the heavens, their roots curling and twisting around each other in an intricate dance. In the center of the glen stood a large stone, smooth and polished by time, its surface covered in delicate carvings, patterns that seemed to shift and change as Rachel's eyes moved over them. The stone was alive with energy, its surface humming with an ancient power. Rachel stepped forward, drawn to the stone, her feet moving as if they were guided by an unseen hand. The carvings on the stone seemed to speak to her, calling her closer, urging her to touch them. As her hand reached out to make contact, she felt a sudden surge of energy, a pulse that shot through her like lightning. She gasped, feeling the force of it reverberate through her bones, through her very soul. The stone was not just a stone. It was a conduit, a bridge between the world she knew and the world beyond. It was a focal point for the hollow's power, a place where the threads of life and death, of creation and destruction, came together. It was a meeting point for all the forces that shaped the land, the forces that moved through the rift, through the trees, through the waters and the skies. And now, Rachel understood. This was the Weaver's Stone. The Weaver's Stone, she thought, the name coming to her like a whisper in the wind. The place where the threads of life are woven, where the past, present, and future meet. She had heard the name before, whispers from the elders, tales told by the fire, stories passed down through generations. But until now, she had never understood its significance. The Weaver's Stone was a place of power, a place where the balance of the hollow was maintained, where the forces of the land were kept in harmony. It was not a place to be feared, nor was it a place to be controlled. It was a place to be understood, a place where Rachel could see the threads that wove the world together. Rachel knelt before the stone, her fingers brushing over the carvings, feeling the hum of energy beneath her touch. The patterns on the stone seemed to shift, moving in a fluid dance, like the currents of a river or the flight of a bird. It was as though the stone was alive, a reflection of the land itself, a manifestation of the hollow's endless flow. As she touched the stone, Rachel felt the threads of the world weave together in her mind. She saw the flow of time, the dance of life and death, creation and decay. She saw the rift, not as a fracture in the earth, but as a natural part of the world's rhythm, a doorway through which the forces of the hollow passed. She saw the trees, the animals, the rivers, the wind, all of it moving together, weaving in and out of the fabric of the world. And at the center of it all, Rachel saw herself. She was not separate from the land, not apart from the threads that wove the world together. She was a part of it, a thread in the tapestry, a note in the song. The land had always been alive with rhythm, but now she understood that the rhythm wasn't just the land's, it was hers too. Her pulse, her breath, her steps, they were all part of the greater flow, the greater dance. She was not the weaver. She was not the keeper. She was the thread. She was the rhythm. A voice, soft and resonant, echoed in her mind. You are the song, Rachel. You are the thread. You are the weaver of your own fate. She let the words sink in, feeling the weight of them settle in her heart. It was not the land that needed her to control it, nor was it the hollow that required her protection. It was her place, her role, to listen, to feel, to move with the rhythm. The land did not need a master. It needed a partner, a participant in the great dance of life. And Rachel was ready to dance. The weaver's stone began to glow softly beneath her touch, its carvings pulsing with a warm, golden light. The threads of the world shimmered in the light, moving like streams of light through the stone, flowing outward into the land, connecting all things, binding them together in an intricate web of life. Rachel felt herself becoming one with the light, the energy, the pulse of the hollow. She was not just a part of it, she was it. She was the thread that wove everything together, the beat that kept the dance in time. As the glow of the stone grew brighter, Rachel's vision blurred, and she felt herself falling into the rhythm. She was no longer just Rachel, the girl who had once sought answers in the forest. She was part of the land's song, part of its breath, part of its flow. She was the weaver, the thread, the rhythm. The light from the weaver's stone enveloped her, and for a moment, everything was still. The wind, the trees, the river, the birds, all of it seemed to pause, as if waiting. And then, with a sudden burst of energy, the world resumed its dance. The threads of life swirled and wove together, the song of the hollow rising to a crescendo. And Rachel danced with it. Rachel stood at the center of the weaver's stone, feeling the warm glow of the ancient carvings pulse through her body. The land hummed with life around her, its rhythm now intertwined with her own. She had always thought of herself as separate from the forest, as an outsider looking in. But now, standing here, surrounded by the living pulse of the hollow, she realized that she had always been a part of it. The forest wasn't just her home, it was her very being. Every leaf, every branch, every gust of wind was a reflection of her soul. The light from the weaver's stone began to fade, but the energy it had unleashed still thrummed through her. Her body, her thoughts, her very existence felt like a part of something vast, something timeless. The hollow had always been a place of mystery, a place where the unseen forces of life and death met in quiet harmony. But now Rachel understood that it wasn't just a place, it was a living, breathing entity. It had a purpose, a rhythm, a song, and she was an integral note in that melody. As the last echoes of light from the weaver's stone faded into the shadows of the glen, Rachel took a deep breath. The forest around her seemed to breathe with her, the wind stirring the leaves, the trees creaking as though they, too, had come to life. She could feel the pulse of the land under her feet, a steady thrum that echoed through the earth and into her very bones. The world was alive with energy, and she was a part of it. No longer a keeper, no longer a guardian, she was the land itself. She was the rhythm that moved through the forest, the breath of the trees, the song of the wind. She took a step away from the weaver's stone, her senses alive to everything around her. The glen was no longer just a clearing in the forest, it was a part of her, a living memory, a thread in the vast tapestry of life. The stone, the carvings, the roots of the trees, they were all connected in a way Rachel had never before understood. She had always thought of the world as separate pieces, each with its own place and purpose. But now, she saw that everything, every part of the forest, every leaf, every drop of rain, every whisper of wind, was connected by the same thread. A thread she had always been part of. The path before her opened up, leading deeper into the forest, and Rachel followed it without hesitation. She no longer felt the need to question, to seek answers. She had learned that there was no final answer, no definitive path to follow. There was only the dance, the rhythm, the flow. And she was moving with it now, not against it. As she walked, the forest seemed to shift and change around her. The trees stretched high above her, their branches swaying in time with the wind, their leaves rustling in a melody that filled the air. The shadows of the past, the uncertainty that had once plagued her, seemed to fade away, replaced by the soft glow of understanding. She was no longer searching for a destination. She was living in the moment, each step a part of the song. She passed through the trees, her hands brushing against their bark as if greeting old friends. The wind, now soft and warm, whispered her name, and she smiled. The hollow had always been her home, but now it felt more than that. It was her partner, her companion, her equal. She was not a keeper of the land. She was the land. She was the rhythm, the song, the pulse that flowed through the forest and into the hearts of all who lived there. As she continued down the path, the sound of running water reached her ears, a soft gurgling that echoed through the trees. She followed the sound until she came to a small stream, its water crystal clear, winding its way through the forest like a silver ribbon. The sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the water's surface. Rachel knelt beside the stream, her fingers trailing through the cool water. It was as if the river, too, was alive, its waters carrying the same pulse, the same rhythm that flowed through her. The world was a symphony, a song of creation, of life, of death, of rebirth. And Rachel was the music. She closed her eyes, listening to the sound of the stream, the rustling of the leaves, the distant call of birds in the trees. It was a song she had always known but never truly heard. And now, she understood it. The forest wasn't just a place. It was a living, breathing entity, a place where the cycles of life and death intertwined in an eternal dance. And Rachel, in that moment, was a part of it all. She was not separate from the world. She was the world. She was the thread in the fabric of existence. As she stood, a sense of clarity washed over her. The rift, the one she had once feared, the one she had thought of as a wound in the land, was not a tear in the fabric of the world. It was a doorway, a passage between worlds. A necessary part of the flow of time, the rhythm of the land. The rift was the meeting place of the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknown. And Rachel now understood that she, too, was part of that balance. The rift had never needed to be sealed. It had never needed to be closed. It was a part of the natural order, just as the trees, the wind, the earth, and the stars were. It was the land's breath, its pulse, its heartbeat. And Rachel had been mistaken to think it was something that needed her protection. It was never about sealing it away. It was about understanding it, moving with it, and being part of the flow. The hollow was alive. It had always been alive. And Rachel was not its master. She was its partner. She was a thread woven into the tapestry of time. And she had always been. As she stood at the edge of the stream, the sun now high in the sky, Rachel felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. The land was not hers to control, nor was it hers to protect. It was hers to be a part of. And that was enough. The world was full of cycles, of life, of death, of creation, of decay, and Rachel was part of that endless rhythm. She looked out into the forest, the trees swaying gently in the breeze, the song of the hollow rising up around her. She felt no fear, no doubt. There was only the rhythm, the flow, the dance of life. And she was moving with it, each step, each breath, a part of the song. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth as Rachel continued her journey through the hollow, the song of the forest wrapping around her like a familiar melody. The sun had reached its zenith, casting a warm, golden light through the trees. Every leaf, every twig, every stone seemed to pulse with life, as if the forest itself was aware of her presence, aware of her place within its vast, living heart. The pulse of the land, the rhythm of the earth, had become her own. She moved with it, not against it. She was no longer a stranger here. She was the forest, the rift, the wind, the rain. She was everything and nothing all at once. As she walked deeper into the woods, the path before her began to shift, the trees parting to reveal a clearing that she had never seen before. It was a place of profound stillness, where the air seemed to hang heavy with the weight of time itself. The light filtered through the canopy above, casting long shadows that stretched across the ground like fingers reaching for something just out of reach. The trees around her were ancient, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their bark worn smooth by the passage of centuries. At the center of the clearing stood a towering figure, a silhouette of stone, half buried in the earth. It was the shape of a person, but not quite human. Its features were rough-hewn, indistinct, as if it had been carved from the very heart of the land itself. The stone figure was draped in vines and moss, its eyes hollow, its expression solemn and unmoving. It seemed to watch her with an air of quiet understanding, as if it had been waiting for her arrival. Rachel felt an undeniable pull toward the figure, an instinctive urge to approach it. She stepped forward, her feet moving without hesitation, drawn to the stone as if it were calling to her. As she drew closer, she could see that the figure was not alone. Surrounding it were smaller stones, each one standing like a sentinel, their forms similarly shaped and covered in moss and vines. They were arranged in a circle around the larger figure, creating a sense of unity, of completeness. At the heart of the circle, beneath the larger stone figure, lay a deep depression in the earth, a hollow that seemed to breathe with life. The ground around it was rich with wildflowers, their vibrant petals glowing in the dappled light. The flowers seemed to pulse with energy, their colors shifting in time with the rhythm of the land. It was a place of power, a place where the threads of life and death, creation and decay, converged. Rachel knelt beside the depression, her fingers brushing the soft petals of the flowers. They felt alive beneath her touch, their delicate stems swaying in the wind. She could feel the pulse of the hollow here, stronger than ever before. It was as if the land itself had reached out to her, offering her something, an understanding, a truth, a final piece of the puzzle. She closed her eyes, letting the pulse of the land fill her. The rhythm was steady, unbroken, but now, it was something more. It was a song, a melody that had always been there, woven into the fabric of the world, and now, she could hear it. The song was made up of every sound in the forest, every heartbeat, every whisper of the wind. It was the song of time, the song of life, and Rachel was part of it. But there was something else, something hidden within the music. As she listened more closely, she could hear a faint, distant sound, a soft hum, like a voice just beyond the edge of hearing. It was a sound that seemed to resonate with something deep inside her, something that had always been there, waiting for her to discover it. It was the sound of the rift. The rift, the doorway between worlds, the tear in the fabric of reality that had once seemed like an anomaly, an intrusion, was not what she had thought it to be. It was not a wound in the earth, nor was it a force to be feared. It was a necessary part of the flow, a part of the song, just as life and death, creation and destruction, were all necessary parts of the great rhythm of existence. Rachel stood and walked toward the stone figure, her heart beating in time with the land's pulse. She placed her hand on the cold surface of the stone, feeling the energy that seemed to flow from it, like a river that had been waiting to be released. The stone was alive, in its own way. It was part of the land, part of the rhythm, and she was part of it. The stone's surface began to shimmer beneath her touch, the moss and vines shifting as if they were alive, responding to her presence. The energy from the stone flowed into her, filling her with warmth, with understanding, with the knowledge that she had always been a part of the song. The rift, the hollow, the forest, they were all connected, and she was the thread that wove them together. She had always been that thread, ever since the moment she first stepped into this world. The hum of the rift grew louder, more distinct, and Rachel could feel it deep within her soul. It was the sound of the land itself, the pulse of life and death, creation and destruction, ebbing and flowing in perfect harmony. The rift was not a place of fear, it was a place of transition, a place where the boundaries between worlds blurred and intertwined, where time itself folded in on itself. Rachel understood now. The rift was not an end. It was a beginning. The beginning of a new cycle. The land did not need her to control it. It only needed her to listen, to understand, to move with its rhythm. She was not a keeper. She was part of the song. Part of the dance. Part of the eternal flow of life. The stone figure before her seemed to shift, its form becoming more distinct, more real. It was no longer just a statue, it was a living embodiment of the hollow, of the land, of the cycle. It reached out toward her with its stone hands, its hollow eyes filled with understanding. Rachel's heart swelled with the weight of it all, the knowledge that she had always been a part of this dance, a part of this great, timeless cycle. She took a deep breath, feeling the rhythm of the land within her, around her. She could feel the pulse of the hollow in her veins, in her breath. It was the song of the world, the song of time, and she was not a spectator. She was the music. She was the thread. And now, at the end of her journey, she had come to understand that she was not separate from the land. She was the land. She was the rift. She was the very pulse of life itself. The stone figure's hands reached out to her, and without hesitation, Rachel stepped forward, her fingers brushing the cool surface of the stone. She closed her eyes and let the energy flow through her, merging with it, becoming one with it. The hollow, the land, the rift, they were all part of her, and she was part of them. In that moment, as the song of the forest swelled around her, Rachel felt the threads of time unravel and reweave themselves in the tapestry of life. She was the song. She was the rift. She was the heartbeat of the world. And the dance would never end.